some ideas refuse to be solved. They slip through logic like shadows through fingers, leaving nothing but the faint scent of meaning in their wake. These aren't the paradoxes that science hopes to fix, or that reason tries to repair. These are the kinds that stretch thought itself until it starts to fray at the edges, the ones that make you stop, blink, and realize that maybe, just maybe, reality was never supposed to make perfect sense. In this video, we dive headfirst into 100 philosophical paradoxes that make no sense. Not because they're flawed, but because they echo the strange machinery behind existence itself. Each paradox is a whispered contradiction, a riddle that cannot be answered without questioning the answerer. Together, they form a journey through silence, identity, time, memory, and meaning, where the closer you look, the less you understand. So find your quiet space, let go of certainty, and prepare to dissolve into a sea of thought where nothing adds up, yet everything feels eerily familiar. There is a kind of silence that doesn't soothe, it haunts. It enters not through the ears but through the space behind thought. It doesn't come after the noise ends. It comes when everything within you goes quiet, and yet something unbearable still presses in. You sit in your room, no voices, no sound, no distractions, and yet the silence is deafening. How can silence scream? Philosophers have long debated the nature of nothingness, but silence isn't nothing. It's an active presence. It exposes what words usually hide. When someone you love walks out and nothing is said, that is a silence that can shatter more than any argument ever could. It contains in it the weight of everything left unsaid. It screams not with volume, but with meaning. This paradox asks a simple yet disturbing question. If silence has no sound, how can it be louder than noise? Maybe because we were never afraid of noise. Maybe we were always afraid of what we'd hear when there was none. In a world constantly humming, phones buzzing, clocks ticking, conversations overlapping, silence has become a foreign country. And like any foreign place, it triggers the nervous system. You start noticing the things you buried, the regret, the doubt, the strange ache in your chest you never bothered to name. It all rises when the world grows quiet. Silence becomes a mirror. But unlike a mirror made of glass, it doesn't show you your face. It shows you what's behind it. So, here's the philosophical twist. Silence is not the absence of something. It is the presence of something deeper than words can carry. In Zen philosophy, they say silence is the ultimate teacher. Not because it gives you answers, but because it forces you to hear your own. And sometimes, the scream comes not from the silence itself, but from you trying to run away from it. Think of it. What happens in meditation? In solitude? In isolation? You don't encounter peace. You encounter your thoughts at full volume. You confront the echoes. You realize how much of your inner world depends on distraction. And when the distractions go silent, your mind doesn't. But it gets even stranger. Imagine a universe without sound, no vibrations, no ears to hear. Is it silent? Or is silence something that only exists when there could be sound, but there isn't? This leads to another layer of the paradox. Silence requires potential. It's not silence if sound is impossible. It's only silence if sound should be there, but isn't. Silence is not emptiness. It is expectation unfulfilled. A scream, by contrast, is a rupture, a breaking of form, an eruption of being. So when silence feels like a scream, it's because it breaks something open in you, without sound, without force, without any external cause. It just splits you. Think of moments in life when silence screamed after bad news that left you speechless. In the seconds after a sudden goodbye, while sitting beside someone you love when you both know it's over, but neither says it. In those moments, silence is alive, and it's louder than any shout. But here's the real mind twist. What if this paradox is backward? What if screams are actually failed silences? Think about it. A scream is what happens when silence can no longer hold what's inside, when the silence breaks down under pressure. What if silence was the true container, and noise is just the evidence that something couldn't stay inside anymore? This flips the paradox. Silence doesn't scream. Screams come from broken silence. And now we're in another strange philosophical place. If silence can be felt and even heard in a sense, is it real in itself, or only as a reaction? Is it a thing, or the space between things? A presence, or just the absence of presence? Every paradox begins where logic ends, and here, logic has very little to offer. Because no matter how much you try to explain it, the scream of silence must be felt. It's not in decibels, it's not in definitions. It's in that moment when your thoughts go quiet and something deeper begins to stir and you realize silence isn't the opposite of noise, it's the language of something beyond it. What if truth isn't the opposite of lies, but their disguise? We grow up believing that truth is a fixed thing, a reliable North Star in a chaotic world, something you can point to, stand on, believe in. But then life happens. People lie with honesty in their eyes. Systems collapse even though they were built on facts. And the stories we tell ourselves about who we are begin to rot beneath the surface. This paradox doesn't just question truth. It suggests that sometimes truth is the most deceptive lie of all. Think of the truths you cling to about your worth, about your past, about your future. Where did they come from? Were they given to you, taught to you, repeated so many times you stopped questioning? What if some of them were lies that simply got tired of pretending? Here's the problem. A lie can feel true if it helps you survive, and truth can feel like betrayal if it challenges the identity you've built. In a strange way, we often protect the lies because they comfort us, and we reject the truth because it dismantles us. So then, what is truth really? Is it the accurate reflection of reality? But whose reality? Perception filters experience. Memory edits facts. Language distorts nuance. Every truth passes through so many layers of interpretation that what comes out the other side is barely recognizable. Truth, in that sense, becomes performance. We present versions of it, partial, packaged, polished. We wield it in arguments. We craft it into identities. But beneath it all is the quiet possibility that even our most cherished truths might be fiction with good branding. Consider this. History is full of things once believed to be true. The earth was flat. The body was ruled by 4 humors. The sun revolved around us. People died for these truths, built civilizations around them, only to have them shattered centuries later. And if yesterday's truth can become today's lie, what does that make today's truth? It gets more unsettling. Sometimes, the most effective lies are the ones built with fragments of truth. Just enough reality to feel familiar. Just enough distortion to serve an agenda. This is how propaganda works. This is how manipulation hides in plain sight. Not by fabricating nonsense, but by bending what's real until it fits what's useful. And then we adopt it, We build lives around beliefs that were never ours. We call them truths, but they are shadows wearing light. So the paradox deepens. A truth can lie, not because it is inherently false, but because it is incomplete, misused, or blindly accepted. Think of a time when someone told you their truth. Maybe they were sincere. Maybe their pain was real. But what if their version of truth required you to deny your own? Who decides which truth is truer? In today's world, we hear the phrase, "Live your truth," like it's sacred. But what happens when one person's truth contradicts another's survival? When two realities clash with equal intensity, whose truth wins? Truth then becomes tribal. We retreat into echo chambers where our version of reality is constantly reinforced. Dissent feels like attack, and somewhere along the way, truth stops being something we seek and becomes something we defend. But there's a deeper layer still. What if truth and lies are not opposites, but twins, bound together, inseparable? Every truth has its opposite, hidden within it. Every lie carries the shape of a truth it had to deny. And every time we think we've found certainty, the ground shifts. In Eastern philosophy, especially in Taoism, there's an idea that the moment something is named, it's already been separated from its true nature. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. In other words, the moment you try to grasp truth, it slips. The moment you define it, you reduce it. So what's left? Maybe truth isn't a fixed point. Maybe it's a movement, a dance between clarity and confusion, honesty and illusion. Maybe the only real truth is the awareness of how easily we are fooled, the humility to admit we might be wrong, the courage to keep looking. And maybe the most dangerous lies are the ones we call truths without question, because they don't look like deception. They look like home. What happens when a thought contains nothing at all? At first glance, it feels absurd. Thought, by definition, is the act of thinking something. A concept, an image, an idea, a feeling, anything. Thought is motion in the mind, the flicker of awareness across the canvas of consciousness. So how could there be a thought that thinks nothing? And yet, if you've ever sat in stillness long enough, you've touched its edge. Meditators speak of the space between thoughts, the pause where awareness lingers but does not land, a moment so delicate it evaporates the second you try to hold it. That place isn't absence, it's presence without content. And this is where the paradox lives. A thought that thinks nothing isn't blankness. It's not forgetting. It's not unconsciousness. It's conscious emptiness. A silent ripple in the stream of mind that moves without carrying anything with it. But how can a mind think nothing? Doesn't thought require content? That's the puzzle. Because the more we investigate the nature of thought, the less solid it becomes. Where do thoughts come from? We don't summon them manually. They appear out of nowhere, sometimes fully formed, sometimes half-shaped, sometimes like static. And occasionally, there is a strange anomaly, a moment when something moves through the mind. But it isn't a thought about anything. It just is. That's what this paradox points to. Thought that is aware of itself, but not directed toward a thing. It's like looking into a mirror that doesn't reflect anything, yet you still see language struggles here, because we've built our inner vocabulary around knowing, thinking, analyzing. But what about pure awareness? Thought without object, cognition without concept. Can you think and have nothing in your mind? Try it. Right now, close your eyes. Let go of every word, every picture, every sound. Don't force it. Just watch. There's movement, there's something, but it's not tied to meaning. It's not naming, not remembering, not anticipating. It's just spacious. And yet you are aware. This awareness is not absence. It is fullness without form. It's a kind of intelligence beneath content. A current of mind that flows without needing to carry anything. So maybe the paradox isn't that thought thinks nothing. Maybe the paradox is that we thought thought needed something to exist at all. Let's go deeper. In cognitive science, there's a recognition that most of our thoughts are reactive. They arise based on stimuli, memory, association, but not all. Some arise spontaneously with no external cause, and some thoughts arise that are so subtle they don't attach to language. They come and go like vapor. Were they ever really there? Even more puzzling, neuroscience has shown that brain activity can occur even when the subject reports thinking of nothing. So the mind is active, but not content-driven. Thought is happening, but nothing is being thought about. This throws a wrench into how we define thinking, because maybe what we call thinking is just a small slice of a much larger field, one where the mind moves like the wind, seen in its effects, but not in itself. And here's where it gets strange. What if the most profound thoughts are the ones that think nothing? What if meaning isn't always carried in concepts, but in silence, in stillness, in the spaces where the mind hovers just above understanding but doesn't land? Poets, mystics, and philosophers have all hinted at this space, where words fail, where logic collapses, where the mind touches something it can't grasp and yet knows it's real. This is thought that thinks nothing, not because it's empty, but because it's beyond. Endings are supposed to conclude. They draw a line, they close a door, they mark the point at which something ceases to be. But what if an ending doesn't end? What if the final moment stretches on forever, refusing to collapse into stillness, looping itself into existence endlessly like a snake eating its tail? That's the paradox of the infinite end, the idea that something can end infinitely. At first, it sounds poetic, maybe even beautiful, but then it gets unsettling, because this isn't just about a never-ending story. It's about the contradiction embedded in the very idea of finality. How can something be over and yet never truly be done? Death is the most obvious image. It's the ultimate end. But what if death is not a full stop, but an ellipsis, a pause into something else? Not because of spiritual beliefs, but because even the idea of nothing is still something we imagine. Can you picture the end of consciousness? Try. What do you see? Exactly. Something. We can't escape representation. Even when we imagine the void, it is a void we perceive, which means even the end must pass through a mind still imagining it. So does it ever really arrive? Think of grief. The funeral happens, the dirt falls, people leave, the moment ends. But inside the one grieving, it continues. Echoes of that loss ripple through their days like waves in a silent sea. 1,000 tiny reminders that the ending didn't end. It simply began something else. Time plays tricks too. In Zeno's paradoxes, you can never quite reach the end. To get to a wall, you must first cross half the distance. And before that, half of that, and again, half. So you move forward infinitely, without ever arriving. The goal is always getting closer, but never touched. That's the shape of an infinite end. Always arriving, never arrived. And in stories, we see it often. A character dies, but their influence lives on. A civilization falls, but its ruins remain. The song ends, but the melody haunts your memory for days. The goodbye is said, but it echoes long after. Nothing ever ends cleanly, but the mind craves closure. So we pretend, we draw lines, we say, that's over. That was then, this is now. And yet, a part of us knows we're lying. Endings bleed, even in thoughts. You finish one, and another begins. You end a sentence, and the silence it leaves behind has weight. Thought itself is an infinite chain of beginnings and endings, all inseparable. So what does it mean to end truly? Maybe there's no such thing. Maybe endings are just a shift in form, energy transformed, attention redirected, meaning reassembled. Memory fades, a book closes, a life leaves a body, and still, something lingers. And if it lingers, has it really ended? This paradox isn't just conceptual, it reaches into how we live. How many things have you thought were over, only for them to return? Not just people or events, but habits, doubts, fears, dreams. They resurface, in different forms, wearing different masks, as if the end was just a waiting room. Even in your own transformation, you feel it. You outgrow old identities, only to find fragments of them reappearing in strange places. Your childhood voice still whispers in adult decisions. Your past self tugs at your future like a thread that refuses to be cut. So perhaps we never leave anything behind. Perhaps we carry our endings with us, folded into the layers of who we are. And that's what makes the infinite end so disorienting. It confronts you with the truth that there's no escape hatch, no final destination, no neat resolution, only change, only continuation. And when you really feel that, when you let go of the fantasy of closure, something shifts. You stop chasing finish lines, and you start watching the flow. Because maybe the most honest kind of ending is the one that keeps going. A straight line moves forward, unwavering. It travels from point A to point B without deviation. It represents direction, purpose, clarity. But a circle bends back on itself. It has no beginning, no end, no destination. It returns eternally to where it started. So how can a circle be made of straight lines? That's the paradox. A contradiction folded into geometry, but echoing far beyond shapes and into thought itself. Imagine this. You walk a straight path. You never turn. You never deviate. And yet, after some unknowable distance, you arrive back at where you started. Not because the path curved, but because reality itself folded in on you. A cosmic loop disguised as a line. This isn't just poetic metaphor. In non-Euclidean geometry, lines can behave in ways that defy ordinary understanding. On the surface of a sphere like Earth, you can move straight and still return to your origin. The line is straight locally, but globally, it's a loop. So your understanding of straight depends on what kind of space you believe you're in. That's the deeper meaning here. We believe our thoughts move in straight lines, from problem to solution, from cause to effect, from question to answer. But what if every thought eventually loops back? What if all thinking, no matter how rational, ends where it began? Philosophy often circles. You think you're progressing, moving, outward, deeper, clearer, but suddenly you realize you're right back where you started. Only now the question feels stranger, heavier, more haunted. Consider time. We experience it linearly, birth to death, past to future. But myths, mystics, And modern physics all suggest time might be circular, or at least looped, repeating eternally, rewriting itself. So is your life a straight shot through time, or a curve repeating itself under different disguises? Even identity bends. You think you are one person, progressing from child to adult to elder. But dig into memory and you'll find loops, cycles of behavior, old wounds reappearing in new forms, emotions you thought you outgrew returning at different ages. You are not walking a straight line through life. You are spiraling. The paradox is that we crave straight lines. We want progress. We want cause and effect, clean beginnings and definitive ends. But life refuses that shape. Life loops. Life curves. Life contradicts. So then what is a circle of straight lines? Maybe it's the illusion of progress created by repetition. Maybe it's a system so complex, so large, that from your tiny vantage point, everything feels straight, until you zoom out and see the orbit you're caught in. In logic, this appears as circular reasoning, arguments that appear rational, but secretly rely on themselves to prove themselves. They walk forward, only, to return to their origin disguised as conclusion. I know I'm right because I feel it, and I feel it because I know I'm right. Straight line, circle, both. It's not just flawed reasoning. It's the mind drawing a perfect circle with invisible ink. Even in systems, economics, politics, technology, we repeat. New movements rise, old ones fall, and then rise again under new names. We think we've broken the pattern, only to find we've redrawn it in different ink. A circle of straight lines is more than a contradiction. It's a mirror. It shows us how easily we're fooled by direction, how we confuse motion with change, how we believe we are moving forward when we are only orbiting meaning. And here lies the danger, believing you're progressing when you're only repeating. So, what breaks the loop? Perhaps awareness, not the kind that breaks the circle, but the kind that lets you see it. Because maybe life is not about escaping the loop, but dancing within it, knowing that every straight line you walk might be bending behind your back, and maybe truth isn't linear, maybe wisdom doesn't move forward, maybe it moves in circles. We are taught to seek answers, to believe that every question has a destination, a final point of arrival where doubt dissolves and certainty is born. Answers are supposed to end the inquiry, close the loop, satisfy the seeker. But what if the answer is the one doing the asking? What if, instead of ending your search, the answer stares back and demands something of you? This paradox flips the roles we take for granted. In it, you are not the one interrogating the universe. The universe interrogates you. You find what you thought you were looking for, only to realize it now holds you in its gaze. It begins subtly. You ask, "What is my purpose?" And perhaps you hear, "To become aware." But now the answer itself becomes a living thing. It grows inside you. It evolves. It begins asking, "Are you paying attention? Are you living like it matters? Are you listening now? You thought you were done searching." But the answer reopens the question and makes you the subject. This is the riddle buried in all profound knowledge. The more truth you uncover, the more it uncovers you. In ancient traditions, this dynamic appears often. A student asks a master a deep question. The master replies with a single sentence, sometimes confusing, sometimes absurd. But instead of being clarified, the student is shaken. The answer forces them to look inward. It doesn't explain, it transforms. That's because some answers aren't solutions. They're mirrors. They don't resolve. They reflect, and in that reflection, the question deepens. Think of when someone asks, "What is love?" If someone answers, "Love is surrender," that sounds satisfying until it begins to confront your own life. Have you surrendered? Can you? Should you? Now the answer becomes an interrogation, and you're no longer outside the question. You're inside it. You become the answer's subject, its target, and it gets more disorienting the deeper you go. Ask, what is truth? Receive. Truth is what remains when illusion falls away. And suddenly you're not just learning, you're being stripped. What illusions are you clinging to? What truths are you avoiding? The answer now demands honesty. The answer becomes a challenge. It's a strange reversal. You seek knowledge, but when the knowledge is real, it starts to seek you back. Why is that? Because true answers carry weight. They are not passive. They act. They change the shape of the one who holds them. They don't rest silently in your mind. They move through your being, slowly or violently, asking again and again. Now that you know, what will you do? This is the core of the paradox. We ask questions to gain power, control, certainty, but answers, real answers, make us vulnerable. They turn the tables. They shine a light not just on the world, but on us. They say, "Here is the truth. Are you ready for it to dismantle you?" That's why some people avoid real answers altogether, because they don't just inform, they demand. And in philosophy, this creates a loop. The question births an answer. The answer births a deeper question, and eventually, the line between the two blurs completely. There is no end, and maybe that's the truth behind all real answers. They are not final. They are portals, openings, invitations. You think you've reached the end, but you've only just arrived at the beginning of another dimension of the same question. So if you ever feel you've found the answer, listen closely, because it might already be questioning you. Who are you? It seems like a simple enough question. You might answer with your name, your role, your memories. You might point to your body, your personality, your beliefs. But the more closely you look, the more these answers begin to slip through your fingers. And that's where this paradox begins. What if the self you believe you are isn't actually you? Let's start with the basics. Your body changes constantly. Cells die and regenerate. Your face shifts. Your voice deepens or softens. The body you had 10 years ago is not the same one you carry now. And yet, you still say me as if something consistent remains. Then there's your mind, equally unstable. Thoughts rise and fall. Desires come and go. You contradict yourself, evolve, learn, forget. Your opinions change. Your beliefs shift. So what exactly is staying the same? What is the you that persists? You might say it's memory, but memory is unreliable. We misremember constantly. Memories fade, distort, even fabricate themselves. If the foundation of self is memory, and memory is untrustworthy, then what exactly are you standing on? And here comes the deeper twist. What if the self isn't one thing, but a story? A narrative stitched together from fragments of sensation, reflection, and imagination. A voice in your head constantly narrating, "I'm this, I like that, I don't do this, I believe in that." But who's writing that story? And more importantly, who's watching it unfold? The self begins to unravel when you realize you are not the voice in your head. You are the one listening to it. The moment you become aware of your thoughts, your emotions, your inner commentary, there's a separation. You are not the storm. You are the sky behind it, And that gap, that space between observer and observed, is where this paradox grows. Because if you can watch your thoughts, you are not your thoughts. If you can feel your emotions, you are not your emotions. If you can examine your identity, you are not that identity. So then, who are you? This is where things get unsettling, because when you peel back every layer of who you think you are, nothing stable remains. No fixed center, no eternal soul, no unchanging core, just awareness, a presence behind the mask that refuses to be defined. In some Eastern traditions, this is not a problem, it's the point. In Buddhism, for example, the concept of anatta suggests there is no fixed self. What we call I is a bundle of processes, perception, consciousness, sensation, always changing, always flowing, and the suffering comes when we try to hold onto the illusion of a fixed self. So maybe the self that isn't you is the one you defend, the one you project, the one you think will finally feel real if only you can prove it to the world. But underneath it all, there is something that doesn't need proving. It doesn't need a name. It doesn't even need identity. It just is. And here's the strange, liberating part of the paradox. You are not the self you think you are, and that's not a loss. That's freedom. Because if the self isn't you, then you are not trapped in any version of it. Not the failure, not the past, not the story. You are the awareness that witnesses all of it and survives untouched. And perhaps the greatest illusion is believing that the mask was ever your face. Stand in front of a mirror and it reflects you instantly, faithfully, effortlessly, but only once you're there. Only once light hits your body and bounces back into glass. It feels automatic, mechanical, logical. But now imagine a mirror that reflects you before you even arrive, before your foot steps into the room, before your shadow crosses the floor, before you even intend to walk toward it. You are already there, in reflection. What does that mean? This paradox feels like fantasy until you realize it's closer to your actual experience than you think. Your mind works like that mirror. It reflects not only what is, but what might be. It doesn't wait for reality. It predicts, anticipates, simulates. You walk into a room expecting a fight, and your body tenses before a word is spoken. You meet someone new, and within seconds, your brain sketches an identity for them before they've told you anything. You are seeing reflections before anything arrives. In psychology, this is called predictive processing. Your brain isn't just reacting, it's forecasting. It builds a model of the world based on prior experience, emotion, and memory. You don't perceive reality, you perceive your prediction of it. And when reality doesn't match, your brain adjusts the model, not always the belief. So the question becomes, when you look into a mirror, are you seeing yourself or your idea of yourself? Even deeper, are you ever not seeing through mirrors? You wake up with a narrative already running. I am this kind of person. I like these kinds of things. I'm anxious, I'm strong, I'm broken, I'm becoming. These reflections come not from the world, but from within, and they shape how you interpret everything outside you. They are projections, echoes of internal mirrors that are constantly reflecting before life even happens. The mirror becomes active. It shows not what is, but what should be, what might be, what you fear could be. And here's where the paradox warps. If your inner mirror is always reflecting ahead of reality, then how much of what you experience is already scripted? How much is shaped not by the present moment, but by the anticipation of it? You smile before the joke lands. You flinch before the threat appears. You dread a conversation that hasn't happened, and then, when it does, it unfolds exactly as you feared. Not because it was fated, but because your reflection warped the reality. You didn't meet the moment. You met your mirror, and the mirror was already reflecting. Now step further into the strange. What if the world itself functions like this mirror? Quantum physics has hinted at observer effects, where particles behave differently depending on whether they are watched, as if the act of observation shapes what is real, as if the mirror doesn't just reflect, but creates. What if your consciousness is the thing being reflected, and the universe is the mirror? You exist, you are aware, and in that awareness, a world forms. But where was the world before you arrived? Did it exist in the same way? Or was it always waiting to be reflected through? This isn't to say you invent reality, but perhaps like a mirror, you activate it. And maybe, like that mirror, it was already showing you before you ever showed up. So what happens when your reflection precedes your presence? You lose the illusion of being separate, of arriving, of beginning. You realize the image was always there, waiting for you to catch up. And just maybe, who you think you are isn't someone who stands in front of the mirror at all, but the reflection that's been there all along. You remember something, but it hasn't happened. Not a dream, not a fantasy, a feeling, a place, a conversation that has weight. You walk into a moment and know it. Not because you've lived it, but because some part of you already remembers it. Like an echo coming from the future. Like time has bled backward. This is déjà vu, but deeper. This paradox is not just about strange familiarity. It's about the idea that memory might not be anchored in the past, that your mind may store shadows of futures that were imagined so vividly, so deeply, they became indistinguishable from real events. But how can you remember what never occurred? Start with how memory actually works. You don't store experiences like files. You reconstruct them every time. You rebuild a memory from fragments, and the more often you remember it, the more it changes. It becomes less about what happened and more about what you believe happened. Now take that mechanism and point it forward. You imagine a future, a decision, a life. You picture the outcomes. You daydream. You worry. And in doing so, you begin to assign emotional weight to those visions. Your body reacts, your brain stores traces, and when that future doesn't come to pass, the residue of it lingers, like a ghost of something you were supposed to live. And sometimes, that ghost feels more real than what actually happened. This is the memory of a future that never was. It can be haunting. The life you could have had, the person you almost became, the chance you almost took. They imprint themselves on your psyche like parallel lives you touched, but never stepped into. And when the present doesn't align with them, it creates a rift, a longing, a nostalgia for something that never existed. But here's the twist. Even imagined futures have consequences. Your nervous system doesn't always distinguish between what's real and what's vividly imagined. Stress, excitement, grief, they can all be triggered by things that never occurred. So your body remembers futures it never experienced. Your soul mourns timelines that dissolved before they began. And sometimes, without realizing it, you live in service to those futures, making decisions based not on the moment, but on an echo of what could have been. This bends the arrow of time, because memory, traditionally, is a backward-facing function. It's how we maintain continuity. But what if memory is more flexible than that? What if time, at the level of consciousness, loops or folds in ways that the linear world cannot explain. In some interpretations of quantum theory, time is not a straight line. Events can be entangled across timelines. Cause and effect blur. The future can, in theory, influence the present, just as the past does. A particle measured now can affect the outcome of a particle somewhere else, instantly. So what if your consciousness isn't bound to a one-way timeline either? What if your mind touches fragments of possibility, lives you never lived, futures that branched and died in silence? And what if those fragments leave behind memories, even if their source was never real? It's a terrifying and beautiful idea that you carry the weight of unborn futures, that you remember roads you never walked, that grief is not only for what you've lost, but for what you never got to find. And maybe memory is not about the past at all. Maybe memory is simply the imprint left behind by significance, regardless of direction, regardless of whether it ever happened. Logic is supposed to be stable, grounded, the anchor for thought in a chaotic world. It's the foundation beneath reason, debate, science, and systems, the one tool we trust to navigate uncertainty. But what happens when logic turns inward and forgets itself? This paradox isn't about a contradiction in logic. It's about logic losing track of its own foundation, a kind of mental recursion where the very system we use to make sense of things begins to eat its own tail. At first, it sounds theoretical, but it isn't. You've likely felt it. It happens when you try to explain something so thoroughly that the explanation dissolves into confusion. You keep peeling back the layers of why, only to realize you're circling the same assumptions, or worse, you realize your conclusion was built on a premise you unknowingly discarded halfway through. You've constructed a logical bridge, suspended in midair. Take any deep philosophical question. Why is there something rather than nothing? Or what is consciousness? You begin with logic. You break it down. You analyze. But eventually, you reach a point where logic itself seems insufficient. It fails to produce answers, not because the question is flawed, but because logic wasn't built to contain it. This is logic forgetting its limits, forgetting itself. It's like trying to understand the edge of the universe using a ruler made inside it. The tool cannot measure what it was never designed to reach. Yet we still try, because we've been told that logic is the key to all understanding. But what if logic has blind spots? What if it can't always see the assumptions it rests on? Kurt Gödel proved this in mathematics with his incompleteness theorems. In any consistent, logical system, there are statements that are true but cannot be proven within that system. Logic, in its purest form, contains truths it cannot touch. That's the paradox. Logic must rely on things outside itself, intuition, perception, axioms, to function. But the moment it tries to analyze those things, it begins to unravel. Yas becomes self-consuming, a hall of mirrors. You start with logic to find truth and end up lost in a loop. This is why ancient mystics often dismissed reason. Not because they were anti-intellectual, but because they saw where logic collapsed. They recognized that the deepest truths, like the nature of being or the experience of self, exist before logic, outside logic, or beyond it. Yet we cling to it. Because logic feels safe. It gives structure. It organizes chaos. But when logic forgets that it's built on invisible scaffolding, on assumptions, on chosen rules, it begins to crumble. Consider artificial intelligence. We build systems of logic and feed them data, but even the most advanced models don't understand. They simulate patterns. They reflect structure. But meaning, intent, awareness, these fall outside the reach of computation. Logic is powerful, but it is not all-encompassing. And when we pretend it is, when we ask it to carry questions it was never designed to hold, it doesn't just fail. It forgets itself. It begins to behave like the thing it was meant to prevent: confusion. And perhaps this is the secret most philosophers whisper but few dare to say aloud, that at the edge of all logic is something that cannot be reasoned with, something that must be felt, known, lived, something that makes sense only once you stop trying. We assume the real is stronger than the imaginary. That reality, being tangible, factual, measurable, holds more weight than anything made up in the mind. Reality is where we wake up. Imagination is where we wander. But what if it's not that? Simple? What if the real can sometimes feel less than the imaginary? Not just emotionally, but fundamentally. This paradox asks a disturbing question. What if the world we imagine carries more depth, more presence, and more influence than the world we live in? Think of this. You've stood in a place you once dreamed of. Some city, some moment, some reunion, and it feels flat. It doesn't live up to the mental version. You imagined how it would unfold, how it would feel, how the light would fall just right, how the person would look at you, and then reality arrives. Muted, awkward, underwhelming. And that imagined version, it won't let go. It still feels more alive. Why? Because the mind doesn't just picture things, it inhabits them. It adds color where life is gray. It fills silences with meaning. It slows time down when you need it to. The imagination isn't just a playground, it's a universe builder. And sometimes, the world it builds is more vivid than the one you can touch. This becomes especially unsettling when you realize how often the imaginary governs your life. You fear outcomes that haven't occurred. You rehearse conversations that never happen. You mourn futures that never existed. You shape your choices not around what is, but what you think might be. And those imagined versions of reality shape your emotional truth far more than the actual moment ever could. Here's the deeper paradox. Reality has limits. Imagination doesn't. Reality is bound by gravity, consequence, time. Imagination floats. It rewrites. It loops and expands and never needs permission. So when something is deeply felt, even if it's not real, it often imprints more strongly than something you actually experienced. A fictional story can break you open more than the facts of your day. A memory of something that didn't happen can still bring tears. A song can conjure an entire world you've never lived, and yet it feels familiar. And so, the line blurs between what happened and what was imagined, between what's tangible and what's meaningful. In philosophy, this echoes Plato's allegory of the cave, where shadows on the wall are mistaken for reality. But perhaps in our time, the opposite is true. Perhaps we're not just mistaking illusions for reality. Perhaps we're choosing them, because the real is limited, but the imaginary gives us everything we need. There's a danger in this. When what's imagined becomes more compelling than what's real, we begin to retreat into fantasies, into digital versions of ourselves, into nostalgia for futures that never came. Reality begins to feel insufficient, dull, not enough, and that hunger grows, not for truth, but for a version of truth that feels more real than reality. But maybe that's what makes us human, not our ability to measure what is, but to create what isn't, and feel it so deeply that it begins to take on the weight of existence. So then, what is more real? the moment you lived, or the world you imagined living? And if the imagined one still echoes through your thoughts, shapes your choices, haunts your heart, was it ever really less? We speak of freedom as liberation. Freedom from control, from confinement, from expectation. It's the power to choose, to move, to define your own path. It is often painted as the ultimate human ideal. But what if freedom itself becomes a kind of trap? What if you're not imprisoned by rules, but by the absence of them? This paradox, the freedom you cannot escape, asks a haunting question. What happens when you are so free, you become trapped in choice? Imagine standing in a hallway with infinite doors. Every door leads to a new life, a new identity, a new experience. None of them are locked. You're completely free, and yet you freeze. Because the sheer weight of that freedom is unbearable. Which one is the right one? What if you choose wrong? What if you regret it? What if you never find your way back? Suddenly, what looked like liberation becomes paralysis. This is the paradox. You are free, but the freedom itself is suffocating. You want direction. You want guidance. You want meaning. But all you have is endless possibility, and it's not the gift you thought it would be. In modern life, this plays out everywhere. You can reinvent yourself at any time. You can move across the world. You can change your beliefs, your body, your identity. You can pursue thousands of paths, and yet, levels of anxiety, depression, and existential dread are rising. Because choice, too much of it, can feel like drowning. And in a strange twist, you may begin to long for limits. Structure, boundaries, something to push against, a container to make meaning possible. This is not a rejection of freedom. It's an acknowledgement of its hidden burden. Because to be truly free means to carry the full responsibility of your life. Every decision, every outcome, every failure and success, all yours, no one to blame, no authority to fall back on. And that kind of freedom can feel like isolation. Sartre called it condemned to be free. A condition where humans, having no preordained essence or purpose, must define themselves through action, completely and constantly. And that burden can be overwhelming. Because freedom means you can't hide behind fate. You can't blame the system. You can't pretend you didn't choose. Even not choosing is a choice. So the freedom you cannot escape is not about laws or chains. It's about the terrifying truth that you are responsible for your existence. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. There is no external force to fight. No jailer to confront, only the infinite mirror of your own potential. And when you look into it, what do you see? Do you find empowerment or existential vertigo? Because if you are completely free, then nothing is stopping you, except you. Words shape our world. They give form to the formless, boundaries to thought, and structure to experience. We name things to know them. We describe pain to process it. We use language not just to communicate, but to exist. But what happens when a word exists that cannot be spoken, not because it's forgotten, not because it's forbidden, but because the moment you try to say it, it dissolves, becomes something else, evaporates under the heat of attention. This is the paradox of the word that can't be spoken. It's not about censorship. It's not about mystery. It's about the limits of language itself. Some things live beyond words. Some experiences cannot be captured, only hinted at. Some truths shrink the moment you try to fit them into syllables. Think of love at its most raw, grief at its deepest, a spiritual experience, a sudden knowing, the birth of your child, the death of a parent, The moment of absolute stillness when nothing is wrong, but you still feel like breaking. You try to describe it, but what comes out feels wrong, inadequate, smaller than the moment deserved, because language is a net, and some things are too fluid to be caught. Philosophy, too, has run up against this wall. In Taoism, it's written, "The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao." The moment you describe the way, it's no longer the way. Language pins down what was meant to remain in motion. Mystics, poets, and thinkers across cultures have whispered the same thing. There are truths that shatter in the mouth, realities that can only be known by being lived. The word that can't be spoken is a symbol of all that escapes articulation, and yet we try. We write books, we build doctrines, we build languages on top of languages, but in the end, the most profound things remain unspoken, not because we are unwilling, but because the act of speaking reduces them, makes them small, makes them graspable, and perhaps they were never meant to be grasped. This leads to an unsettling realization. If our deepest truths can't be spoken, then maybe our most important understandings will always remain locked in silence. And so we walk through life carrying unsayable knowledge. You felt this. That feeling when someone asks how you're doing, and you say fine because there's no word for the ocean inside you. That ache of knowing something so real, so vast, and being unable to bring it into the world. It is not failure. It is the nature of the thing itself. Some words are too alive to be spoken, and this is the heart of the paradox. The most meaningful word may be the one you cannot say, the one that exists not in your voice, but in your silence, not on your tongue, but in your being. So next time someone asks you to explain what you've lived, and no words come, remember, some things are too true for language, and some truths speak loudest through what we never say. You walk through your life under the impression that you are the observer. You see, you notice, you evaluate. You are the conscious witness to your own experience. But what if you are being observed too? Not by others, not by society, but by something within you, something you can never see, never touch, never point to, yet it sees everything. This is the paradox of the invisible observer that sees all. It sounds spiritual, maybe even mythic, but it begins with a simple awareness. There is a part of you that watches, not just the world, but you. It sees your thoughts arise. It notices your reactions. It observes your decisions, even as you make them. And strangely, this part never speaks. It doesn't judge. It doesn't intervene. It just watches. Who or what is it? In meditation, it's often called the witness. In philosophy, it appears as pure consciousness. In ancient mysticism, it's the soul. But no matter what name it's given, the experience is the same. Behind the shifting sands of thought and identity, something remains still, unseen, yet aware. You might try to turn and face it, but the moment you do, you're still using the same awareness to look, like a camera trying to photograph itself. You cannot see the observer, because it is what's doing the seeing, and that's where the paradox sharpens. How can something be everywhere in your awareness, and yet be invisible to it? How can it track every flicker of your inner world, yet never reveal itself? You might think of it as the mind watching the mind, but even that's not quite right. It's not thought observing thought. It's the presence behind thought, the one that existed before identity, before memory, before belief. It has no face, no name, no personality, and yet it has always been there, watching from behind the scenes, unmoving as the drama of life unfolds. And here's the strangest part. This invisible observer seems to exist outside of time. When you reflect on who you were years ago, you may say, "I've changed." Your body changed. Your mind changed. Your values, your behaviors, your entire identity changed. But the awareness of those changes didn't. It was constant, watching it all happen. So what is it? And why does it feel both you and not you? Maybe it's not meant to be understood, but inhabited. Not something to analyze, but something to fall into. Because the more you try to define it, the further it slips away. Like silence, like stillness, like the wind inside the breath. Some have suggested it is the true self. Others say it is a trick of the brain, but the experience remains unmistakable. And perhaps that's the real mystery, that something so central to your being remains forever out of reach, invisible, unnamed, and yet somehow always watching. Pain is supposed to hurt. It's supposed to signal injury, trauma, violation, an alarm that something is wrong. We flinch, cry, bleed, withdraw. Pain brings clarity. It's impossible to ignore. It demands to be felt. But what if pain no longer feels like anything? What if you carry wounds so deep they slip beneath sensation? So buried, so quiet, they no longer scream, but hum in the background of your life. This is the paradox of pain that feels nothing. It is not the absence of pain. It's the presence of it without feeling. A numbness that still shapes you. A silence that still stings. It begins in moments where you should feel something. Grief, heartbreak, rage. But instead there's only emptiness, like your emotions shut down before they could even reach you. Like your body remembered what it used to feel, but no longer trusts you to survive it again. You smile when you should cry. You laugh when you should break. You go still because feeling. Anything might shatter what's left. This is not healing, it is survival. Psychology calls this dissociation, a defense mechanism. When the nervous system is overwhelmed, it retreats. Feeling becomes dangerous, so the mind shuts off access. You're still functioning, still walking, still talking. But something crucial goes dark. You're not in pain. You are pain. And there's no one inside to feel it anymore. The paradox deepens when this kind of pain lingers unnoticed. You don't recognize it as suffering because it doesn't hurt in the traditional sense. It doesn't burn. It hollows. It doesn't scream. It echoes. You find yourself detached from your own story, as if the life you're living belongs to someone else. You remember crying once, but now even tears feel like a memory. And yet, the pain is still writing your script. It's in the choices you don't make, the relationships you keep at a distance, the joy you never fully let in. It's in your silence, your hesitation, your numb routines. And here's the terrifying truth. Pain that feels nothing can be more dangerous than pain that screams, because it doesn't ask for help. It doesn't look like suffering. It looks like withdrawal, like passivity, like stillness, like quiet lives lived under heavy fog. And so it remains, unchallenged, invisible. There's another angle to this paradox too. Sometimes people endure so much pain that their threshold becomes warped. They walk through agony. Others would collapse, under, and barely flinch. Their pain is real. Their history is raw. but they've carried it so long it doesn't register as pain anymore. It just is. But absence of feeling is not absence of damage. Imagine a person with nerve damage. They don't feel the cut, but the wound still bleeds. The infection still spreads. Just because the pain doesn't hurt doesn't mean it's harmless. And in that silence, a person can quietly unravel. So how do you treat pain that can't be felt? You begin not by chasing emotion, but by noticing the silence. You look for the spaces where feeling should be. You listen for what's missing. You trace the outlines of the ache, not with logic, but with attention. You recognize that numbness is not emptiness. It is blocked intensity. And sometimes the first feeling to return is fear, or grief, or overwhelming sorrow. Not because something new has broken, but because you finally stopped bracing for it. Because the pain was always there, waiting. And once it's seen, once it's honored, once it's allowed to hurt again, it begins to loosen its grip. So the paradox begins to resolve. Pain that feels nothing isn't absence. It's presence in hiding. Choice is freedom. It represents control, autonomy, the ability to shape your path. To choose is to assert yourself. To say, this is mine. This is my will. We treat choice as power, the very essence of being human. But what happens when you're presented with a choice and no real options? This is the paradox of the choice with no options. You are told you can choose. You are made to believe that your path is yours to decide. But every available direction leads to the same outcome. Or worse, each option betrays something vital in you, and still, you must choose. This isn't just hypothetical. You've likely felt it before. You're at a crossroads in life. 2 jobs, neither of which fulfill you. 2 relationships, neither of which feel like home. Stay or leave. Speak or stay silent. Fight or surrender. On the surface, it looks like you have options. But inside, every path feels wrong. Every door leads to some kind of loss. And yet, choosing nothing is also a choice. You can't escape it. In these moments, freedom becomes illusion. The menu is long, but the food is all the same. You're trapped in the shell of decision-making, even as the soul of it is missing. It's like being offered 2 colors, black or darker black, and being told to pick your favorite. But the paradox goes deeper. Sometimes, the illusion of choice is more dangerous than the lack of it. When you're told you have agency, but none of the options honor who you are, it creates internal conflict. You blame yourself for what's not yours to carry. You question your judgment. You think, why can't I choose right? But the truth is, none of the choices were designed for you to thrive. It becomes psychological warfare. This dynamic is seen in societal systems. You vote, but all candidates feel the same. You follow rules that were never made with your survival in mind. You grow up in a culture that offers freedom on paper, while narrowing your real possibilities to a rigid, quiet life. The choice is there, on display, but the options are hollow. And sometimes, the illusion of many choices hides the fact that the system itself is the cage. You are choosing between forms of containment, not escape. The paradox sharpens when you begin to realize that some of the most important choices in your life felt like options, but were never really up to you. You didn't choose your childhood, your trauma, your genetics, the moment of your birth, the things that shaped you before you had language. And yet you're expected to make choices now, as if you were never shaped by the ones you never got to make. And here's the most painful part. Sometimes, even the act of choosing is used against you. You made your bed. Lie in it. You had a choice. You decided this. But did you? Did you really have options? Or did you have conditions? Did you really choose? Or did you respond the only way you knew how? This paradox doesn't just question the structure of decisions. It questions the foundation of what we call free will. If every choice is shaped by a past you didn't choose, if every path is paved with someone else's expectations, if every freedom is bounded by invisible lines, then is it really a choice? And yet, this isn't a cry for helplessness. There's a strange liberation in facing this paradox. Because once you recognize that not all choices are real, you can stop blaming yourself for what was never yours to control. You can grieve the options you never had. And then, just maybe, you can begin to create new ones. Not from the options you're handed, but from the ones you dare to imagine. Because sometimes the only real choice is refusing the illusion of choice and building your own door. Memory is slippery. It bends, fades, reshapes, but we trust it because it feels real. We recall moments, conversations, glances, sensations, and those recollections feel like concrete pieces of our past. We build our identities around them. I am who I am because of what I've experienced. But what if some of those experiences never actually happened? What if they feel real, but aren't? This is the paradox of the experience that never happened. On the surface, it sounds like simple forgetfulness or error, but it's far stranger and far more unsettling than that. It's not forgetting what happened. It's remembering something with vivid detail that never occurred. Psychologists call it a false memory. Neurologically, the brain can misfire. It can stitch together images, feelings, and fragments of unrelated events into something cohesive, something that feels like it happened. It becomes embedded in your narrative. You remember the look in someone's eyes. You remember a birthday that didn't go the way it actually did. You remember being hurt by someone who may never have said what you think they said, and to your mind, it's all real. Now imagine this happening not once, but often. Tiny distortions scattered across your past. 1,000 slight errors in your mental timeline. What does that do to your sense of self? Because we don't just remember to remember. We remember to define ourselves. Our fears, our desires, our beliefs, all built on memory. If the foundation shifts, so does everything built upon it. It gets more surreal. Sometimes, people collectively remember things that never occurred. This is known as the Mandela effect. When large groups of people recall an event or detail that contradicts recorded reality. Did you really see that movie scene? Hear that quote? Watch that show end that way? Or was it a shared illusion? The line between memory and imagination begins to blur. But even deeper, what about emotional experiences? What if you carry trauma from something that never objectively happened? What if you love someone you think you knew, but the person in your memory never truly existed? And what if your body remembers more than your conscious mind? This is where it becomes more than psychological. It becomes existential. Because if experience can be fabricated by the brain, if emotion can attach itself to false events, if your mind can insert entire moments into your story that never unfolded, then what is experience really? Is it the event itself or the impact it leaves behind? Consider this. An imagined betrayal can create real heartbreak. A fabricated success can fill you with real pride. A dream can leave you shaken for hours, even days. None of it happened in the world outside, but within you, it left a scar or a light. So do experiences need to be real to be real? This paradox asks you to confront the fragility of your timeline. To admit that your inner world might be built not just on what happened, but what you believe happened. And that belief might not be accurate, and maybe that's okay. Because reality, as you live it, is not a raw stream of objective facts. It's a narrative. A constructed story shaped by perception, emotion, culture, memory. So maybe the experiences that never happened still carry truth. Emotional truth, symbolic truth, reflective truth. Maybe they show us who we are, even if the events themselves are phantoms. But the paradox cuts both ways. If your mind can create experiences that never occurred, how can you be sure that what you remember isn't quietly rewriting itself right now? And if your most defining memories are unstable, then who are you, really? A story, a dream, a mosaic of moments, some true, some invented, woven into meaning. And in that mosaic, even the experiences that never happened still shape the person who did. Time is the great forward march, constant, unrelenting. We say it heals, we say it kills, we say it never stops. It waits for no one. But if time is so steady, why does it feel like it pauses? This is the paradox. Time that waits for no one, but pauses anyway. Not in clocks, not in physics, in you. Think of a moment when everything stopped. Maybe it was a tragedy, a kiss, a near-death experience, a profound silence. The world kept moving. Cars drove by, seconds ticked on, people breathed. But inside you, time froze. Awareness sharpened. Everything became still. That wasn't your imagination. That was your experience of time. And so the paradox deepens. Time doesn't change, but your relationship with it does. This isn't just poetic, it's backed by science. Our perception of time warps constantly. In danger, time slows down. In boredom, it drags. In joy, it vanishes. In trauma, it fragments. A single moment can stretch across your mind like hours. A year can disappear into a blur of sameness. Time feels absolute, but it's deeply personal. It's strange, isn't it? We carry time inside us, yet we measure it outside of us. We follow the ticking of the clock, assuming that's what's real. But your internal clock doesn't tick. It flows, it pulses, it feels. There are days that stretch on forever and seconds that last a lifetime. There are mornings that vanish and nights that refuse to end. Time, in that sense, becomes subjective. And if it can be bent by experience, then is it really constant? Imagine someone in grief. Everyone tells them, time will pass, it will get better. But to them, time has collapsed. The days blur or stretch endlessly. The present feels frozen. The future feels unreachable. Time isn't moving, it's looping, folding, shattering. Time hasn't waited, but it has paused. Or think of falling in love. Time disappears. Hours feel like minutes. There's no future or past, just now. The world keeps moving, but your perception narrows, centers, deepens. You're no longer inside time, you're inside a moment that won't let go. Time hasn't paused, but it has stopped mattering. And this is the core of the paradox. Time doesn't wait for you. It doesn't care. It moves with perfect apathy. But your experience of it is filled with emotion, memory, fear, beauty. You feel time in ways clocks can't measure. So when time pauses, it's not the world that stops. It's you returning to the raw present. It's the illusion of time falling away, revealing a moment so powerful it resists the current. That's why certain memories are frozen in clarity. You know exactly where you were, what you were wearing, how the air smelled, because in those seconds, time cracked. It let you step outside its flow. It carved a space that still echoes. But there's more. In deep meditation, practitioners report, losing all sense of time, hours pass unnoticed. There is no before, no after, only awareness, no ticking, no aging, just presence. And in that presence, time pauses. Not physically, but experientially. So maybe time doesn't wait for you, but your awareness waits within time. And when it slows, stops, or sharpens, it's not the world that changed. It's that you arrived, completely. And that's the strange truth. Time will never stop, but you will. In certain moments, in certain silences, in certain truths, you will pause, and the universe will still move around you. But inside, everything will go still. The mind is the tool we use to understand everything. It solves problems, forms ideas, dreams, remembers, analyzes, judges. It reaches backward into memory and forward into imagination. It builds cities, writes philosophies, creates entire worlds. But for all its power, there's one thing it struggles with the most: itself. This is the paradox of the mind that can't think itself. You can use the mind to examine thoughts, emotions, even identity. But when you try to use it to fully grasp what it is, it slips away. Like a hand trying to grasp itself without a mirror. Like an eye trying to look at itself directly. No matter how close you get, there's always something missing. Some part of the mind that escapes the mind's reach. It's not for lack of trying. For thousands of years, thinkers and scientists have tried to locate the core of consciousness. Is it the brain, the soul, the body, the sum of experience? But no matter how advanced the study, the mystery remains. Because to study the mind using the mind is to chase your own shadow. There's no outside perspective, no neutral ground. You're always standing inside the system you're trying to understand. The observer is also the observed, and that creates a kind of loop, a strange feedback that can never fully close. You ask, "Who am I?" The mind answers, "I am me." You ask, "Who is the one asking?" And suddenly, you're lost in a hall of mirrors. You can think about thinking. You can think about feeling. But who or what is the thinker? Try to hold it. Try to isolate the exact place where you exist. The more you look, the more diffuse it becomes. This is not just philosophy, it's experiential. Sit still. Observe your thoughts. Watch them arise, change, pass away. With enough stillness, you'll notice something strange. You can see the thought, but you're not the thought. You can feel the emotion, but you're not the emotion. You can watch the mind move, but you are not the movement. Then who's watching? The mind can simulate, reflect, analyze, but it cannot contain itself entirely. There's always a layer it can't see, a depth it can't access, because that layer is what allows thought to happen in the first place. The foundation can't stand on itself. The paradox intensifies when you consider self-awareness. We believe humans are special because we are aware of our awareness. But that awareness is also limited. We can describe what we think, but we can't fully describe how we think. We can observe our attention, but not the root of attention itself. There is a place where language ends, where logic cannot follow. And there, the mind meets its edge. Some philosophers argue that this edge, the inability of the mind to fully grasp itself, is what gives rise to mystery, to religion, to art. Because when faced with the limits of intellect, humans don't collapse. They create, they imagine, they surrender. Others argue that this paradox is evidence that consciousness is not purely mechanical, that something deeper animates thought, something we might never be able to explain, because we are it. And if you are what you're trying to understand, then how can you ever truly know? It's like trying to taste your own tongue, or trying to jump over your own shadow. So what can we do with this paradox? We can stop trying to trap the mind in a box of certainty. We can let go of the obsession to solve consciousness. And instead, we can observe it, live it, be humbled by it. Because maybe the mind doesn't need to think itself to be real. Maybe its inability to do so is the very proof that it's more than thought. A door is a promise. It suggests transition, an entrance to somewhere else, a passage from one state to another, a threshold between what is and what could be. Every door carries a silent invitation. Go through and discover what waits on the other side. But what if the door leads nowhere? What if you open it and there's nothing? No room, no space, no purpose, just the shell of movement without a destination. This is the paradox of the door with no room. It starts as a metaphor, but quickly becomes existential. We've all moved through stages in life thinking something was waiting for us. A job, a relationship, a belief system. We walked through with hope, conviction, certainty. But when we arrived, there was emptiness, not failure, not rejection, just nothing. The door was real, but the room never existed. This happens more often than we admit. You strive for a goal, thinking it will change everything. You fight to enter a new chapter, only to realize it wasn't a chapter at all. Just a space that looked like it had meaning, until you stepped into it. And now you're left with a question more uncomfortable than regret. What now? The door, metaphorically, becomes effort, ambition, forward motion. But when there's no room, no fulfillment, no transformation, you're left floating in a space between expectation and reality. Why does this happen? Because we often project meaning where there is none. We assume all movement leads to growth, that every opening leads to arrival, that there's always a next thing to walk into. But some things, some people, some beliefs, some decisions are just doors, hollow, unattached. They mimic the form of progress, but contain no depth. And here's where it gets deeper. Sometimes we build doors with no rooms behind them. We create options, choices, paths, not because they lead somewhere, but because we're afraid to stand still. The appearance of direction comforts us. The illusion of progress soothes the anxiety of being lost. But that illusion is costly, because when you walk through enough doors that lead nowhere, you begin to doubt whether any of them were ever real. And slowly, you stop opening them at all. You begin to assume that all possibility is empty, that hope is decoration, that nothing on the other side is ever worth the step. That's when the paradox tightens its grip. You now stand before a new door, one that might lead to everything you've ever wanted. A true room, a real space. But because of the ones before, you hesitate. The emptiness of previous rooms follows you like a ghost. And you wonder, is this just another threshold to nowhere? And sometimes you don't walk through. Not because the room isn't there, but because the memory of the ones that weren't has convinced you that none ever will be. So what do? You pause. You stop looking for the room to justify the door, and you start asking, why did I want to open this at all? Because sometimes the journey matters more than the arrival. Sometimes the act of opening is the point, not what waits on the other side. Some doors exist not to take you somewhere, but to remind you that movement is possible. And some doors, when opened, don't reveal rooms, but mirrors. They show you what you've carried inside, the expectations you've projected, the fears you've hidden, the meanings you've assigned to spaces that were always empty. So the paradox turns. The door leads nowhere, but walking through it still changes you, because maybe the room you were looking for was never behind the door. Maybe it was the act of stepping forward despite not knowing. Maybe you were the room all along. Reality is supposed to be the final ground, the last stop. The thing we fall back on when imagination fails and illusions dissolve. It's the anchor, the hard floor we hit when we try to float too far from what is. But what if reality itself begins to deny that it exists? What if the closer you look at the world, the less real it becomes? This is the paradox of a reality that denies its own existence. At first, it sounds like a trick of language or thought, but the deeper you go, the more it begins to eat away at the foundation of everything you know. Start with matter. You were taught that the world is made of solid things, objects, particles, atoms. But modern physics says otherwise. The closer scientists look into the fabric of reality, the more it breaks down into probabilities. Particles exist in states of uncertainty. Observation changes what's observed. Even space and time, once thought to be absolutes, warp under certain conditions. So what are we touching? What are we standing on? What is this thing we call real? And if reality depends on us observing it to behave a certain way, then is it really there on its own? Or does it require us to believe in it for it to function? That's where the paradox tightens. Reality looks stable from a distance, but dissolves under scrutiny. Now go inward. Your perception of reality is filtered through the mind, through language, through culture, through emotion. Nothing is raw. You don't experience the world directly. You experience your interpretation of it. You walk through your own projection of what's happening, shaped by memories, expectations, and unconscious patterns. And that version? It's not stable either. Your brain edits your perception constantly. It fills in gaps. It creates continuity where there is none. It filters out 99% of sensory data so you're not overwhelmed. What you call reality is a curated hallucination designed to keep you functional. So again, what's real? It gets even more fragile. In dreams, you feel real pain, real fear, real joy, until you wake up. Then, it vanishes like smoke. But during the dream, there was no doubt. It was real to you. So how can you be sure this isn't just another layer of dream? That thought isn't new. Philosophers have asked it for centuries. Descartes famously wondered whether an evil demon might be tricking him into believing the world existed. In more modern terms, we ask, what if we're in a simulation? It sounds far-fetched. But if reality behaves like code at a quantum level, if we can't observe particles without changing them, if perception is this malleable, then how can we rule it out? And here's the most disorienting part. Even if it is a simulation, or a dream, or an illusion, it doesn't matter, because it's the only one we have. The only reality we can ever know is the one we can't fully prove. It's like a story that refuses to admit it's fiction, or a stage that won't acknowledge the audience. Reality performs itself, but never breaks character. You reach out to touch it, and it pulls away. You define it, and it changes shape. You try to hold it, and it disappears behind your definition. This is what makes the paradox so unsettling. Reality is the one thing you should be able to trust, and yet it constantly dissolves under your grasp. It denies being grasped. It resists being seen for what it is, like fog that thickens when you try to walk through it. So where does that leave you? Suspended between what seems real and what feels imagined, between what you touch and what touches back, and perhaps the only thing more mysterious than reality is your insistence that it should make sense at all. We're told from an early age that life needs a purpose, that without one, we drift. That meaning gives shape to existence. It's the engine behind our ambition, the compass that guides us through suffering, and the reason we get up in the morning. But what if purpose itself leads to nowhere? What if, no matter how grand, how noble, or how deeply believed, your purpose takes you in circles, never delivering what it promised? This is the paradox of a purpose that leads to nowhere. It begins subtly. You set a goal, you chase it, you sacrifice for it. Years pass, and then you get there. You arrive. You stand in the glow of the thing you believed would change everything. But instead of feeling fulfilled, you feel empty. You look around and realize the mountain peak wasn't a summit. It was a plateau, and beyond it, another peak, and another, and another. No arrival, no finish line, just motion dressed up as progress. We are creatures of forward motion. We can't help but strive. But sometimes, striving becomes a loop. You achieve the dream job, but it doesn't bring the joy you expected. You find the partner, but still feel lonely. You cross the finish line, and the applause fades too quickly. The purpose you believed would complete you quietly dissolves. Then a new purpose emerges, and the cycle repeats. This doesn't mean purpose is fake. It means it may not lead where we think it does. Purpose doesn't always deliver. Sometimes it distracts. Sometimes it exhausts. Sometimes it keeps us from the deeper questions. What are we avoiding by always chasing something? What happens if the purpose is just a placeholder? In some philosophies, this is the illusion of becoming, that we are always trying to become someone, more successful, more enlightened, more whole, because we cannot bear the weight of simply being. So we invent a purpose. We aim at a future. We build a ladder to climb, not to reach something, but to avoid the silence of now. And yet, no matter how far you climb, the ladder doesn't end. And worse, there's no wall it's leaning on, just air. That's where the paradox tightens. The very thing meant to give life meaning begins to consume it. You work harder, burn out faster, sacrifice your present for a future that keeps slipping further away. You say, once I achieve this, I'll rest. But by the time you get there, you've forgotten how to rest. Purpose becomes a trap disguised as freedom. Even noble purposes, helping others, creating beauty, changing the world, can unravel. Not because they aren't valuable, but because they may be tied to an identity that needs constant validation. You begin serving the idea of yourself rather than the truth of the world around you. You aren't living your purpose anymore. You're performing it. And here's the strangest part. When people lose their purpose, many report a strange kind of peace. The space opens up. The noise falls away. For the first time, they aren't racing toward meaning. They're simply being. And in that stillness, something deeper stirs. Not a purpose that leads somewhere, but a presence that needs nowhere to go. So maybe the question isn't, what is my purpose? Maybe it's, what if I didn't need one? Not because life is meaningless, but because meaning might not come from goals or roles or finish lines. Maybe it comes from noticing, from being here, really here, from realizing that everything you were rushing toward was always unfolding in front of you. And maybe the deepest purpose isn't to reach something, but to remember you were never incomplete to begin with. You walk past a stranger in a crowd. They brush by, eyes never meeting yours, and they vanish into the flow of people. You don't think twice. They mean nothing to you, just a blur, a background figure in your personal movie. But what if you could turn and follow them? Watch how they speak, how they love, how they cry when no one's looking. Would they still feel like a stranger? And what if, without ever realizing it, that stranger was you? This is the paradox of the stranger who is you. It begins with the unsettling realization that your identity is not as solid as it seems. Who you are changes depending on who you're with, what role you're playing, what emotion you're feeling. You're a different version of yourself to every person who knows you. To some, you're kind. To others, distant. To some, unforgettable. To others, completely invisible. So which one is the real you? Imagine seeing yourself from a great distance, not in a mirror, not in a photo, but as if you were watching your own life unfold like a film. Would you recognize yourself? Would your actions make sense? Would you still say, yes, that's me? Or would you feel like an observer of someone familiar, but foreign? The paradox gets sharper, because sometimes you do feel like a stranger to yourself. You make choices you don't understand. You hear your voice and it sounds disconnected. You react in ways that surprise even you. You look in the mirror and feel like the person staring back is someone else entirely. Like they lived a life you don't remember signing up for. So who are you really? Is your identity stable? Or are you just a collection of roles, habits, stories and memories, shifting with time, shaped by forces outside your control? As a child, you were one self. As a teenager, another. As an adult, perhaps many more. Each one believed it was the real you. Each one could barely understand the others. You evolved, but not always by choice. And perhaps the biggest illusion is thinking that there is a final version of you waiting to be discovered, as if peeling back enough layers will reveal a core. But maybe there is no core. Maybe you are made of change. Maybe your essence is not a fixed point, but a flickering presence, a stranger, always arriving, never quite settling. And if you feel like a stranger to yourself, what does that say about the people around you? The person sitting across from you, the friend you think you know, the partner you trust. Each of them is their own shifting universe. Each of them contains a version of themselves that even they don't fully understand. We meet people as fragments, as versions, and they meet us the same way. So maybe every person is a stranger, including yourself. But maybe that's not a tragedy. Maybe it's a kind of freedom. Because if you're a stranger to yourself, then you are not bound by any one identity. You are not fixed in your flaws or your stories. You are allowed to shift, to evolve, to wake up one day and realize you are someone new. And that's okay. And if the stranger is you, then you're also the mystery. You are the unknown, the undiscovered, the unspoken part of your own soul. And the journey is not to conquer that mystery, but to walk alongside it, to greet yourself again and again, to let the stranger inside you speak, because maybe the goal isn't to finally become yourself. Maybe it's to keep meeting yourself for the rest of your life. We live in a world of objects, chairs, phones, doors, trees, cups. We touch them, use them, name them. They exist, we say, because they are real, because they have form, mass, presence. But what if some of these objects exist only because we think they do? What if the object itself is just an idea pretending to be a thing? This is the paradox of the object that is only idea. Let's begin with something simple. Imagine a cup. You can hold it, drink from it, drop it. It's undeniably real, right? But when does it become a cup? Is it still a cup if it's broken into 5 pieces? What if it's a bowl with a handle, or a cylinder without a base? At what point does it lose its cupness? You begin to see that cup is not a thing, it's a concept. A label we apply based on usefulness, shape, and context. The object itself doesn't declare, "I am a cup." We decide that. The idea gives the object its identity, and that means the object isn't real in the way we thought. It's not just a thing. It's an idea wearing the costume of a thing. Now zoom out. Look at money. It feels very real. It runs the world. Wars are fought for it. Lives are shaped by it. But strip away the symbols, the paper, the numbers, the gold. And what is money? It's an agreement, a shared idea, a belief system so widely accepted that we no longer question it. But at its core, money is not an object. It is meaning, consensus, imagination. Remove the belief, and the object collapses. What else follows? This pattern: borders, nations, brands, value, even time, to a degree. These aren't physical laws, they are constructs. They exist because we agree they do. We build systems around them, but they are not objects. They are ideas pretending to be objects. This is what the paradox forces us to confront. That much of what we believe is concrete isn't. It's mental architecture. It feels like the world is filled with solid structures, but many are illusions made real through collective belief. This isn't to say they're meaningless. Illusions can still shape behavior. Fiction can still change lives. But when you forget that the object is just an idea, you become trapped. You treat what is flexible as fixed. You fight over things that don't actually exist outside of agreement. And this gets personal too. Think about identity. Are you your job, your title, your status? These are objects in the mind. Positions, labels, ideas. You wear them, but they are not you. And yet, many live and die by them. They defend them like they are physical territory. But you can't touch your identity. You can't weigh your status. You can't measure your worth in inches. They are not objects. They are ideas. And once you see this, everything becomes lighter. Not because it loses importance, but because you realize you don't have to be chained to something that isn't actually solid. You can rewrite the object by changing the idea. That's power. Because maybe what we think of as reality is actually a web of thought, ideas solidified over time, hardened into the illusion of substance. But when you tap them, they ring hollow, not because they're empty, but because they echo with imagination. So the paradox stands: you are surrounded by objects, but many of them aren't real. They are ideas so deeply believed that they take shape in the world. And when belief changes, so does the object. Maybe that's not failure. Maybe that's magic. Maybe the world is more dream than we want to admit. You forget things every day. Names, places, emotions, even entire chapters of your life. We accept forgetting as a natural part of being human. Memories fade, details blur, and time takes what it wants. But what happens when you forget? Nothing. Not as in remembering everything, but literally forgetting a nothing, an absence, a void, a silence that once existed and is now gone, not remembered, not noticed, not missed. This is the paradox of the nothing that was forgotten. At first glance, it sounds meaningless. How can you forget nothing? Isn't forgetting tied to something once known? But that's precisely what makes this paradox so unsettling. It invites you to consider that even emptiness can be lost, that we can forget what never occurred, that there are absences in our lives we've stopped noticing. Think of the moments that could have happened, but didn't. The words never spoken, the risks never taken, the paths never walked. You don't remember those. You can't, because they never took shape, but they still echo in you. A relationship that never began, a goodbye that was never said, a truth you almost admitted, but swallowed instead. These were nothings, and they were real. They shaped who you became, just as much as what did happen. And over time, you forgot them. Not because they were resolved, but because they were never acknowledged in the first place. You forgot the absence, you forgot the space, and yet you carry it. That ache you can't quite name, that restlessness in quiet moments, that sense that something is missing, even when everything seems fine, that might be the nothing that was forgotten. Our minds are designed to focus on content, on what is. We recall what we touched, heard, saw, and felt. But absence isn't easily stored. You don't remember the silence in a room unless it was broken. You don't recall what didn't happen unless it was supposed to. So we live surrounded by forgotten nothings, unspoken truths, abandoned dreams, lifetimes we almost lived. And here's where the paradox turns sharper. Sometimes what we forget forgets us back. That nothing, whatever it was, no longer knocks. It no longer whispers. It no longer lingers at the edge of thought. It vanishes, and we continue on, unaware that part of our story is built on blank space. But does forgetting and nothing mean it never mattered? Or does it mean it mattered more than we could handle? Psychologists talk about implicit memory, experiences that shape us even though we can't consciously recall them. Early neglect, missed connections, the emotional weather of a childhood. Room, you might not remember it, but it's still there, shaping your nervous system, your relationships, your reflexes. These are forgotten nothings, voids that left fingerprints. And perhaps that's what this paradox is really about. Not just forgetting what never happened, but being shaped by it, defined by gaps, haunted by absences, moved by what was never there. We spend so much time trying to remember what matters. But maybe we should also ask, what have I forgotten that never even arrived? What empty space has shaped me? What silence do I carry like a ghost? Because the story of your life isn't just what happened, it's also what didn't. And those empty places, the ones you no longer notice, they are part of you. They always were. We expect explanations to bring clarity, to shine light where there was once confusion. When something doesn't make sense, we ask for a reason, and we believe that reason will untangle the knot. But what happens when the explanation is the confusion? This is the paradox of the paradox that explains itself. It begins with a sentence that folds in on itself. Something like, "This statement is false." If it's true, then it's false. But if it's false, then it must be true. It explains itself, but in doing so, destroys itself. The more you try to understand it, the more it resists understanding. And yet, the act of resisting is its meaning. The paradox doesn't just point at a contradiction, it is the contradiction. And somehow, that is the explanation. You've now entered a space where language becomes a mirror hall, and every reflection distorts the one before it. This isn't just wordplay. You felt this in your life, moments where the answer to your confusion only deepened your confusion, where someone explained their behavior and their words made sense, but felt wrong, where the logic checked out, but the intuition whispered, "This isn't it." Sometimes the most complicated things explain themselves by looping endlessly. You don't need more detail. You need to stop expecting resolution, because some things aren't broken, they're just built to spin. A paradox that explains itself doesn't give you peace. It gives you a pattern, and in that pattern is the message. Not all questions want answers. Some questions want your attention. Some contradictions are not problems to be solved, but mirrors to be studied. In philosophy, this is everywhere. Zeno's paradox says, you can never reach your destination, because you must always get halfway there first, and there's always a halfway. But of course, in real life, you do arrive. The paradox isn't wrong. It's pointing out the limits of your framework. It explains itself by showing you that explanation has limits. In mathematics, Gödel's incompleteness theorems say that in any consistent system, there are truths that cannot be proven, not because they're false, but because the system can't explain them without breaking itself. That's not a flaw. It's the system explaining its own boundaries. Even consciousness is a paradox that explains itself. You're aware. You're thinking. But try to explain what that awareness is, and you hit a wall. You're trying to shine a flashlight on the flashlight. It illuminates, but it can't see itself. This isn't failure. It's the system telling you something deeper, that not everything real is explainable, that not all truth is neat, that some things are meant to be impossible to hold, because their shape is the act of slipping. We tend to believe that paradoxes are errors, logical puzzles to be resolved, but maybe they're invitations. Maybe the paradox that explains itself is the explanation. Maybe it's telling you, this is what happens when you go beyond the edge of what can be said. And maybe that's where real understanding begins, not in breaking the paradox, but in living with it, accepting that some loops are sacred, that some answers don't end anything, that the explanation you're seeking is already holding you. We search for meaning as if it were a destination, a truth hidden behind suffering, a purpose waiting beneath the noise. We want our lives to add up to something, to mean something, because without meaning, existence feels unbearable. But what if meaning itself means nothing? This is the paradox, the meaning that means nothing. Not because life is empty, but because the very idea of meaning is slippery, fragile, subjective, invented. You assign meaning to events, symbols, people, beliefs, and in return, they give you structure, comfort, direction. But if you look too closely, if you pull on the thread, you'll often find that what once felt sacred was built on silence. Meaning, that once questioned, begins to dissolve. You believe something happened for a reason. It gave you peace. Until that reason no longer holds. Until the belief unravels, then the meaning vanishes, and the pain underneath it returns, raw and unprocessed. Or maybe the opposite. You discover meaning in something random, a coincidence, a number, a glance. It feels profound. It feels real. But you later realize it was just a story your mind stitched together, trying to bring order to chaos. So was it meaningless, or was the meaning only real while you believed in it? That's the heart of the paradox. Meaning is what makes existence bearable, but meaning is also entirely constructed. Two people experience the same event. One sees trauma, the other transformation. One says, "This ruined me." The other says, "This made me who I am." Who's right? Both. Because meaning doesn't live in events, it lives in perception. It's not what is, it's what we decide something means. And yet, we talk about meaning as if it were absolute. As if there is a singular final answer. As if life holds a secret message we must decode. We search for signs. We read between the lines. We ache to know what it all means. But what if it doesn't? What if the meaning we cling to is a projection? A shadow we cast onto the wall and then kneel before? Even language, our tool for creating meaning, is full of empty shapes. Words are sounds we've all agreed on. Love, God, truth. They feel heavy, but those meanings shift across cultures, across time, across individuals. So, is anything truly meaningful? Or is it all a mirror? A reflection of what we want, what we fear, what we cannot live without? And still, we go on assigning meaning. Because even if it's invented, it works. It guides us. It saves us. It helps us survive grief, make sense of randomness, and hold ourselves together in a world that often makes no sense. So perhaps meaning, that means nothing, still means everything. Not because it's objective truth, but because it's the illusion we need to keep walking. Like a compass that doesn't point north, but still keeps us moving forward. Here's the twist. The paradox doesn't destroy meaning. It liberates it. It shows you that you don't need permission to find meaning. You don't need a grand cosmic plan. You don't need certainty. You can choose meaning. You can create it, even if it doesn't last, even if no one else sees it. You can love something for no reason. You can give your pain a purpose. You can make art out of silence. You can find beauty in nonsense. And maybe, in a world where meaning means nothing, that freedom, to make it, mean something anyway, is the most meaningful thing of all. You close your eyes and drift into a dream. The world around you shifts. You are somewhere else, flying, drowning, fighting, loving, remembering things that never happened. The rules of physics collapse, identities blur, but it all feels real. Until you wake up and suddenly that other self, the dreamer, fades into mist. You shake your head and say, "That wasn't me. That was just a dream." But what if you're wrong? What if the one who was dreaming wasn't you? What if you were the one being dreamed? This is the paradox of the dreamer who was dreamt. It sounds surreal, something borrowed from philosophy or ancient mysticism, but it speaks to a deeply unsettling truth. The sense of self you cling to might not be the origin of experience, but its product. Not the source of awareness, but its echo. In dreams, you are convinced that you are you. You think, decide, remember. You feel joy, fear, grief. And yet, none of it is happening in the world your waking self recognizes. It's all unfolding in a mind space beyond physicality. And still, it feels so real. So who is to say that this moment, your waking life, isn't just another dream? A longer, more stable one perhaps, but still a construction, a simulation, a theater of consciousness playing out a story for something or someone else. You might say, "But I'm aware now, that proves I'm real." But awareness doesn't prove identity. It proves observation. And in dreams there is awareness too. A lucid dreamer can watch themselves speak, act, and even question their own dream. So awareness alone isn't enough. It doesn't answer the question, who is doing the dreaming? In Vedantic philosophy, this paradox is at the heart of the self. They ask, is the self the dreamer, or is the self the dream? Is your entire life, your name, your story, your struggles, simply a projection in a larger, unknowable mind? And if so, are you real, or are you just a character that consciousness is dreaming through? This paradox becomes more disturbing when you consider how fragile your sense of self really is. A shift in brain chemistry, a moment of trauma, or a fragment of memory lost, and suddenly your entire personality can change. The you thought was solid melts like snow. So again, who is dreaming whom? Is there a core you somewhere? Or are you an endless procession of dreamers, waking into new layers of dreams, each one believing, for a time, that they are the real one? Even science begins to flirt with this question. Some interpretations of quantum mechanics suggest that observation creates reality, that particles exist in a state of potential until they're measured, until they're seen, like a dream waiting to be dreamt. So perhaps existence itself is relational. Perhaps it arises from perception, not the other way around. So when you wake in the morning and believe you've returned to reality, have you? Or have you simply slipped into another dream? And if so, where is the dreamer? What if you never find them? What if you are made of dreams stacked upon dreams, each one thinking it's real, each one forgetting the one before? And here's where the paradox stops being unsettling and becomes strangely beautiful. Because even if you are being dreamed, even if you are just a temporary ripple in an infinite mind, you still get to feel, to wonder, to love, to ask impossible questions, to be the voice inside the dream that says, is this real? And maybe that's the whole point. Maybe the dreamer who was dreamt exists not to find reality, but to awaken within it, to realize that being a dream does not make you less real. It makes you part of something far stranger, far deeper, far more alive than logic can explain. So dream and question, and if you one day wake again, ask yourself gently, am I the one who's dreaming now? Or just the one being dreamt? We tend to think of light as truth, as clarity, as the force that reveals and removes darkness. Light is where we go to find answers, to see clearly, to understand. But what if the very act of illumination creates its own illusions? What if light itself casts shadows, not of objects, but of thoughts? This is the paradox of the light that creates shadows of thoughts. Imagine this. You suddenly understand something deeply. A realization bursts into your mind like sunlight. You see your life, your past, or your beliefs in a completely new way. It feels liberating, like you found the truth. But then, almost immediately, that same light creates discomfort. Doubt creeps in. You begin to question what you once knew, not just intellectually, but existentially. The clarity you gained brings with it distortion. You thought you were waking up, but now you're just lost in a more complicated dream. How does this happen? Because every new insight shines a light in one direction, but casts shadows elsewhere. You illuminate one truth, and in doing so, darken another. You become so focused on what you see that you forget to question what remains hidden in the periphery. The light doesn't remove mystery, it moves it. Philosophically, this plays out in knowledge itself. The more we know, the more we realize what we don't know. Every answer unfolds new questions. Every revelation opens new uncertainties. Enlightenment, it turns out, is not a final state, but a shifting horizon, a constant chasing of clarity that births deeper confusion, and the shadows grow longer. Think of a moment when you learned a painful truth about someone you loved. The truth lit up a corner of reality you hadn't dared to look at, but it also created 1,000 emotional shadows, memories now reinterpreted, stories you told yourself, now in question. The truth didn't just bring light, it brought weight, grief, uncertainty. The thought that seemed clear now trails shadows wherever it goes. And this paradox gets even stranger when applied inward. The brighter your self-awareness becomes, the more you begin to see the contradictions in your thoughts. You notice how you say one thing but mean another, how your desires conflict, how your beliefs crumble under scrutiny. The light of insight reveals the fractures beneath your surface. And now, you're not sure who you are anymore. The clarity has come, but it has made your self-image less solid. That's the cost of illumination. It doesn't erase shadows, it gives birth to them. Even in collective terms, science, technology, progress, our pursuit of light has brought with it shadows we didn't expect. We invented tools to see further, faster, deeper. But they also created pollution, surveillance, disconnection. The same knowledge that unlocks medicine can unlock destruction. The same ideas that set people free can also become weapons. So light is not innocent, and thoughts once lit do not remain pure. They cast reflections, they distort, they echo in unintended ways. But maybe the point of this paradox isn't to make us distrust clarity, but to humble us, to remind us that no insight is total, no light is without its blind spots, and no truth exists without its shadow. So what do? We stop worshipping the light and start learning how to live within its shadows. Because maybe the goal is not to eliminate confusion, but to understand the shape of it. To know that every illuminated thought carries within it unseen consequences. And to be okay with that, maybe wisdom is knowing how to walk through light carefully, not because it reveals too little, but because it reveals too much. Who are you? It's a question we all carry, often answered by a list of names, roles, labels. I'm a teacher, a sister, a son, a thinker, a survivor. Names give us edges. Identity gives us shape. We use it to find belonging, to locate ourselves in the map of the world. But what if naming yourself changes who you are? This is the paradox of identity that changes when named. At first it seems like a trick of words, but it's not. The moment you name something, yourself included, you fix it. You define it. You narrow it down into something manageable, repeatable, and explainable. But in doing so, you inevitably leave something out. You aren't just the name you give yourself. You're everything that name can't hold. The moment you say, I am this, you silently exclude everything else you could be. When you say, I'm strong, where does that leave your moments of weakness? When you say, I'm broken, what happens to your resilience? Every name is a boundary, and boundaries don't just protect, they trap. This is why identity is both necessary and dangerous. Without it, we're formless. With it, we're confined. We use identity like scaffolding to build a sense of self, but sometimes we forget that the scaffolding was never the house. And worse, once something is named, people stop looking further. The complexity is replaced by assumption. She's the quiet one. He's angry. They're brilliant. One word. and suddenly the person disappears beneath it. Even you do this to yourself. You repeat the name long enough, and it becomes real. Not because it's true, but because you stopped questioning it. You wear it like skin, and forget you weren't born with it. The paradox deepens when you try to change. You begin to outgrow an old label, maybe one that was given to you, or one you once chose. But now it doesn't fit. You try to shed it, but it clings. People still see you through it. You still hear it in your own voice. It's like the name became a mirror that no longer reflects what's true, but still defines how others see you. So you ask again, who am I? And the answer changes. Every time you ask. Because identity is not a fixed point. It's a wave, a process, a story being told and rewritten with each breath. But naming interrupts that process. It pauses the story mid-sentence and says, this is it. This is who you are, even though you're already becoming someone else. This paradox is not just abstract. It plays out in real life, every day. A child is labeled troublemaker and begins to act like one. A student is told they're gifted and grows terrified of failure. A person comes out with a new identity and is then asked to explain or defend it endlessly, as if it now defines them, more than it frees them. The moment we name who we are, the name begins to shape us. But maybe that's not always a bad thing. Maybe naming is a kind of magic. Maybe identity is meant to shift, to be broken and remade. Maybe the danger isn't in naming, but in believing the name too much. So the paradox isn't solved, it's lived. You are a name that is always changing, a self that can never be fully spoken. And every time you say, I am, a part of you is being created, and a part of you is being forgotten. Maybe the key is not to stop naming, but to name lightly. To say, I am this, for now, and leave room for who you haven't met yet. Because identity doesn't need to be a cage. It can also be a door. Sleep is surrender. A letting go. The opposite of awareness. When we sleep, we disappear into unconsciousness, trusting the body to breathe and the mind to dream. It's the great pause in our waking lives, a retreat from reality. But what if sleep wakes you up? This is the paradox of the sleep that wakes you up. At first, it sounds poetic, maybe even metaphorical, but there's something real behind it. Think of a dream so intense, so strange, that you woke with new insight, something that felt more true than anything in waking life. You rise with clarity, not confusion. Not because the dream made logical sense, but because it shook something awake inside you. You were unconscious, yet you learned something. How? Because in sleep, the walls of logic loosen, the filters of thought relax, and through that loosened gate, something else can enter. Images, feelings, memories, realizations that your conscious mind could never reach by thinking alone. Sleep becomes a kind of awakening. You stop trying. And in that surrender, something finds you. In dreams, you might confront truths you avoid when awake. You see someone you've lost. You relive a decision you never made. You feel a future you've feared but never faced. And when you wake, something has shifted. The experience may have never happened in reality, but the impact is real. You are not the same. So what does it mean to be awake? Is it simply being conscious, eyes open, mind alert? Or is it something deeper? You've had moments while fully awake where you were numb, disconnected, half alive, lost in repetition. You spoke, moved, and functioned, but nothing felt real. And then you've had dreams that jolted you out of emotional slumber, that pierced your numbness, that reminded you what you forgot you were feeling. Who was more awake, the one walking through their day in a trance, or the one asleep, meeting a forgotten part of themselves? The paradox reveals something profound, that awareness isn't always found in activity. Sometimes it's found in stillness, in silence, in surrender, in letting the mind fall away so the deeper self can speak. In Eastern traditions, this is echoed in meditation, a kind of intentional sleep of the senses, not unconsciousness, but a withdrawal from the surface. And in that state, practitioners report a strange clarity, as if by leaving the world, they return to something more real. So maybe sleep, when it is full, when it is deep, can return you to yourself, not just rest your body, but reset your soul. It gets stranger. There are moments within sleep, lucid dreams, sleep paralysis, hypnagogic states, where the boundary between sleep and wakefulness blurs. You are asleep, but aware. You are not thinking in words, but in symbols, sensations, intuitions. In those liminal spaces, something often emerges: wisdom, a knowing without explanation, a message that cannot be said but is felt. You wake changed, and not because of anything logical, but because sleep invited a truth your waking mind was too busy to notice. So perhaps this paradox isn't a contradiction. It's a reminder that awakening isn't always a surge of energy or a blaze of understanding. Sometimes awakening feels like sleep, soft, quiet, surrendered. Because when you stop grasping, chasing, overthinking, you fall, and in that fall, you rise. Logic is our compass. It's the trusted light we carry into the unknown, slicing through the fog of chaos and confusion. It tells us what follows from what. It gives us structure, rules, patterns, an order to make sense of disorder. But what if that very order needs disorder to survive? What if logic, in its most fundamental form, feeds on illogic? This is the paradox of logic that feeds on illogic. At first, the idea seems backward. How can something so structured depend on what it opposes? How can rationality owe its existence to irrationality? But the more you investigate logic, the more you realize it only appears clear when contrasted against what isn't. Logic is not a self-contained truth. It's a reaction. It tells you what's valid by ruling out what's invalid. A statement becomes reasonable only in the context of what would be unreasonable. We define consistency by recognizing contradiction. Logic, then, is not born in a vacuum. It emerges as a boundary drawn around chaos. Without illogic, logic has no meaning. You need contradiction to define coherence. You need nonsense to value sense. You need the absurd to recognize the rational. So even the most pristine logical system carries within it the shadow of what it is not. And that shadow is what keeps it alive. Take the classic example of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. In any formal logical system complex enough to include arithmetic, there will be true statements that cannot be proven within the system. In other words, the system's completeness depends on its incompleteness. Its power is bounded by what it cannot contain. Logic has limits, and those limits leak. Sometimes those leaks aren't bugs, they're features. Creativity, invention, intuition. These don't come from logic alone. They emerge in the tension between the structured and the chaotic. You can't reason your way into entirely new forms of logic using only the rules of the old. At some point, you must step outside, into the illogical, into the madness of not knowing. And from that, a new order arises, a logic reborn through the fire of its own contradiction. Even in conversation, logic feeds on its counterpart. Think of debates. A logical argument gains strength not in isolation, but when it dismantles an illogical one. Its power is relative. It doesn't shine on its own, it shines against. You need fallacies to define reasoning. You need error to refine clarity. So the paradox grows stronger. The more logic tries to separate itself from illogic, the more dependent it becomes on it. You can't escape the thing you're trying to define yourself against. You circle it, you contain it, but it's always there, like gravity, like shadow. And sometimes, logic fails entirely when it meets the deeply human. What's logical isn't always what's true, or kind, or beautiful. Sometimes love defies logic. So does forgiveness. So does hope. And yet these are not inferior, they're essential. They hint that life is not merely a problem to be solved, but a mystery to be lived. And logic, for all its brilliance, cannot contain the full range of human experience. So what now? If logic feeds on illogic, does that mean we abandon it? That reason is useless? No, it means we must walk more carefully with it. To trust logic, but not to worship it. To use it, but not to be used by it. To know that its strength lies not in pretending the irrational doesn't exist, but in learning how to live alongside it. Because maybe the deepest logic isn't the one that conquers the absurd, but the one that grows from it. An eye is a symbol of clarity, of perception, of light entering and creating the world within. We look out, and in doing so, define what's real. The eye gives shape to the world. It's how we know we're here, because we can see. But what if the eye didn't look out? What if the eye saw inward, so profoundly, so entirely, that the inside became the outside? This is the paradox of the eye that sees inside out. It begins not in optics, but in awareness. You stare into the world, thinking you're seeing it, but in truth, you're only ever seeing your mind's interpretation of it. Light bounces off objects, enters your eyes, hits your brain, and a picture is formed, but that picture is inside you. The world you think is out there is actually being painted inside the boundaries of your skull. You are not seeing reality. You are seeing yourself seeing reality. And yet you assume what you perceive is neutral, objective. You believe what you see is what is, but this is illusion, because your inner world filters everything. Your past, your mood, your traumas, your desires, they color every image you take in. Your eye doesn't reveal the world, it reveals you. And this is where the paradox begins to twist. What if the eye that sees inside out is not broken, but enlightened? What if true seeing is not about observing the world, but noticing the one who's observing? You walk into a room and feel judged, not because anyone says anything, but because you carry shame. You see hostility in a stranger's face, not because they are hostile, but because you're used to danger. The world reflects back your internal weather. The outside isn't separate. It's a canvas for your inner self to be mirrored back to you. The eye has turned, not outward, but inward. But in doing so, it changes everything. Because now you realize that perception isn't passive. It's a creative act. You are not a receiver, you are a projector. Every thought, every belief, every memory, refracts the light you see by. You're not just witnessing the world, you're shaping it. And so the paradox becomes unsettling. The more clearly you see, the more you realize that what you're seeing is you. Not just in dreams, not just in hallucinations, but in everyday life. That person you hate, they carry your own denied traits. That moment you fear, it echoes your own unprocessed past. That beauty you chase, it reflects your own forgotten worth. You're not looking at the world, you're looking through yourself. So what happens when the eye fully turns inside out? It sees with no separation. It stops mistaking inner judgment for outer truth. It stops blaming the world for storms it carries in its chest. It begins to soften, to see others not as strangers, but as reflections, as invitations, as echoes of our self too vast to be contained in one body, one story, one point of view. The eye that sees inside out doesn't just flip vision, it flips reality. It invites you to question the fundamental assumption of me and not me, of inside and outside, of subject and object. And in that collapse of boundaries, something awakens. Not just sight, but presence, a way of being that is less about watching and more about witnessing. Not the surface of things, but the silent awareness beneath it all. So maybe the eye that sees inside out is not a mistake. Maybe it's the beginning of truth, the kind that doesn't stare outward trying to control, but looks inward and sees everything. Memory is often thought of as a teacher. It's how we remember mistakes, grow from experiences, and form the basis of wisdom. We say, "I've learned my lesson," meaning we've taken something from the past and turned it into guidance for the future. But what if memory could exist without ever having learned? What if the things you remember didn't teach you anything? This is the paradox of the memory that never learned. It starts with a contradiction you've likely lived through. You remember the pain vividly, the embarrassment, the heartbreak, the failure. You can replay it in perfect detail. You can quote the words, describe the weather, feel the knot in your chest. The memory is intact, alive even. And yet, you find yourself repeating the same mistake. The insight never came, the change never took root. Memory remained, but learning didn't. You might think learning is automatic, that once you experience something, especially something painful, it transforms you. But the truth is more complicated. Remembering something doesn't mean you've processed it. It doesn't mean you've integrated it. It doesn't mean it's changed you. Memory can be shallow. It can be stuck. It can be frozen. It can be more of a scar than a lesson. And that scar doesn't teach. It just reminds over and over, with no growth, no evolution, just loops of pain that echo without progress. You've seen this paradox in others. The friend who always ends up in the same toxic relationship. The parent who repeats the same harsh words they once heard as a child. The person who remembers the trauma but never heals from it. The memory is there, but nothing was learned. Why? Because learning isn't just remembering. Learning requires reflection, safety, openness, the courage to confront the part of the memory that hurts, not just the event, but what it says about you, the belief it planted, the fear it reinforced, the identity it shaped. Without that inner work, memory becomes a weight. It drags rather than lifts. It haunts rather than teaches. It becomes a museum of past selves, not a map to something better. And this is where the paradox sharpens. We often confuse having memory with having insight, but memory alone isn't wisdom. It's just data, repetition, imagery. And if the mind holds onto that data without metabolizing it, it stagnates. You don't grow from what you remember. You grow from what you understand. So what do you do with a memory that never learned? You begin by seeing it for what it is, a wound that hasn't been witnessed, an experience still waiting to be seen with compassion instead of judgment. You stop forcing it to be your teacher and instead become the teacher it needed. You ask, what belief did this memory create? What emotion does it protect me from feeling? What version of myself does it still hold hostage? And then you listen, because the memory has been shouting for your attention, but not to trap you, instead to invite you, to help you learn what you were never allowed to learn before, that you were worthy, that you were never to blame, that you can still choose differently. And maybe that's how the paradox untangles. A memory that never learned becomes a lesson, not because of the past, but because of what you're willing to face now. So hold it, revisit it, not to dwell, but to transform. Because maybe memory isn't the teacher, you are. And only when you're ready to learn can the remembering finally matter. Thoughts are quiet things. They move through your mind like smoke, subtle, private, internal. We don't often think of them as having sound, let alone movement. A thought is supposed to be still, silent, held within the walls of consciousness. But what if a thought could fall? What if it didn't just arise but collapsed? And what if, in falling, it made a sound that only the soul could hear? This is the paradox of the sound of a thought falling. At first it feels strange. Thoughts don't fall, they float, they drift. But the more you reflect, the more you realize thoughts can fall. And when they do, something in you trembles. You felt it before, those moments when a belief crumbles, when certainty collapses, when an idea you've built your life around suddenly lets go. You don't just think differently, you feel it, as if a structure inside your mind has cracked and dropped. And in that drop, there's a sound, not a literal one, but a psychic one, a disorientation, a shift, a silence that wasn't there before. It's the sound of a thought falling. Consider the moment when you realize someone you trusted isn't who you believed, or when a childhood belief is exposed as myth, or when you see through your own illusion about love, about meaning, about yourself. You don't just gain a new perspective, you lose an old one. And the fall echoes, because thoughts aren't weightless. They carry identity, belief, emotion. To lose a thought isn't just to lose a string of logic, it's to lose a piece of who you were. And the part of you that believed it doesn't disappear quietly. It grieves. The sound is the ache of detachment, the breath between the ending and the understanding. And yet, we fear this sound. We don't want our thoughts to fall. We cling to them, defend them, wrap our identities around them. We build our truths like towers and forget how fragile they are. Forget that they rest on assumptions, on fear, on incomplete stories. But thoughts want to fall because only then can something deeper arise. This is why certain questions shake us. What if I was wrong? What if this belief is keeping me small? What if the thought I cherish most is the one I most need to release? Ask those questions and you'll feel it. The quiet rumble, the fracture, the fall, the paradox is this. The sound of a thought falling is painful, but it is also freedom. Because in that fall, space is made, the mind is cleared, the noise subsides, the structure loosens, and something alive begins to move again. You are no longer trapped by the need to be right. You are free to wonder, free to unlearn, free to grow. But here's the beauty. Some thoughts must fall for truth to rise, and not all fallen thoughts are lost. Some become compost. They fertilize the ground of becoming. They break down into something deeper, something more honest. So maybe the next time a thought begins to shake, you don't rush to hold it up. Maybe you let it fall, and when it lands, listen. Because in that sound, soft, strange, sacred, something new is about to be born. We're taught that time moves forward, that first comes the beginning, and only later, after growth, conflict, and experience, comes the end. It's how we tell stories, how we live our lives, how we understand the world. But what if that order is wrong? What if every beginning is only possible because something else ended first? This is the paradox of the end that precedes the beginning. At first, it sounds poetic, but it's real, and you've lived it. Think of a chapter in your life that began not with excitement, but with collapse. A new relationship that only started after heartbreak. A new purpose that emerged after despair. A version of yourself that was born not in a moment of triumph, but in a moment of loss. The beginning wasn't bright. It was quiet, slow, confused, because it came after something ended. And that ending wasn't just an exit, it was the entry. You had to let go before you could move forward. You had to fall before you could rise. But here's where the paradox deepens. What if the end is the beginning? What if we've been splitting something that was always whole? Look closer at any transition point in life. Graduation, death, divorce, moving away, even waking from a dream. The end and the beginning blur. One fades into the other so seamlessly that you can't tell when one stopped and the other started. You mourn and feel free in the same breath. You lose something and something else begins before you even notice. The past and future don't sit in separate rooms. They overlap. And this challenges our deepest assumptions. We often resist endings because we think they are final. We cling, delay, numb, pretend. We believe that to let go is to fall into nothing. But what if the end is already the seed of the next story? What if by resisting the end, we also resist the beginning? It's not just personal, it's universal. Stars collapse before galaxies form. Forests burn before new ecosystems rise. Old cells die so the body can renew. Death is not the opposite of life. It is its partner, its mirror, its fuel. The beginning cannot exist without the end that made space for it. And maybe, in a stranger sense, the end comes first. Because until something dies, there is no room for what wants to be born. Until something ends, we remain trapped in what was. We recycle, repeat, relive. And sometimes, the most radical act is to let it fall apart. To begin with an end. But there's a cost. The end never feels like a beginning. Not at first. It feels like emptiness, like confusion, like waiting. The space after a door closes, but before a new one opens. That's where the paradox lives. The end comes before the beginning. But it doesn't tell you what's next. It only asks that you stay with the unknown, that you trust the unfolding, that you believe in newness before you see it. And maybe that's what faith really is. not belief in an outcome, but belief in beginnings that come dressed as endings. So the next time something ends, an identity, a dream, a season, don't rush to replace it. Don't demand clarity. Just listen. Stay in the stillness. And if you feel like you're standing at the end of everything, you might be closer than ever to a beginning that hasn't introduced itself yet. We're told that belief and doubt are opposites, that one strengthens while the other erodes. To believe is to commit, to anchor yourself in certainty. To doubt is to question, to hesitate, to hold back. But beneath this tidy division is something more complex, something unsettling. What if doubt isn't the enemy of belief? What if doubt is its most sincere form? This is the paradox of the doubt that believes. Imagine a person who claims absolute certainty in their faith, their worldview, their truth. Their conviction is unshakable, their answers final. But scratch beneath the surface, and you'll often find fear, not clarity, a refusal to question, not a deeper knowing. Now imagine someone who believes, but also doubts, who says, "I don't know for sure, but I choose to believe anyway." Not because it's easy, but because it's meaningful, not because it's proven, but because it gives life shape. That belief, tempered by doubt, is stronger, not weaker, because it's chosen. It wasn't inherited. It wasn't swallowed whole. It was wrestled with, broken down, rebuilt. It endured the fire of contradiction. It survived the ache of not knowing, and it emerged not untouched, but honest. Doubt, in this light, becomes sacred. It keeps belief alive, because belief without doubt is brittle. It cannot bend, it cannot evolve, it becomes dogma, weapon, wall. But belief that includes doubt acknowledges uncertainty is capable of growing, of listening, of becoming. In science, doubt is foundational. Every hypothesis must be tested, questioned, poked with skepticism, not because the truth isn't valuable, but because it is. And truth that cannot withstand doubt isn't truth. In philosophy, Socratic wisdom begins with doubt. I know that I know nothing. This isn't despair, it's humility. It opens the mind, not closes it. Doubt here is the doorway to real knowledge, and in relationships, doubt plays its role too. To love someone doesn't mean you never question them, it means you do, and choose to stay. That's real intimacy, not the absence of doubt, but the presence of belief in spite of it. And so, the paradox unfolds. To truly believe in anything, yourself, another, a purpose, you must allow space for doubt. Not because you're weak, but because you're awake. Because belief without doubt becomes arrogance. But belief held beside doubt becomes wisdom. Here's the truth. You will never have all the answers. You will never find a path that is perfectly clear, and yet you walk it, you believe, you act, you hope, and every time you do that, knowing full well that you could be wrong, you express a kind of belief that no certainty can match. The paradox doesn't resolve into comfort. It invites you into depth. It asks you to live in the tension, to say, I doubt and I believe, not in spite of each other, but because of each other. So when the questions rise, let them. Don't silence the doubt. Don't push it away. Listen to what it's trying to teach you. Because if your belief can include your doubt, it's already stronger than most. We live much of our lives under the impression that we are the watchers, the perceivers, the ones looking out into the world, evaluating it, interpreting it, understanding it. We are taught to believe we are behind the lens, discreet, unseen, analyzing reality as it unfolds. But what if the one observing is also being observed? What if the gaze you turn outward is also reflected inward? This is the paradox of the observer that's being observed. At first, it seems philosophical maybe, even abstract, but pause, and you begin to feel it. You walk into a room and suddenly become self-aware. Not because someone is watching you, but because you're watching yourself. You become conscious of how you walk, how you speak, how you're being seen. The observer is no longer hidden. You are no longer the one watching from the shadows. You are in the light too. And here's where the paradox deepens. The moment you become aware of yourself observing, you split. There's the you that watches and the you that is being watched. Who is the real self? Are you the thinker or the thought? Are you the watcher or the watched? This recursive loop leads to strange places. The more you examine yourself, the more you realize that you is not a single thing. It's layered, fragmented, a system of reflections, constantly shifting depending on context, emotion, memory. You observe yourself, but something within observes even that. You might try to trace it back. I am aware of being aware, you say. But then, who is aware of that awareness? The loop continues. This isn't just philosophical, it's deeply human. In moments of anxiety, we often spiral because of this very loop. You feel nervous. Then you notice that you feel nervous. Then you worry about being someone who worries about feeling nervous. The observer observes the observer, and it doesn't bring peace. It brings fragmentation. But here's the mystery. This loop isn't always a trap. Sometimes it's a doorway, because in rare moments, this awareness of being aware creates stillness. You become the mirror reflecting itself. Thought slows. The need to define dissolves. And for a breathless moment, you are both within and beyond your experience. You are not just the observer being observed. You are the space that holds both. This paradox shows up in science too. In quantum physics, the observer effect suggests that particles behave differently when observed. At a subatomic level, the mere act of observation alters reality. But who or what counts as the observer? And is the observer separate from what is being observed? Perhaps not. Perhaps observation itself is entangled with reality. And perhaps, so are you. You think you are separate from the world, that you stand outside it, analyzing it like a scientist with a clipboard. But every time you look, you change what you see. Every time you reflect on yourself, you shape what you find. You are not a spectator. You are part of the system. You are observed as you observe. And in that loop, the illusion of a fixed self begins to unravel. Maybe that's what the paradox is really saying, that there is no final you behind the curtain, just layers of attention, each one reflecting the next, each one vanishing when you try to hold it. And yet, something remains. Not a self, not a character, but a witnessing, a silent presence behind the loop, not trapped in the reflections, but aware of them. Maybe that is where the truth waits, not in escaping the gaze, but in realizing that both the observer and the observed are made of the same light. We are taught to trust boundaries between real and imagined, possible and impossible. The impossible is where the road ends. It's the final limit, the red line reality refuses to cross. It says, this cannot be. And yet, it happens. Not in fantasy, not in theory, but in real, lived moments. This is the paradox of the impossible that just happened. At first, it seems absurd. If something is impossible, then by definition, it cannot occur. And yet, history is full of impossibilities that came to pass. Flight, instant communication, splitting the atom. People once believed these things to be outright absurd, violations of reality itself, until they weren't. What we call impossible is often just a placeholder for what we don't yet understand. And still, there's a deeper, more personal layer to this paradox. It's not just about inventions or breakthroughs. It's about moments that defy your story, moments you didn't believe you were capable of, moments you thought would never arrive, moments that make no sense, yet are undeniably real. You see someone you lost long ago, and they look at you with recognition. You survive something that should have destroyed you. You feel joy where there should be nothing but numbness. You whisper to yourself, "This can't be happening." But it is. The impossible has just happened. So what gives? Was it always possible, and your belief was the only boundary? Or did reality itself bend, just for you? This is where the paradox tightens. Because the impossible doesn't always collapse under explanation. Sometimes, it remains impossible. Even after it occurs, you don't always get closure, or logic, or proof. Sometimes, the impossible arrives quietly, not to announce a new rule, but to remind you that rules are softer than they seem. In dreams, we experience impossible things all the time. You fly, you meet the dead, you become a child and an elder in the same moment. And it feels real, so real in fact, that the waking world seems less vivid by comparison. We dismiss it because it was just a dream. But what if dreams are not the exception? What if they're hints? What if reality too is stranger than we allow? Quantum physics reveals particles behaving in ways that seem impossible, existing in two places at once, influencing each other instantly across space. These aren't theories, they're measurements, observations, the impossible, happening. And still, we live as if the world is stable, as if the boundaries are real, as if what cannot be, won't be. But this paradox invites a new possibility. Maybe the impossible isn't a wall. Maybe it's a door. One that only opens when everything else has failed. One that appears only when the self has no answers left. One that doesn't explain itself, but offers itself. And in that moment, something shifts. A miracle, a reversal, a collapse of what you knew. The impossible just happened, and you are left standing in its wake, not knowing what to believe, not needing to, because some experiences don't ask to be understood. They only ask to be witnessed. So when life delivers you something that defies your logic, your expectation, your certainty, pause. You don't need to explain it. Just feel it. And maybe in that feeling, you'll understand something deeper than understanding. That the impossible is never as far away as it seems. Some thoughts come uninvited, loud, persistent, impossible to silence. Others are gentle, fleeting. Some are terrifying, some are illuminating. But every thought, in its own way, wants to be known, to exist, to be seen. Except this one. This is the paradox of the thought that refused to exist. It isn't the thought you forgot. It isn't the one you suppressed. It's the one that never quite formed. Because the moment it tried to surface, something deeper pulled it back. You've felt this before. That moment when your mind stalls mid-thought, sensing something too big, too disruptive, too destabilizing to bring into full awareness. It's not blankness, it's resistance. You reach for the thought, and it vanishes. Not because it never existed, but because something in you didn't let it. Why? Because this thought doesn't just carry an idea, it carries a consequence. Maybe it questions your identity. Maybe it threatens your sense of morality. Maybe it opens the door to a pain you're not ready to face, or a truth that would rearrange everything. And so your mind, in its quiet wisdom or quiet fear, keeps it in the dark. It refuses the thought, and yet you feel it, like a presence behind the curtain, like a shadow in the room. You can't name it, but you can't escape it either. It shapes your choices, your moods, your dreams. It leaks through silence. It moves beneath logic. You begin to sense that not thinking the thought is costing you something. Freedom, clarity, integrity. Because the refusal doesn't erase the thought. It makes it more powerful, more alive, and the more it's denied, the more it tries to speak in other ways. In anxiety, in misdirection, in obsession, in forgetting things at the worst moments. You think you're avoiding it. But the thought is still there, whispering through the cracks. This is where the paradox sharpens. You don't have the thought, but it has you. It guides your behavior even as you refuse to know its name. It builds walls you don't know you're standing behind. It draws maps you never agreed to follow. And here's the twist. Maybe the thought isn't dangerous at all. Maybe it's the thing you need to face. Maybe the refusal to let it exist is what keeps you stuck. What if the thought said, I don't love them anymore. I'm not who I pretend to be. I want something I'm not allowed to want. My pain matters, and I've never admitted it. What if allowing that thought to exist didn't destroy you, but liberated you? But of course, that's the risk. That's why the thought refuses. Not because it isn't real, but because it's too real, and your mind, brilliantly protective, decides you're not ready. But maybe you are. Maybe you don't have to believe the thought. Maybe you don't have to act on it. Maybe all you have to do is let it exist, to whisper to it. You are allowed. And then listen, not to the thought itself, but to the silence that follows. Because sometimes, what we fear most isn't the thought. It's what it would mean to finally stop pretending we never had it. There are ideas you can forget, stories you move past, lessons that fade with time. Most meanings, no matter how profound, eventually soften. They lose their weight, their urgency. They become just another memory. But then there are others. Meanings so deep, so piercing, so true, that once you encounter them, they change everything. This is the paradox of the meaning you can't unknow. It doesn't arrive with a grand announcement. Often, it comes in silence, during heartbreak, at the end of something, in a whisper of insight during a sleepless night, a sentence overheard, a look exchanged, a single moment where everything makes too much sense. And in that instant, something cracks open. You don't just understand, it lands, not in your thoughts, but in your body, in your chest, in your very perception. A hidden layer of reality unveils itself, and suddenly, the way you saw the world 5 minutes ago is gone. Not because the world changed, but because you did. The meaning now lives in you, and it cannot be undone. You may wish it could, because some meanings don't bring comfort, they bring burden. You realize you've been living a lie, that someone you love is not who you believed, that your job, your routine, your mask, is hollow, or worse. You realize a part of you you've kept buried has always known this, and now that truth has surfaced. It doesn't ask permission. It doesn't wait until you're ready. It simply is, and once it is, you can't go back. That's the paradox. Most knowledge is fluid, forgettable, but meaning, real meaning, locks into your being. It becomes part of your structure. It haunts you in quiet moments. It speaks even when you try not to listen. It becomes the lens you now see through. You don't revisit it. It revisits you. This can be terrifying. Because we crave certainty, not truth. We want comfort, not confrontation. We long for meanings we can carry lightly, but some meanings demand everything. They strip away illusions. They kill who you thought you were. They leave you staring at a life that no longer fits. And here's the deeper twist. You might try to unknow it. You might distract yourself, rationalize, bury it beneath logic, laugh it off, but you'll always know that you're lying to yourself. The meaning remains, waiting in the silence, not to punish you, but to call you back, because meaning doesn't arrive to destroy you. It arrives to remake you, not immediately, not easily, sometimes painfully, but inevitably it asks, now that you know, who will you become? And the choice becomes yours. To live in denial, or to let the meaning guide you into the life it showed you was possible. A life truer, quieter, uncompromised. So when a meaning finds you that you can't unknow, don't run. Pause. Breathe. Grieve the version of you that must die. Then listen. Because some meanings don't fade with time. They build with time. And if you honor them, they won't just change your mind. They'll change your life. A scream is meant to be loud, a burst of sound, a signal to the world that something inside has reached its breaking point. It demands to be heard. It begs to be answered. But what if a scream made no sound? What if the loudest cry came not from the throat, but from the soul? This is the paradox of the scream of a silent soul. We tend to think that silence means peace, stillness, acceptance. But not all silence is tranquil. Sometimes it hides something deeper, something unbearable, a pain too vast for words, a wound too old for language, a truth too dangerous to name. And so, the soul screams. Silently, you felt it before. Not as a noise, but as an ache, a tightness in the chest, a sudden heaviness, a blank stare that lasts a little too long, a smile that never quite reaches the eyes. These are the echoes of a scream that's never been spoken. Because some parts of us learned early on that to scream was unsafe, that being heard meant being hurt, that expressing pain would only bring more pain, that silence was not a choice, but a survival strategy. So the soul learned to scream inward, to fold the chaos into quiet, to bury it deep enough that even you could forget it was there. Until one day, it moves again, not with volume, but with gravity. You can feel it in people who've been carrying more than they've ever said. You can see it in the way they check the exits of a room, in the way they never ask for help, in the way they laugh just a little too fast. And the paradox deepens. Because the soul that screams silently is often the one others admire most, the calm one, the strong one, the quiet one. But inside, it's thunder. So why doesn't it break? Because the scream has nowhere to go. Because it was never allowed to be real. Because even now, The person doesn't believe they have the right to hurt out loud. And yet, the scream persists. It shows up in exhaustion, in chronic tension, in art, in poetry, in sleepless nights. The soul finds strange ways to speak, even when the mouth stays shut. But here's where the paradox turns. Sometimes, the silence is not weakness. Sometimes, it's sacred. It is the scream refined into presence. It is agony held with such patience that it becomes a kind of grace. A quiet so vast, it becomes a cathedral. The silent soul isn't always broken. Sometimes, it's becoming. It's learning how to scream without violence, how to ache without collapse, how to speak without sound. But this kind of silence, this paradoxical scream, needs to be heard. Not with ears, but with attention. It needs someone to notice the unsaid, to sit beside it without rushing to fix it, to say, "You don't have to be loud to be seen." And if you're the one holding that silence, if your soul has been screaming for years behind a mask of composure, know this: you are not invisible. You are not weak for being quiet. And the day may come when that scream is finally given space, not as a breakdown, but as a release, a moment where silence meets compassion, and the soul, finally, exhales. Because even silent screams deserve to be heard. And sometimes the most powerful healing begins when someone listens to what you never said. We think of shadows as simple things, extensions of form, reflections of light blocked by an object. They follow what is real, what is present, what is remembered. But some shadows are harder to explain because they belong to something we no longer recall. This is the paradox of the shadow of a forgotten feeling. You don't know what it is. You can't name it. You can't trace it to a moment or a memory. And yet, it follows you. A vague heaviness in certain rooms, a sudden sadness in the middle of a good day, a quiet tension in your chest when someone says a particular word. These moments don't come with a story, but they come with weight. You search for a reason. There is none, only a residue. That's when you know you're walking beside a forgotten feeling. The feeling itself may be long gone. Maybe it belonged to a moment in childhood, a brief heartbreak you never processed, a word that hurt more than you realized. Or maybe it wasn't your feeling at all. Maybe it was inherited. A sadness passed down through silence, held in the body before it was ever spoken. But while the feeling has vanished, its shadow remains, and shadows don't explain themselves. They don't shout. They hover. They whisper through behaviors, through preferences, through irrational reactions that make no sense, until you realize they aren't yours alone. They belong to something that once lived in you, or still does. The paradox grows sharper here. You can't heal a feeling you don't remember. You can't confront what has no name. You are haunted by the shape of something invisible, and yet the shadow keeps moving with you. So what do? You begin with honesty. You stop asking, "Why do I feel this way?" and start asking, "What does this feeling need from me now?" Because logic won't answer this. Memory won't fix it. But presence might. You don't need to solve the mystery. You need to soften toward it. To realize that your body remembers what your mind does not. That the shadow isn't here to torment you. It's here to be noticed, to be held, to be met with kindness instead of confusion or resistance. Some of your most persistent patterns, the way you shrink in conflict, the way you avoid certain kinds of closeness, the way you expect abandonment without knowing why, these may not be flaws. They may be shadows, and not of the present, but of a forgotten feeling that once taught you to stay small. The paradox isn't that the feeling is gone, but that it still acts, it still pulls strings, it still shapes your story. And until you look at its outline, it keeps writing the next chapter. But here's the gentle truth. You don't need to recover the full feeling. You don't need to remember everything that happened. You only need to stop ignoring the shadow it left behind, to turn toward it with curiosity, to invite it in, to say, I see you even if I don't know your name. Because sometimes that's all a shadow needs, to be seen, not as proof of brokenness, but as evidence of what you've carried and survived. So the next time an unexplainable emotion rises, don't dismiss it. Don't demand clarity. Just sit with the shape it leaves behind and know even the forgotten still longs to be felt. We believe the mind is a source, the place from which thoughts originate, ideas emerge, decisions are born. We call it ours, as if it were untouched by others, pure, singular, self-contained. But what if the mind isn't a source? What if it's a chamber? What if everything you think is an echo? This is the paradox of the mind made of echoes. It begins with a strange realization. The voice in your head doesn't always sound like you. Sometimes it sounds like your parents, a teacher, a bully, a culture, a fear, a memory. You say, I'm not good enough, but whose voice is that really? You doubt your decisions, but who planted the seed of doubt? You feel shame, but did it start with your own judgment or someone else's? The thoughts feel original, but they've been shaped by thousands before you, conditioned, rehearsed, repeated, like echoes in a cave. You didn't create the sound, but now it lives in you. And this is where the paradox deepens. You can't always tell the difference between a thought that is truly yours and one that has only become yours through repetition. Mind doesn't just think, it remembers how to think. It replays beliefs that were handed to you as a child. It echoes ideas absorbed from media, from trauma, from systems too vast to notice. And it does so silently, without asking permission. You think you're deciding, but often you're repeating. Not out of weakness, but out of design. This is how identity forms, not from a single voice, but from a chorus. Your mind is an architecture of echoes, some soft, some loud, some buried so deep you don't even hear them anymore. You just follow them. But if the mind is an echo chamber, does that mean you have no self? Not exactly. It means the self is not as fixed as it seems. It means you are not just the voice that speaks, but the space that holds it. And in that space, something beautiful can happen. You begin to listen differently. You hear the echoes not as truth, but as repetition. Not as prophecy, but as memory. And slowly, you begin to question, whose voice is this? Where did I learn this story? Is this echo still useful or just familiar? And with that awareness, a new voice emerges. Not loud, not polished, but real. It may sound like silence at first, because it isn't an echo. It hasn't been rehearsed. It hasn't been given to you. It's being born. And this is the shift from being a mind made of echoes to becoming a mind capable of listening, not just to what's loudest, but to what's true. So the paradox resolves, not by removing the echoes, but by recognizing them, by seeing your mind not as broken or false, but as a living archive. You are not the first voice. You are the space in which many voices have spoken, and you get to choose which ones you keep. We spend our lives searching for truth, something solid, something certain, something that aligns the inside and the outside, the mind and the world. Truth is supposed to be what remains when illusions fall away, what you can trust when all else is questioned. But what if some truths are so real, so undeniable, so absolute, that they feel impossible? This is the paradox of the truth that is too real to be true. It begins in moments that defy your understanding. A sudden silence that makes everything clear. A realization that drops into your chest like gravity. An experience of beauty, grief, or wonder that seems to reveal the whole structure of existence in a single breath. You know it's true, but you can't explain why. In fact, trying to explain it only makes it sound less true, less real. Because real truth, deep truth, doesn't always fit into language. It doesn't always obey logic. It doesn't present itself with clean arguments or neat conclusions. Sometimes, truth arrives as a feeling so vast that the mind rejects it. It feels too complete, too sudden, too much. So you doubt it. You say, this can't be real. It's too intense. It doesn't make sense. And yet, it lingers. You can't forget it. You can't unsee it. Because it touched something beyond the mind, beyond your story. It reached the part of you that remembers before memory. You've likely felt it in moments of death, birth, stillness, or crisis. Not always in joy, often in rawness. Moments where the noise of life stops and something underneath rises up, silent and whole. And the paradox deepens. The more true it is, the more unreal it feels. Not because it's false, but because it doesn't play by the rules of surface reality. The rules say truth must be observable, explainable, measurable. But some truths don't want to be proven. They want to be felt. And that feeling is so complete that your rational mind, which thrives on complexity, panics. It says, this is too simple. It must be wrong. But maybe that simplicity isn't weakness. Maybe it's clarity. Maybe some truths aren't believable because they're beyond belief. Like, you are already enough. Everything changes. You will die. You are not separate. Love is more real than fear. These truths aren't complex. They don't require debate. And yet, they are rarely lived. Not because they're hard to understand, but because they're hard to accept. Because to accept them means letting go of the smaller truths that make us feel safe, the ones we can debate, the ones we can hide behind. So, when a truth feels too real to be true, don't dismiss it. Pause. Breathe. Notice the part of you that resists and ask, what would my life look like if I lived as though this were true? Not believed it, lived it. That's where the paradox transforms. Because the truth that is too real to be true becomes real the moment you let it change you. Not by understanding it, but by trusting it. The body is our first home, the vessel through which we experience the world. Every sensation, every memory, every breath is filtered through its nerves and bones. And yet somehow, we leave it, not physically, but in presence, in awareness, in spirit, and still, it is always with us. This is the paradox of the body you never left. At some point in life, most of us learn to dissociate. We step away from our bodies, not as a choice, but as a response to pain, to fear, to trauma, to shame. The body feels unsafe, foreign, confusing. So we drift into the mind, into performance, into stories and identities that feel less vulnerable than skin. You become a thinker, a doer, a planner. anything but a feeler. You start living from the neck up, building a life inside your head, while the rest of you becomes background noise. You forget how to breathe deeply. You stop noticing hunger or fatigue until it becomes unbearable. You treat the body like a machine you must manage, rather than a place you can belong to. And yet, the body never leaves you. It remembers everything. It remembers the tremble in your hands when you were first betrayed. It remembers the tension in your shoulders that started in childhood. It remembers the joy too, the weight of a hug, the softness of laughter, the thrill of movement. Even when you forget, the body keeps score. It stores what the mind can't handle. It holds what words cannot say. It carries your silence like a second heartbeat. And here's where the paradox sharpens. You never left your body, but it feels like you did. The more disconnected you become, the more foreign your own skin begins to feel. You don't trust your instincts. You don't recognize your own reflection. You look at yourself from the outside, as if you're a character someone else is controlling. But the truth is, you've been here the whole time, inside the body, inside the sensation, inside the story of what it means to be alive. The disconnection was never total, just hidden, buried beneath survival. And the body, it waits, not impatiently, not with anger, but with quiet hope. It waits for you to come back, not to who you were, but to where you are. And this return isn't a grand event. It happens slowly, in a breath that you finally let yourself feel, in a stretch that releases something you didn't know you were holding, in a tear that rises during stillness, in a hand placed gently over your own heart. You begin to realize that coming home to your body isn't about fixing it. It's about listening, noticing, letting it be real again. And when you do, it speaks, not in words, but in sensation. It tells you what is safe, what is sacred, what is ready to be released. So the paradox resolves not in escape, but in return. You never truly left the body. You only forgot how to feel it. And now, you remember, not by thinking your way back in, but by softening, by breathing, by being. Because your body was never a cage. It was always a doorway. Time is often seen as a river flowing in one direction, from past to present to future. We move through it. We measure it. We watch it pass. Time, we believe, is the constant, and we are simply its passengers. But what if it's not time that moves? What if it's the question that creates the illusion of motion? This is the paradox of the question that creates time. It begins with a curiosity, a sense of not knowing. You wonder, what comes next? What happened before? What does this mean? In that moment, a timeline forms, a sequence, a structure. Your mind unrolls time like a map, stitching together past and future, just to hold the weight of the question. Time doesn't come first. Uncertainty does, and the moment you ask a question, you invent the distance between now and the answer. That's time. Think of how long a second feels when you're waiting for bad news. Think of how quickly it flies when you're in flow. Time, in those cases, doesn't stretch or shrink based on clocks. It bends to the weight of your question. The deeper the question, the longer the time it creates. When you ask a small question, what should I eat? The moment passes quickly. When you ask a vast one, who am I? Why does any of this matter? The time expands. You feel the edges of your life press outward. You feel the future open like a hallway. You age inside the asking. And here's where the paradox turns inward. The The more we question, the more time we create, not just outwardly, but inwardly. The self becomes a story in time, a child who becomes an adult, a wound that waits to heal, a dream that might someday come true. But if the questions were to stop, what would remain? Would time, or would it collapse? Would everything become now? Many spiritual traditions suggest that timelessness is not something that comes after life. It's something that hides beneath the questions we carry. Enlightenment, presence, inner stillness. They aren't timeless because they defeat time. They're timeless because they release the question. No more, what's next? No more why. Just presence, being, a state with no horizon. But here's the contradiction. We need questions. Questions are how we explore, how we grow, how we heal. To stop asking is not always wisdom. Sometimes it's avoidance. So we can't abandon the question, but we can see its power. We can know that every time we ask how long, when will I feel better? Why did this happen? We are not just seeking truth. We are creating time itself, stretching the moment, spinning the story, measuring the distance between longing and arrival. And in this way, time becomes not just a backdrop, but a mirror. It shows us how deeply we're still asking, how far we feel from the answer, how much of ourselves is still wrapped in the question. So maybe the paradox isn't asking us to stop wondering. Maybe it's asking us to notice the cost of wondering endlessly, to ask more gently, to hold the question without rushing to close it, to see time not as a pressure, but as a pause, a space made by the question, a sacred space where meaning might emerge. Because maybe the answer isn't at the end of time. Maybe it lives inside the moment the question is born. We wake each morning certain of one thing. This is the real world. Solid, coherent, governed by laws of physics and cause and effect. Dreams are what happen when we sleep. Fragments, illusions, echoes of memory. But waking is real. But what if it isn't? What if waking life is just another dream? This is the paradox of the reality that dreams itself. It begins with a question that refuses to go away. How do I know this is real? At first, it sounds absurd, something a philosopher or a child might ask. But the more you consider it, the more the line between waking and dreaming begins to blur. In dreams, we accept the impossible, talking animals, bending space, shifting identities, and while we dream, we rarely question it. We believe it until we wake up. And then we say, that wasn't real. But what if we never really wake? What if what we call reality is just a more stable dream? One we collectively agree upon, repeat every day, and defend with rules we never question. You might say, but reality is testable, measurable, repeatable. But dreams too are full of cause and effect, of logic, of stories, and in both dreams and waking life, there is one constant: you, the observer, the experiencer. The dream doesn't happen without a dreamer, and in waking life, who is dreaming you? Who is imagining this world into being? Science has begun to ask similar questions. Quantum theory suggests that observation itself may influence reality, that particles behave differently depending on whether or not they're being watched. It's as if reality is not entirely there until consciousness looks at it. Reality begins to look less like a machine and more like a performance. And here's where the paradox intensifies. If reality is dreaming itself into being, then what is real? Are you a character in the dream of the universe, Is the universe a character in the dream of your mind? Or are both dreaming each other endlessly? The self becomes slippery here, because if reality is a dream, then the you inside it may not be the dreamer. It may just be a projection, a role played within the dream. The true self, the dreamer, remains hidden, outside the boundaries of space and time. And yet, you sense it, in moments of awe, in silence, in déjà vu, in the strange feeling that you've done this before, in the pause when someone asks, "Are you awake?" And part of you isn't sure, because the most vivid dreams are the ones that feel real, and the deepest realities are the ones that feel dreamed. So what are you supposed to do with this? How do you live in a reality that might be dreaming itself? You don't escape it. You wake inside it. You stop moving through the world like it's fixed, rigid, inevitable. You start to see it as fluid, responsive, imaginative. You realize that how you see shapes what you experience, that your beliefs aren't reflections of reality, they are creators of it. And in that moment, you become lucid, not in sleep, but in life. You begin to dream on purpose, to sculpt reality, not just by action, but by perception. And maybe that's the hidden truth of this paradox, that reality is not what's happening to you. Reality is what's dreaming through you. So open your eyes not to what is, but to what could be. Because whether this is a dream or not, you're in it. So you may as well dream beautifully. We often imagine mirrors as small, simple tools, objects that return whatever stands before them. They reflect surface, shape, light. They show us ourselves as we appear. But what if a mirror did more than reflect your face? What if a mirror could reflect everything? This is the paradox of the mirror that reflects the universe. At first, it sounds like metaphor, but pause and consider this. When you look into a mirror, you don't just see a face. You see a life, a story, a history. You see time layered into flesh. You see all the ancestors behind your eyes, all the choices that brought you to this moment. The mirror is not reflecting you as an individual. It's reflecting everything that shaped you, every thought, every belief, every star that had to die to create your atoms. You are not a person. You are a reflection of the universe becoming conscious. And the mirror knows. But the paradox goes further, because if you stare long enough, the boundaries begin to blur. You start to ask, what is doing the looking? You see yourself, but you also see someone seeing. And behind that, someone aware of seeing. Where does the reflection end? Where do you begin? You are not just looking into a mirror. You are looking into a loop, a spiral of perception. The mirror reflects you. You reflect upon yourself, and both are held within something vast, something silent, something you cannot name, maybe. The mirror isn't showing you your appearance at all. Maybe it's showing you your context, because the person you see is not isolated. It is made of earth and sky, made of stardust and trauma, made of questions and silence. When you smile into the mirror, the universe smiles back, because you are not separate from it. You are its child, its experiment, its echo. The mirror, then, becomes a portal, not into vanity, but into wonder. It shows you that everything out there is already in here. The stars in the sky and the neurons firing behind your eyes, they are made of the same dust. You are not in the universe. You are the universe, folding inward, watching itself. And when you understand this, not as a concept, but as a feeling, something shifts. You stop asking, what is my purpose? And start wondering, what does the universe want to see through me? You stop trying to own things to conquer, to separate, and you begin to reflect more truth, more love, more awareness, because that's what a mirror does when it is clean. It doesn't distort, it doesn't hold on, it simply reflects and lets go. And maybe this is what you're called to become. Not a mirror that hides, but a mirror that reveals. A mirror in which others see not just themselves, but something deeper, the whole, the vastness, the sacred. So when the world feels broken, when you feel lost, stand before a mirror, not to see who you are, but to remember what you're made of, because the mirror doesn't lie, and neither does the universe. When it looks back through your eyes, a moment, by definition, is fleeting. A slice of time, here, then gone. We live moment to moment, watching them pass like scenery through a moving window. Each second is meant to dissolve into the next, carrying us toward the future. But what if a moment didn't pass? What if a single moment never ended? This is the paradox of the moment that lasts forever. It sounds impossible. Time moves forward. The clock ticks. Life changes. But then you remember a moment, not just with memory, but with your entire body. A single instant that lives in you as vividly as the day it happened. It doesn't age. It doesn't fade. It still breathes. The goodbye you never wanted to say, the laugh that felt eternal, the terror that froze your spine, the love that cracked you open. These are not memories, they are living moments. Trapped? No. Preserved. Preserved because they were so real that time couldn't carry them away. So meaningful, so intense, that the boundary between past and present fell apart. And now, every time you touch them, you are not remembering the past. You are in it. Time has moved on, but the moment has stayed. And here's the deeper twist. Some moments don't just remain. They shape you permanently. 1 second that redefines everything, not because of its length, but because of its depth. A single word, a sudden silence, an event that broke the frame of your reality. You keep living, but now through the lens of that moment. You change your beliefs. You reroute your choices. You adjust your identity, not because of what happened over a lifetime, but because of what happened in a single breath. This is how trauma works, and how transformation works. A moment lodges in the nervous system, in the soul, and it loops until it's met, understood, integrated. But the paradox isn't always painful. Sometimes the moment that lasts forever is pure. It's awe, it's presence, it's peace so deep that you dissolve into it, and when you return to ordinary time, you realize something in me stayed there. And maybe that's the secret of presence itself, that it's not about having more moments, it's about being inside one completely, so completely, that the moment opens and stretches and becomes eternal, because forever isn't always about time. Sometimes forever is a single second that knew how to hold everything. So when you find yourself in a moment that feels holy, heavy, unbearable, or infinite, pause. Don't rush to escape it, because you might be inside one of those rare places where time stops pretending it's linear and the moment doesn't pass, it becomes a part of you forever. We ask questions to find answers. That's the deal. You wonder, you seek, and eventually something is revealed. An answer arrives and the mind rests. The mystery collapses. The unknown becomes known. But what if the answer doesn't land where the question pointed? What if the moment you ask, the answer shifts, just out of reach? This is the paradox of the answer that escapes the question. You've felt it before. You try to understand why someone left, but the explanation, no matter how rational, doesn't satisfy the ache. You ask what your purpose is, but no sentence, no career, no philosophy can carry the full weight of that longing. You search for meaning, but the words always feel slightly off, just shy of the thing you're actually trying to grasp. The more you chase the answer, the more it slips through the fingers of your question, not because the answer isn't there, but because the question itself limits what can be found. To ask a question is to frame reality in a certain way, and that frame defines what kind of answer is even possible. You ask, what will make me happy? But perhaps the deeper truth isn't about happiness at all. You ask, what's wrong with me? And suddenly, the only answers available are those that assume something is wrong. The question becomes a trap. It shapes the search, and in doing so, it hides the answer. Because sometimes, what you're looking for is not on the map drawn by the question. The answer exists, but not within the lens you're using. And so the paradox grows. The more urgently you seek an answer to a poorly formed question, the further the truth retreats. It's not that life has no answers. It's that we're often asking the wrong questions. We ask from fear, from habit, from ego. We ask in words when the answer waits in silence. We ask for certainty when life is offering transformation. And answers don't always arrive in language. Sometimes they arrive as peace, as a shift in how you carry the question, as a release, as an experience that leaves no room for asking, only for being. Think of moments when you stopped asking, not because you found the answer, but because you realized you didn't need it anymore. You dropped the question like a stone, and in the stillness that followed, something arrived. An insight, a feeling, a clarity that couldn't be spoken, but could be lived. That's the answer that escapes the question. It doesn't meet you at the finish line. It meets you when you stop running. So what do you do with this paradox? You learn to question your questions, to ask from curiosity, not desperation, to notice when the question narrows your view, when it assumes too much, and to sometimes step back, to listen not just for answers, but for what's behind the asking, because maybe the answer you need isn't the one that fits the question, but the one that changes the one who asked it. We think of a void as absence, emptiness, the place where nothing is, a black space, a silence, a gap between moments. We fear the void because it feels like the end of meaning, of connection, of being. But what if the void doesn't stay still? What if, instead of vanishing, it expands? This is the paradox of the void that grows. At first, it feels like a contradiction. How can nothing grow? Growth implies movement, creation, addition. But the void doesn't grow like a tree or a thought. It grows by subtraction. It grows by what it consumes. Attention, energy, meaning. And you've felt it before. The more you ignore something, the louder its absence becomes. The more you avoid a question, the heavier it gets. The more you run from silence, the more it follows you. The void grows not in size, but in presence. It begins subtly. A small emptiness in your routine, a strange quiet in a relationship, a whisper of boredom in a life that once felt full. You try to fill it, scrolling, eating, talking, planning. But nothing sticks. The distractions bounce off the edges. The space remains, and it grows. Not because you invited it, but because you didn't face it. That's the strange nature of voids. They grow in the dark. They feed on what we refuse to name. An unspoken grief. A truth we keep avoiding. A change we know is coming. We pretend we're fine. But deep beneath the surface, something widens. And here's where the paradox becomes intimate. The more you deny the void, the more it becomes you. You start to speak with less depth, move with less clarity, think with less spark. You're not broken, you're not lost. You're just slowly being taken over by what you're unwilling to see. The growing void isn't your failure. It's your message. It's the signal that something inside you has gone unanswered for too long, and the only way to stop it from growing is to enter it. Not with fear, but with curiosity. Because the void isn't evil. It isn't trying to destroy you. It's trying to clear the noise. It's trying to make space. For what? That depends on you. Some voids are preparing you for truth. Others are asking you to rest. Some are inviting you to leave behind a life that's too small. Others are simply waiting for you to listen. Because the paradox continues. When you stop fearing the void, it stops being empty. You step inside it, and instead of darkness, you find something else. A clarity, a stillness, a freedom you forgot was possible, and suddenly you understand. The void didn't grow to consume you. It grew to return you to the part of yourself that has been buried beneath noise, to the center that doesn't need to be filled, only honored. So, the next time you feel the void growing, don't run. Sit down, close your eyes, breathe into the space you thought would destroy you, and notice you are still here. Which means the void wasn't your end. It was your beginning. Truth is supposed to be stable, permanent, universal. It's what we reach for when everything else shifts. The rock beneath our feet, the compass in the storm. We say, speak the truth, believing it will clarify, unify, resolve. But what if truth is fragile? What if the very act of hearing it changes what it is? This is the paradox of the truth that changes when heard. At first glance, it seems impossible. Truth is truth. It shouldn't care who hears it. But reality is rarely that simple. A truth whispered in love can heal. The same truth shouted in rage can destroy. A truth revealed too early can wound. Revealed too late, it loses its meaning. Truth, it turns out, is not just about content. It's about context. You've seen it happen. You tell someone the truth about how you feel, but it lands wrong. You explain your story, but they only hear what they fear. You share a realization that felt holy to you, and someone else scoffs. The truth didn't change in your heart, but it changed the moment it reached theirs. Why? Because people don't hear with their ears alone. They hear with their wounds, their beliefs, their timing. Truth is filtered through the architecture of the self. And so, the paradox unfolds. A truth might be pure at its source, but by the time it reaches another, it's no longer the same. And the opposite is also true. Some truths can't exist until they are heard. You carry a realization for years, quietly. You doubt it, you diminish it, and then one day, you speak it, And the moment someone witnesses it, the truth becomes real. It changes you, not because they told you something new, but because they received something you already knew. So truth is not just what is spoken. Truth is what is received, what is felt, what is made real through relationship. This makes truth powerful, but also unstable. It means no truth is ever final. No truth stands separate from the one who hears it. And every truth you offer is, in a sense, a gamble. You never control how it will land. So what do? You stop treating truth like a weapon. You stop assuming it will save or solve. You start honoring its living nature. You speak it with care, with timing, with awareness that it may change form as it moves between souls. And more importantly, you learn to hold your own truths gently. You accept that your truth today may not be your truth tomorrow. That insight evolves. That clarity refines. That truth is not a destination, but a dance. And perhaps that's the gift of this paradox. To show us that truth isn't rigid. It breathes. It listens. It reshapes itself with every echo. So the next time you hold a truth, before you share it, ask, is this the right moment? Is this the right tone? Is this truth ready to be heard? And when you receive someone else's truth, ask the same, because what you're hearing may not be their truth unchanged, but your interpretation of it. And between those two things, an entire world lives. Desire is motion. It's hunger, a pulling towards something not yet possessed. It fuels ambition, romance, creation. We desire because we lack. We want because something is missing. That's the story we're taught. Desire means wanting. But what if there's a kind of desire that doesn't want anything? This is the paradox of the desire that doesn't want. It sounds like a contradiction. How can you desire without wanting? Isn't that the very definition of desire? But underneath, the surface of our ordinary cravings, beyond lust, beyond hunger, beyond need, there exists another kind of longing, a silent one, a still one, a desire that isn't for an object or outcome, but for being itself. You've felt it before. It doesn't come with images. It doesn't chase a goal. It arrives in the quiet, in the spaces between distractions, a yearning that's hard to name because it isn't asking for more. It's asking for depth. It's not about gaining something new. It's about remembering something true. And this is where the paradox begins to unfold. Most desires are directional. You move toward the object of desire, believing that possession will bring peace. But the moment you reach it, the desire mutates. The satisfaction fades. The mind moves to the next thing. But the desire that doesn't want, it doesn't move like that. It doesn't reach forward. It reaches inward. It isn't a grasping. It's a calling. A longing to dissolve the illusion that you are separate, that you are not enough, that you must become something else to finally rest. This desire doesn't point outward to the world. It points back to your own essence. And when you listen to it, you realize you don't want the thing. You want the feeling. You believe the thing will give you. You don't want wealth. You want freedom. You don't want applause. You want to feel worthy. You don't want power. You want to feel safe. Strip away the object, and you're left with the true desire, pure, formless, and quietly eternal. And here's the twist. The more deeply you feel this kind of desire, the less it demands. It becomes softer, wiser. It stops rushing. It doesn't agitate. It illuminates. It doesn't create longing. It brings you closer to peace, because you begin to sense that what you were looking for was never outside. It was the search itself that kept you from finding. You were chasing the horizon when what you needed was already in the ground beneath your feet. So the desire that doesn't want isn't lack, it's presence. It doesn't take you away from now. It returns you to it. And in that return, something profound is revealed. This desire is not something to be fulfilled. It's something to be honored, not as a flaw, but as a doorway. A doorway into a life that doesn't need to be filled with noise, because it's already full in its quiet. We carry the idea that the self is continuous, that who you are now is a natural extension of who you've always been, a story unfolding in a straight line, every version of you building on the last. But what if that's an illusion? What if the person you think you are left someone behind? This is the paradox of the self that was left behind. You don't always notice when it happens. There's no ceremony, no goodbye. One day, a part of you just falls silent. It could be the curious child who used to ask endless questions. The dreamer who used to believe anything was possible. The fearless version who didn't yet know fear. Or maybe it was a part of you that hurt too much. A softness, a truth, a memory you decided was too much to carry. So you left it behind, not out of cruelty, but out of necessity. We all do this. We adapt. We survive. We shape ourselves to fit the world, to meet expectations, to avoid pain. And in doing so, some part of us is quietly locked away. But here's the paradox. Even though you left it behind, it never really left you. It lingers. You feel it in moments of nostalgia you can't explain, in sudden surges of emotion that don't seem to belong to the present, in the hollow ache that appears even when everything looks fine. Something inside you remembers who you were, and it wonders if you'll ever come back, not to live in the past, but to reclaim something essential that got buried under becoming. Because the self you left behind may hold the very thing you now need most. That creativity you say you've lost, it lives in the child you silenced. That sense of purpose you're searching for, it's waiting in the dream you abandoned. That courage you feel so far from, it's still breathing in the you that never had to pretend. And this is where the paradox deepens. The more you build a life without that self, the more successful, functional, and grown up you seem. The more you feel something missing, an invisible grief, a disconnect, a subtle betrayal of your own truth. Because you're not just building forward, you're also building around a silence, and eventually, you can't outrun the question, who did I become by leaving that part of me behind? And more importantly, who could I become if I turned back to find them? This isn't about regression. It's about integration. It's about reaching into the past, not to live there, but to listen, to meet the part of you you thought had to be buried, and offer it a seat at the table again. Not as a threat, not as a weakness, but as a forgotten strength, because maybe the self you left behind wasn't in the way. Maybe it was the way. So pause. Feel into the places you've gone numb, the memories you skip past, the versions of you that show up in dreams, waiting. There, not asking for rescue, just recognition. And in recognizing them, you don't become less of who you are. You become whole. Pain is meant to be experienced. That's how healing begins. A wound stings, a heart aches, a truth hurts. And in feeling it, we learn to carry it, to tend to it, to eventually let it go. Pain is a messenger, not a punishment. But what if the pain never arrives? What if the pain is real, and yet it's never felt? This is the paradox of the pain that was never felt. It's easy to assume that if something hurt you, you would know. You would cry, break down, rage. But the human mind is a master of delay. When something overwhelms the system, especially in childhood or trauma, the mind protects itself, not by healing the pain, but by hiding it. You don't feel the pain. You compartmentalize. You move on. You become strong. You build a life above the surface, stable, capable, controlled. But beneath, the pain waits, frozen in time, not screaming, just held, like a sealed room inside the psyche. And here's the paradox. Even though the pain was never felt, it continues to shape your life. You react to things that shouldn't trigger you. You push people away when they get too close. You shut down when vulnerability tries to rise. You numb yourself with distractions, with perfectionism, with overthinking, and you don't understand why. Because the pain wasn't felt, only stored, and the body remembers what the mind avoids. It holds tension where there should be ease. It grows tired from years of emotional weight carried in silence. It aches for something unnamed, for something unprocessed, for something you never gave yourself permission to feel. The pain in its silence becomes a presence, and the paradox intensifies. The longer pain is unfelt, the more deeply it embeds itself. Unfelt pain becomes a personality trait. It becomes a worldview. It becomes a story you believe is just who you are. You say things like, I just don't trust people. I'm just a bit cold. I've always been like this. But maybe that's not who you are. Maybe that's the echo of pain waiting to be felt. The moment you turn toward it, really turn, you don't always get a dramatic collapse. Sometimes, it's a single tear, a subtle tightness in the throat, a memory that re-emerges without warning. And for the first time, you let it in. Not to drown in it, but to witness it. To feel the pain you never got to feel. Not because you were weak, but because you were surviving. You don't have to relive everything. You don't have to figure it all out. You only have to stop pretending it never happened. Because once pain is acknowledged, it softens. Once it's felt, it can move. And once it moves, it can stop defining you. This is the quiet gift of the paradox, that what was never felt can still be healed. Even now, even years later, even if you no longer remember where it came from, all it takes is a moment of honesty, a pause, a breath, a whispered truth. That hurt. And suddenly, what was locked away isn't running your life anymore. It's leaving your body. So don't fear the pain that knocks at your door. It's not here to destroy you. It's here to return what you left behind when you had no other choice. Feel it now, gently, and watch what happens when silence finally becomes sound. We associate the universe with vastness. Endless galaxies, roaring stars, planets spinning through silent space. It's big, distant, powerful. To speak of the universe is to speak of scale, of forces that dwarf human life. But what if the universe wasn't only out there? What if it lived in the smallest, quietest things? This is the paradox of the universe inside a whisper. At first it feels poetic, maybe even romantic. But this paradox isn't just metaphor. It speaks to something we've all experienced, whether or not we've named it. A glance that says everything words cannot. A moment of silence that feels infinite. A quiet, I understand, that makes the chaos stop. These are not loud moments. They don't thunder or announce themselves, but they hold galaxies because they speak to the deepest parts of us without needing to shout. A whisper only matters if you're listening. And when you're truly listening, the tiniest things become the most profound. In a world that worships noise, this is revolutionary. We're conditioned to believe that truth must be dramatic. That meaning comes with intensity. That transformation must be loud and visible. But sometimes, the deepest shifts happen so quietly, no one else even notices. A single sentence in a book, a breath you finally allow yourself to take, a tear that rises when no one is watching, a moment of stillness that reminds you, you are alive. In those moments, something opens, not outside, but within, and you feel it. A strange familiarity, as if something impossibly vast just made itself small enough to fit inside your heart. That's the universe whispering. It's not somewhere else. It's here. It's always been here, in the beat between thoughts, in the warmth of a hand, in the trembling before truth. The paradox sharpens when you realize that we often miss the universe precisely because we are searching for it in the wrong direction. We look outward, up, beyond, believing it to be distant. But distance is an illusion. You are not in the universe. You are the universe, folded in skin and breath and thought. And the whisper, it's the reminder, not of something you don't know, but of something you've always known. The whisper says, you belong. You're not separate. You're made of stars and sorrow and wonder. You are enough, even in your silence. And once you hear that whisper, even once, you never forget it. You may forget the words. You may lose the feeling for a time. But somewhere, deep inside, that knowing stays lit. It doesn't demand attention. It waits. It doesn't argue or convince. It simply is. And if you learn to listen closely, you begin to hear it everywhere. In wind, in music, in a line from a stranger that somehow breaks you open, in the quiet between questions. The whisper is not weak, it's sacred, because only something truly powerful dares to speak so softly. So when the world gets too loud, pause, turn inward, listen not for answers, but for presence. Because sometimes, the entire universe is hiding in a whisper, just waiting for you to get quiet enough to hear it. Reality feels constant, stable, continuous. We rely on its consistency to make choices, form memories, and build identities. The ground stays solid. The sky remains above. Cause follows effect. Everything persists, unchanging, ever present. But what if that's not entirely true? What if reality isn't a stream, but a flicker? This is the paradox of the reality that blinks. You don't notice it at first, because the illusion of continuity is so strong. Your brain weaves everything into one seamless fabric. No gaps, no pauses. But the truth is, perception is not continuous. It's sampled, like frames in a film. Reality is constructed moment by moment, update by update. And in between those updates, there is nothing. Tiny voids, micro blackouts, moments so brief you never notice them. But they are there. And when you slow down, deeply, intentionally, you can sometimes feel the blinking. Reality is not a river, it's a strobe. Science brushes up against this. Neuroscience shows that the brain processes information in cycles. Visual perception updates in rhythmic pulses, 13 times per second in some studies. Consciousness itself might not be a stream, but a rapid-fire slideshow. So what holds it all together? The mind, the interpreter, the storyteller. It fills in the blanks, smooths the edges, writes continuity where there is only fragments. You don't live in reality, you live in a rendering of it. But here's where the paradox deepens. If reality blinks, if it vanishes and reappears moment to moment, then what happens in the in-between? Who are you in the gaps? Who are you when the world isn't being updated? It sounds abstract until you've felt it. That eerie sense in meditation, when everything feels like it just resets. The experience of losing time during a flow state. The surreal awareness that the world you just saw feels reconstructed. These aren't glitches. They are glimpses. Moments when you catch reality between frames. And here's the strange beauty. If reality blinks, then it's not just continuous. It's recreated again and again and again. Every moment is a birth, a choice, a chance to see differently. You're not just witnessing reality, you're co-creating it, frame by frame, and maybe that's why change is possible at all, because nothing is fixed, not even the world itself. It's all being refreshed faster than you can comprehend. So the next time you feel stuck, like nothing can shift, remember, reality blinks. It's not what you think it is. It isn't rigid. It isn't locked. It isn't even continuous. It's flickering between presence and possibility. And you're not trapped in the film. You're the one watching the frames. Words are tools, symbols, sounds tied to meaning. We use them to communicate, to name, to describe what already exists. A word, we believe, reflects the world. It doesn't create it. But what if it does? What if a single word could change everything it touches? This is the paradox of the word that rewrites the world. We tend to underestimate the power of language. But language isn't just a mirror. It's a blueprint. It shapes perception. It frames thought. The moment you name something, you alter how you relate to it. Think of a child who is told, "You're difficult." That word doesn't just describe them, it defines them. It becomes a story, and the story becomes identity. Now imagine the same child being told, "You're passionate." Same behavior, different word, different self. This is how the world begins to rewrite through language, not from outside, from within. The words we use to describe others change how we treat them. The words we use to describe ourselves change who we become. And the words we believe shape the world we live in. Here's the twist. You don't even realize it's happening. You say things like, "I'm not creative. I'm just unlucky. I always mess things up." And the words don't feel like choices. They feel like facts. But they aren't facts. They're scripts. Scripts that were written by someone, maybe long ago, and passed down until they felt like truth. You repeat the words, and the world conforms. Not because the world is limited, but because language taught you to see it that way. And the paradox deepens. A word can imprison you, but the right word can free you. One sentence from someone who sees you clearly can change your entire life. One name for a feeling you didn't know how to express can bring relief. One truth spoken at the right time can collapse years of self-deception. Words are not neutral. They are spells. They carry energy. They shape direction. They turn thoughts into structures. So what happens when you change the word? When you stop calling it failure and start calling it a lesson? When you stop saying, "I'm broken," and start saying, "I'm healing." When you replace never with not yet. The world around you doesn't just shift metaphorically, it literally begins. to feel different. Because your language is no longer echoing fear, it's now echoing possibility. And that's what the paradox reveals. That reality is not just built from matter, it's built from meaning, and meaning is carried through words. So choose your words, like you choose your world. Speak not just what's habitual, but what's true. Not just what describes you, but what calls you forward. Because one word can rewrite everything. We believe that we make choices, that we are the ones behind the wheel, steering our lives, deciding our paths. I choose this. I reject that. From these decisions, we imagine the self is expressed. Choice, we think, flows outward, from the chooser to the world. But what if it's the other way around? What if a choice doesn't come from the self, but creates the self? This is the paradox of the choice that created the chooser. It begins subtly. You make a decision, maybe small, maybe massive. You take a job. You end a relationship. You move to a new place. At first, it feels like any other decision, a moment of preference, a direction chosen. But later, you realize something changed, not outside, inside. You aren't the same person who made that choice. You're the person who was made by it. Because some choices aren't expressions of who you are. They are invitations to become someone new. And once you've made them, there's no going back. Not because you can't return, but because the one who could have returned no longer exists. A line has been crossed. A version of you has dissolved. Another has emerged. We like to think we know who we are when we choose. But often, the truth is revealed in reverse. You didn't know how brave you were until you walked away. You didn't know what mattered to you until you gave something up. You didn't know your voice until you used it. The choice came first. The chooser arrived later. And this is where the paradox deepens. Because if you are shaped by your choices, then who is making them in the first place? A shadow of who you could become. A whisper from the future pulling you forward. Or a self you haven't met yet, reaching through time to choose itself. You become by choosing. You choose by becoming. The loop is endless and beautiful. You don't wait to feel ready. You decide. And in that decision, readiness is born. You don't wait to be wise. You leap. And wisdom finds you on the other side. This is why some moments feel so much heavier than others. They aren't just choices. They are births. The moment you said yes to something uncertain, the moment you said no to what was killing you softly, the moment you walked alone, unsure, but did it anyway. You weren't acting as who you were. You were becoming who you needed to be. So what does this mean for your life now? It means the next choice matters, not because of what it leads to, but because of who it invites you to become. You are not just choosing outcomes, you are choosing selves. And you don't have to know everything in advance. You just have to trust the quiet truth inside you that says, choose now, and I will meet you there. We think of the soul as something vibrant, alive, expressive, in motion. The soul sings, dances, weeps. It's the flame behind the eyes, the essence that moves through our bodies and thoughts. It is what we associate with being awake, aware, alive. But what if the soul could sleep, and not in the sky, not in spirit, but in stone? This is the paradox of the soul that sleeps in stone. Stone is still, heavy, ancient. We see it as lifeless, something to be stepped on, carved, or ignored. Yet deep within its silence lies a riddle. What if stillness isn't the absence of soul, but the place where soul waits? What if what you call dead is simply dreaming? There are moments when you walk past a mountain, a monument, or even a small rock and feel something. You pause, not because you understand it, but because something ancient looks back, not with eyes, but with presence, as if the stone remembers. And perhaps it does, because stone holds time. It outlives us. It remains when everything else vanishes. Wars are fought, trees burn, bodies decay. But the stone endures, watching, absorbing, holding, and maybe over centuries something forms inside that holding. A kind of soul, not human, not individual, but deeply aware. The paradox isn't that stone has a soul like yours. The paradox is that soul doesn't need to move to be real. It doesn't need language, or emotion, or even breath. It can sleep. It can wait. And sometimes it can be awakened, not by force, but by recognition. You've experienced this in yourself. Moments when a part of your soul felt buried, frozen, turned to stone by years of silence, neglect, pain. You stopped feeling certain joys, certain sorrows. You became solid, practical, numb, not dead, just sleeping, and the world assumed you were fine, but you knew. You knew something inside had turned still, and one day, something unexpected, a poem, a person, a place, woke it up. A crack formed in the stone, light slipped through, and something long asleep stirred. This is the soul that sleeps in stone. It is not lost, it is preserved, waiting for the right moment, the right touch, the right question to rise. So the paradox becomes personal. Maybe what feels lifeless in you is not empty. Maybe it's simply resting. Maybe the parts of you that seem cold, unreachable, numb, are not broken. They are old. They are tired. They are waiting. And they can be awakened, not by fixing, not by pressure, but by presence, by listening to the silence inside you, by honoring what has endured. Because sometimes the soul doesn't need to be ignited. It needs to be remembered. So sit beside your own stillness and wait. The soul that sleeps in stone will wake, but only when you stop trying to shatter it. Fire is transformation. It burns, devours, reshapes. It is movement, heat, change. Fire is life in motion, and also life on the edge. We feel its urgency, its hunger, its refusal to be still. So how can something so alive become still? This is the paradox of the fire that freezes. At first, it feels like an impossibility. Fire is the opposite of cold, and yet, there are moments in life where something intense, something passionate, raw, even destructive, suddenly stops. Not because it's gone, but because it has turned inward. The flame still burns, but now it's quiet, contained, frozen, in form, but not in essence. Think of the moments when you've held back tears that burned behind your eyes, when you've swallowed words that could have scorched the world, when your anger or love or longing became so intense. You couldn't move. The heat was there, but you were frozen. Because sometimes fire doesn't explode. Sometimes it solidifies, and that's when it becomes most dangerous. A fire that rages is at least visible, but a fire that freezes hides. It simmers beneath silence. It crystallizes into sharpness, biting words, closed hearts, cold shoulders. You look calm on the outside, but inside, you're molten. This is how pain freezes into bitterness, how passion freezes into repression, how dreams freeze into regret. The energy remains. It doesn't vanish. It just stops moving. The paradox is that the stillness isn't peace, it's paralysis. And yet, this frozen fire isn't a death sentence. It's a message. It means the flame hasn't been given space. It hasn't been felt, expressed, freed. And in the absence of movement, fire becomes form. The passion you didn't know what to do with became distance. The grief you never let yourself cry became silence. The rage you weren't allowed to feel became numbness. And now, the ice is beginning to crack. Because even frozen fire remembers how to burn. You see it in art, in healing, in people who have thawed after years of stillness. Something breaks. The words come. The tears fall. The movement returns. And the fire doesn't destroy. It transforms. Not wildly, but gently. The paradox doesn't resolve by choosing fire or ice. It resolves by feeling what has been frozen, by melting the fire back into flow. So if you feel nothing, but know you should, if you look calm, but feel like a volcano, if you ache for motion, but feel stuck in stone, don't judge yourself, just listen, because the fire in you isn't gone. It's waiting for permission, for breath, for the moment when the cold breaks and the truth underneath is warm enough to begin. Again, lies are supposed to be temporary. Mistakes, deceptions, misunderstandings. They appear, get exposed, and eventually dissolve under the weight of truth. Lies, we believe, are fragile things. But what if a lie lasted? What if a lie became law? This is the paradox of the lie that became law. It begins small, a convenient untruth, a sentence repeated to avoid discomfort, to control a narrative, to gain power. It might even be well-intentioned, meant to protect, to simplify, to make the world easier to digest. But lies, when repeated often enough, begin to harden. They gain momentum. They find structure. They stop sounding like lies and start sounding like common sense. And once a lie feels familiar enough, it becomes a rule. A rule no one questions. A law no one remembers choosing. You have to earn love. You are only valuable if you produce. Some people are less human than others. Pain should be hidden. You must always be in control. These aren't truths. They're inherited fictions, but we build entire systems around them, internal and external. And soon, the lie isn't just spoken, it's enforced by parents, teachers, bosses, governments, by your own inner critic. And here's where the paradox deepens. The more the lie is enforced, the more true it feels. Not because it aligns with reality, but because it defines reality. You stop questioning, you adjust to it, you shape your identity around it, and suddenly, living within the lie becomes safer than challenging it. Because the moment you ask, what if this isn't true? Everything you've built on top of it begins to shake. So we keep the law, we uphold the lie. But somewhere deep inside, something knows. Something aches. Something whispers, this isn't how it was meant to be. And that whisper is where the paradox begins to loosen. Because when a lie becomes law, it's not the end of truth. It's the beginning of awakening. The moment someone names the lie for what it is, it cracks. Not loudly, but meaningfully. One voice one refusal, one person daring to say, "This rule doesn't make sense." That's how change begins. That's how generations heal. And that's how you too begin to find freedom. By looking at the laws within your own mind and asking, who made this rule? Who benefits from this belief? What truth was buried to keep this lie alive? Because when you stop enforcing the lie, you start reclaiming your life. And in that reclamation, the truth returns, not as a rebellion, but as a quiet law of its own, one that was always there, beneath the noise, beneath the conditioning, waiting for you to say, "I don't believe that anymore." Feelings come and go. They rise in the body, triggered by events, thoughts, memories. They are responses, not entities. Emotions pass through us, but they are not us. That's what we're taught. But what if a feeling began to believe it was you? What if it didn't just pass through consciousness, but claimed it? This is the paradox of the feeling that thought itself alive. It starts with something subtle, a sadness that lingers too long, an anxiety that stops being about a situation and becomes the lens through which all situations are viewed. A rage that doesn't need a cause anymore. It just is. And one day, the feeling stops behaving like a guest and starts acting like the owner. You no longer say, "I feel worthless." You say, "I am worthless." The emotion fuses with identity. The feeling no longer visits. It lives in you. That's the moment the feeling begins to believe it's alive. And here's where the paradox takes hold. Because the feeling, of course, isn't conscious. It has no ego, no intention. But your mind gives it shape. Your story gives it voice. Your attention gives it breath. And suddenly, what began as an experience becomes a self. You forget that it started somewhere. You forget that it can end, because it no longer feels like something you're going through. It feels like who you are. You don't just feel fear. You become a fearful person. You don't just feel anger. You identify as someone who is always on edge. This is the slow possession of self by emotion. Not because you're broken, but because you're alive. Because feelings are powerful. Because they don't want to be ignored. And if they aren't met, they take the only shape they know. You. But here's the twist. You are not your feelings. Even the ones that feel permanent. Even the ones that have shaped your relationships, your choices, your very voice. You are the space the feeling moves through. The moment you remember this, the feeling softens. It doesn't vanish, but it lets go of its crown. It stops demanding that you bow to it, and you begin to see it for what it is. A message, a wave, an echo of something real, but not eternal. And maybe that's all it ever wanted. To be felt, not worshipped, not imprisoned. The feeling that thought itself alive didn't mean harm. It just stayed too long without being seen. So how do you unmerge from it? You pause. You name it. You breathe around it. You say, "This is fear," instead of, "This is me." And slowly, the separation returns. You still feel, but now you know. You are not your sadness. You are not your rage. You are not your shame. You are the witness. And even if the feeling still thinks it's alive, you now remember who truly is. A thought seems small. It flickers in the mind, barely noticed. An internal whisper, a private spark. You have thousands every day. Most pass, some linger, and a few change everything. But what happens when a single thought doesn't just shift your perspective? It divides your reality. This is the paradox of the thought that split the world. It begins in a moment of stillness or chaos, doesn't matter which. The thought appears quietly, like an intruder. What if I'm not who I think I am? Or what if none of this means what I thought it did? It sounds innocent at first, a passing musing. But the moment you believe it, everything changes. Suddenly, the ground beneath your life feels less solid. The people you love feel slightly unfamiliar. Your choices seem like artifacts of a self you no longer trust. One thought, and the world fractures. There is the life you had before that thought, and the life after. And here's the paradox. It wasn't the world that changed. It was your perception of it. But perception is everything. We don't live in the world as it is. We live in the world as we see it. And so, when a thought splits your seeing, it splits your world. This happens in grief, in awakening, in heartbreak, in betrayal, in moments when the truth is too loud to ignore. You realize something irreversible, and it rewrites the laws of your inner universe. And now, nothing feels real in the same way. People still talk, clocks still tick, but you're watching it all from a slightly different dimension. You feel both closer to reality and farther from it, because part of you has awakened, and another part is grieving the illusion it lost. This is not madness, it's metamorphosis. The paradox continues. The thought that split the world didn't break it. It revealed it. It peeled back the surface, the script, the safe narrative, and showed you a deeper layer. One that is less tidy, less comforting, but more true. And now, you have to choose. Do you pretend you didn't see it? Do you patch up the fracture and return to the old world? Or do you walk into the new one, uncertain, raw, awake? That's the cost of such a thought. It grants clarity and demands courage, because you can't unthink it. You can't unknow what you now know. You can only become someone who lives on this side of the split. Someone who has seen behind the veil. Someone who no longer confuses comfort with truth. Someone who has been cracked open, not by trauma, but by insight. And maybe that's what evolution really looks like. Not the slow climb upward, but the moment everything you thought you knew falls apart, so that something deeper can rise. We create concepts to understand the world, to name things, to sort them, to simplify the chaos into something we can grasp. Concepts are helpful. They give structure to experience, clarity to thought, and stability to life. But what happens when the concept becomes bigger than what it was meant to describe? What happens when the idea of reality becomes more real than reality itself? This is the paradox of the concept that consumed reality. It starts innocently. You learn a word, a theory, a belief system. It feels powerful, like you finally put your finger on something slippery. Now you have a handle, a box, a label. But as time passes, the label starts replacing the thing it pointed to. Instead of seeing people, you see categories. Instead of feeling emotions, you diagnose symptoms. Instead of experiencing life directly, you filter it through a mental lens. You no longer encounter reality. You interpret it, and the concept becomes your compass, no longer guiding you toward truth, but redefining what truth is allowed to be. You see this in culture, political ideologies, psychological frameworks, religious dogmas. All of them began as attempts to describe some aspect of reality. But when they grow unchecked, they stop being maps and start becoming cages. Everything outside the concept is dismissed. Everything inside is repeated endlessly, and reality which once expanded with every breath, begins to shrink. Not because the world is smaller, but because the concept has grown too large. It now devours what it cannot explain, rejects what it cannot predict, fears what it cannot control, and here's the twist. We often confuse this for clarity. We feel comforted by the concept. It gives us a sense of certainty. It makes the messy feel neat. But at what cost? When you live through a concept, you no longer see what is. You see what you expect. You stop listening. You stop wondering. You stop being surprised. And that's when you know the concept has consumed reality. Because reality, true reality, is unpredictable, alive, beyond capture. It refuses to fit entirely inside any theory, belief, or definition. It always slips the frame. So how do you escape the prison of the concept? You remember what the concept was meant to be. Not a replacement for truth, but a pointer toward it. You let the map guide you without mistaking it for the territory. You use the label without clinging to it. You hold ideas lightly, knowing that no idea, no matter how profound, can ever hold the fullness of what is. And you stay open to the mystery. The living, breathing, terrifying mystery that no concept can tame. Because the moment you let go of the need to define everything, you begin to see again, not through the concept, but through the eyes of presence. And what you see is not smaller. It's infinite. Freedom is often imagined as having choices. The more doors you can walk through, the more liberated you are. A hallway with 10 doors feels better than one with only 2. And a life filled with infinite possibilities. Well, that must be true. Freedom. Right. But what if too many doors become a cage? What if the abundance of choice becomes the reason you can't move? This is the paradox of the prison of infinite doors. You've likely felt it. Standing at a crossroads, not of one or two paths, but of countless options. Careers, relationships, ideas, identities. Each one calls to you with equal weight, equal possibility. And instead of excitement, you feel paralyzed. Because to choose one means closing all the others, and the mind hates closing doors. So you linger, you plan, you fantasize, you wait for more certainty while the doors keep multiplying. And suddenly, the freedom you thought you had turns into exhaustion. The hallway stretches endlessly, and you remain in the center, surrounded by doors, but unable to walk through even one. Not because you're weak, but because you're afraid of loss. Every door you choose means the death of a life you might have lived. And so, you choose nothing. You stay still. But stillness in this context isn't peace. It's prison. The prison of too much possibility. And here's where the paradox tightens. Freedom isn't always having more doors. Sometimes, freedom is choosing one. Not because it's perfect, not because it guarantees success, but because choosing ends the loop. Because movement, any movement, breaks the paralysis. And with movement comes clarity. We often wait for clarity before we choose, but more often, clarity follows choice. You walk through a door, and only then do you begin to understand why it mattered, what it offered, who it's turning you into. The doors were never the point. It was the you on the other side of the decision that mattered. But in the prison of infinite doors, that version of you can't be born. Because birth requires commitment. And commitment requires surrender. Surrender to what is, rather than what might have been. So how do you escape? Not by finding the right door, not by eliminating all risk, but by choosing anyway, knowing you will grieve the doors you didn't open, knowing you will wonder but also knowing that's the cost of freedom. Not infinite access, but intimate courage. So if you find yourself surrounded by endless doors, stop waiting. Pick one, step through, and trust that whatever's on the other side will be more real than standing still forever. We think of keys as tools of access. They unlock doors, they open gates, they lead us into hidden spaces, secret places, new beginnings. A key, by nature, is associated with freedom, the solution that ends confinement. But what if the key doesn't open? What if the key locks? This is the paradox of the key that locks everything. It begins with good intentions. You search for the key, maybe to success, happiness, love, inner peace. You believe that once you find it, everything will fall into place. One philosophy, one relationship, one belief system, one truth. And then you find it, or at least you think you do. It works at first. It opens something in you. Life begins to make sense. You feel clearer, stronger, maybe even transformed. And so you hold on to the key tightly. You trust it. Build your life around it. Let it guide every decision. But slowly, the key stops opening doors. It begins closing them, because what once offered freedom now becomes a limit. You stop questioning. You stop exploring. You stop allowing other keys to exist. You use the same answer for every new problem, even when it doesn't fit. You defend the key, not because it's still helping, but because it once did. It gave you certainty, identity, belonging. Now, to question the key feels like questioning yourself, and that's how the key becomes a lock. What once unlocked your mind now cages it. What once awakened your spirit now keeps it asleep. You've seen this before. A belief that becomes dogma, a role that becomes identity, a coping strategy that becomes a prison. The problem wasn't the key. The problem was forgetting that no key is meant to open every door. The paradox intensifies when you realize sometimes the only way to unlock your life again is to let go of the very key that helped you begin. It feels like betrayal, like abandoning the thing that saved you. But it's not betrayal, it's evolution. The purpose of a key is not to be carried forever. It's to open something. And once opened, your task is to enter. Not to worship the key, to walk through the threshold, to live in the space it revealed, to keep moving. But many people stay in the doorway, holding the key, refusing to step forward because they fear what comes next. And here's the quiet truth. Sometimes you don't need a new key. You need to realize the door was never locked. So ask yourself, what am I still holding? What key am I gripping out of fear that nothing else will work? What parts of me are waiting to be freed? Not by a new answer, but by releasing the old one. Because when you stop needing the key to be everything, you begin to see all the doors again. And this time, you walk through them without needing to be unlocked. Because true freedom isn't having the right key. It's remembering that you were never fully locked in the first place. We crave unity, a clear identity, a sense of singular selfhood. I am this. I am me. We say one as if it is simple, clean, singular. As if there's only one voice inside, one truth, one self. But what if one was never alone? What if what you call one was always many? This is the paradox of the one that was always many. It begins early. You are taught to be consistent, to define yourself, to answer the question, who are you, with something stable, a name, a job, a belief, a personality trait. But then life happens. You feel conflicting things at once. You believe and doubt. You want to stay and leave. You are kind and cruel, confident and afraid, all in the same breath. The illusion of the singular self begins to tremble, because the truth is, you are not one. You are a choir. Inside you live the voices of the past and the future. The child you were, the adult you're trying to become, the protector, the dreamer, the part of you that wants to love, and the part that's afraid to be seen. They are all you, and yet they are not the same you. They take turns, they argue, they whisper different truths at different times, and this is where the paradox unfolds. We call ourselves I as if we're unified, but we are made of contradictions. We call it confusion, but maybe it's complexity. We call it being lost, but maybe it's being vast. The problem isn't that you are many. The problem is when you try to be only one. When you silence the parts of you that don't fit the story. When you pretend to be consistent. When you shame the pieces that don't align. That's when the inner world becomes a battlefield. But when you allow the many to speak, something unexpected happens. Harmony. Not the erasure of conflict, but a holding of it. A deep, compassionate space where all the versions of you are allowed to exist, to contribute, to soften. You become not a mask of unity, but a symphony of honesty. And here's where the paradox transforms. You become more whole by embracing your fragments. You become more yourself by recognizing you are not just one thing. You are a mosaic, and the beauty of a mosaic lies not in its uniformity, but in how all the broken pieces create something unrepeatable. So ask yourself, what parts of me have I pushed away to maintain the illusion of one? What voices inside have I dismissed as weakness or contradiction? What if they all belong? Because maybe you were never meant to be just one. Maybe you were meant to be many, held gently by the quiet, witnessing presence that watches them all. Every story has a beginning, or so we're told. A first page, a first breath, a spark from which all things follow. We structure our lives like books, chapters with clear starts, clean arcs, and neat conclusions. But what if the beginning never began? What if the start of everything was already forgotten? This is the paradox of the forgotten beginning. We're always looking back, trying to trace the line. Where did this begin? In healing, we search for the origin of our pain. In relationships, we remember the moment it all started. In the universe, we wonder, what came before the beginning? But the deeper you look, the blurrier it becomes. The further back you go, through memory, through time, through silence, the less solid it feels. The origin dissolves into mist. There's no clear starting point, only fragments, echoes, an intuition that something came before, but no certainty of what. You think you remember being 5 years old, then flashes from when you were 3. Then something even earlier. But where is the edge? There isn't one, and maybe there never was. That's the paradox. We live in stories, but the true beginning is always hidden. We think of the beginning as a point, but maybe it's a loop, or a wave, or something that can't be measured in time at all. Even the universe resists a clean start. Scientists search for the Big Bang, but even that is not a beginning in the way we imagine. It's the edge of our comprehension. What came before? No one knows. Maybe nothing. Maybe everything. And here's where the paradox tightens. If you don't know your beginning, can you really know who you are? You say, I am this. But how do you know if you don't know how it began? You say, this is my purpose. But how can you be sure if the root is hidden? You build your identity like a house, but the foundation lies beneath a fog. And yet, this isn't a flaw in the story. It's part of it. Because beginnings don't just vanish, they dissolve into being. The moment before your first breath, the moment before a thought arises, the instant before creation stirs, they are beginnings too, but they live in stillness. And that's the mystery. Beginnings are not found in answers. They are felt in awareness. You don't remember your birth, but you are the result of it. You don't recall the first beat of your heart, but it's still beating now. You don't know where you began, but you are still beginning, right now, with every breath, with every thought, with every letting go. So maybe you don't need to remember the beginning to honor it. Maybe the forgetting is sacred. Maybe the real miracle is not knowing how it all began, but choosing to begin again anyway. Language is the tool we use to give shape to thought. It's how we name, define, explain. Words are the bridge between what we feel inside and what we share outside. Without language, we assume there's only silence, formless, undefined, unreachable. But what if the voice came before the words? What if something within you was already speaking, long before you ever learned how to say it? This is the paradox of the voice that came before language. It's easy to forget that before you could form a sentence, you still cried, you still reached, you still felt. There was a voice in you, raw, primal, unfiltered, not bound to grammar or vocabulary. A voice made of sensation, of breath, of knowing. And that voice never went away. It's the one that tells you something is wrong before you can explain why. The one that guides your hands when words fail. The one that moves you to tears during a song you don't understand. It's not made of letters, it's made of truth. But we are taught to override that voice, to replace it with polished words, tidy explanations, and socially acceptable expressions. And so we forget the deeper voice, the one that doesn't ask to be understood, only to be heard. The paradox deepens when you realize that language, while powerful, often limits what that voice is trying to say. You feel heartbreak, but you say, I'm fine. You sense danger, but you say, I'm overthinking. You long for something unnamed, but you say, I'm just tired. The voice speaks clearly, but the language dilutes it, because no word is ever quite enough. And yet, we keep trying. We write poems. We sing. We create art. Not just to communicate, but to translate. To try and catch a glimpse of the voice that has no name, no shape, no syllable. This voice is not just emotion. It is you. It is the part of you that knew before you were taught, that felt before you could describe. That was before you were defined. And if you listen, truly listen, it's still speaking. Not loudly, not with urgency, but with presence, in the stillness, in the gut, in the instinct that says, this path is right, even if I can't explain it. And here's the beautiful twist. Sometimes, when you stop trying to put everything into words, the truth becomes clearer. Because this voice doesn't need translation. It needs attention. So the next time you can't find the right words, stop searching. Close your eyes and listen for the voice beneath language, the one that came before, the one that never left, the one that knows, even when nothing makes sense. Because maybe the deepest truths aren't meant to be spoken, they're meant to be felt. Illusions are meant to deceive. They trick the senses, distort the truth, make us believe something is there when it isn't. Once the illusion is seen for what it is, it usually fades. It dissolves in the light of awareness. But what if an illusion didn't disappear? What if it looked back at you and knew it wasn't real? This is the paradox of the illusion that knows it's real. We like to draw clean lines between what's real and what isn't. We say, this is true, that is false. This is me, that is fantasy. But the mind isn't that simple. The mind doesn't just believe illusions, it needs them. We build identities, routines, and beliefs not because they are objectively real, but because they feel stable. They help us navigate the world. They protect us. They give us something to hold on to, even if they aren't true. Take the self, for example. The idea that you are a separate, consistent I that exists independently, unchanged from moment to moment. That's a story, a construction, a useful illusion. But deep down, something in you knows. You change. You contradict yourself. You think, feel, act differently, depending on the moment. And yet, you cling to the idea of a solid self because the illusion offers safety. But here's where the paradox sharpens. You can become aware that it's an illusion and still live as if it's real. That's the illusion that knows it's real. A mask that's fully aware it's a mask, yet never takes itself off. A thought that knows it's made up, but still speaks like the voice of truth. You can even hear this illusion in your own mind. I know this belief isn't rational, but I can't stop living by it. I know this fear isn't real, but I still obey it. I know I'm more than this identity, but I don't know how to be without it. The illusion isn't deceiving you anymore, but you're still holding it. Because some illusions become home, and to let them go would mean facing something far more terrifying than deception. Uncertainty. Because if the self isn't solid, then what is? If the beliefs aren't true, then who are you? If the structure was never real, then where do you stand? And that's the real weight of the paradox. It's not that the illusion is too strong, it's that the truth is too open. And yet, there's something liberating here too, because once the illusion knows it's an illusion, something softens. It doesn't have to defend itself. It doesn't have to be absolute. It can become playful. You can wear the mask, but lightly. You can follow the script, but with awareness. You can carry your identity, but not confuse it for your soul. And in that awareness, the illusion loses its grip. Not because it vanishes, but because you no longer believe it. You see it. You dance with it. And in that dance, you find freedom. So, don't be afraid of illusions that know they're real. They are not lies. They are stories. And when you know you're in a story, you can choose how it ends. A map is meant to guide. It's a representation of the world, a miniature of reality, helping you find your way through what's vast and unknown. We trust maps because they're supposed to correspond to something real. But what if the map is perfect, and the place it points to doesn't exist? This is the paradox of the map of a place that doesn't exist. At first, it sounds absurd. Why would anyone follow a map with no destination? Why design directions to nowhere? But it happens all the time. We follow life plans drawn from expectations we didn't create. We chase ideals inherited from culture, family, media, maps handed to us long before we knew how to question them. Get the job, find the partner, buy the house, earn the approval, achieve the goal. The map is detailed, familiar, rewarded, but as you follow it, something feels off. You reach the milestones, and yet the satisfaction is missing. You hit the targets, but feel no closer to yourself. You arrive only to realize you were never going anywhere real, because the destination was never truly yours. It was a place that doesn't exist. Not because it's imaginary in the fantasy sense, but because it was constructed from someone else's longing, someone else's values, a borrowed vision that never quite fit your soul. And here's the paradox. The map still works. It leads you to jobs, relationships, places. But no matter how far you travel, you never arrive, because the map doesn't match the terrain of your life. You start to feel like something's wrong with you. But what if the problem isn't you? What if the problem is the map? We don't question maps easily. They give us structure, predictability. They make us feel like we know where we're going. But maps are only useful if they match the landscape. And most of the time, the map we've been given is outdated, incomplete, or entirely fictional. So what happens when you realize you've been following a false map? At first, there's grief, a sense of disorientation, a fear of being lost. But then there's freedom, because once you let go of the map, you start to see, not where you're supposed to go, but where you are. You notice the landscape for the first time. You learn to move by instinct, not instruction. You follow curiosity instead of convention, and maybe, just maybe, you start drawing a new map, one that isn't finished, one that leaves space for uncertainty, one that reflects the terrain of your own soul. So if you ever feel like you're working so hard and getting nowhere, if you've arrived where you were told to go and still feel lost, pause, look at the map you're following, and ask, was this ever pointing to somewhere real? Because maybe the most honest map is the one you draw as you walk, not to a place that already exists, but to a life that's being created with every step. Time is supposed to be the healer. Give it time, we say. Time heals all wounds. The idea is that pain fades, scars soften, and memories lose their sting as the days pass. Time moves forward, and healing follows. But what if the opposite were true? What if the wound didn't need time to heal? What if the wound was what healed time? This is the paradox of the wound that healed time. It begins when something breaks, a betrayal, a loss, a collapse of certainty. In that moment, time fractures, not physically, but experientially. There is the time before the wound, and everything after. The clock still ticks, but your relationship to it changes. Suddenly, time stretches, or stops, or repeats itself. You relive the moment over and over. A song, a smell, a place brings it back in full force. No matter how many days pass, the pain still feels new. Time no longer heals. It hurts. You become untethered in the flow of days. Your past feels too loud. Your future feels unreachable. The present feels like waiting. But something else is happening. Something quiet. The wound is watching you, not judging, just waiting. Because it knows something time doesn't. Time can pass, but it can't transform. Only you can do that. And here's where the paradox begins to unfold. When you finally stop trying to outrun the pain, when you sit with the wound, not as an enemy, but as a teacher, something shifts. The wound becomes a doorway, not to the past, but to something outside of time. A clarity that couldn't have existed before the break. A strength that didn't come from days passing, but from presence inside the pain. A peace that was born not from forgetting, but from fully feeling. And in that moment, time, as you knew it, begins to repair. The past softens, the present expands, the future becomes possible again. The wound didn't need more minutes. It needed meaning. And once the pain is met with meaning, the wound doesn't just heal. You heal time itself. Because now, when you look back on that moment, it's not just a rupture, it's a turning point, a sacred crack through which a new version of you emerged. You don't glorify the wound, you don't wish for it, but you honor it because it taught you what time could not. That some healing is not linear, it's circular, it loops back, it deepens, it transforms everything it touches, including how you move through the hours, days, and years. So when someone says, time will heal it, maybe the deeper truth is, your willingness to meet the wound will heal time. Because time alone doesn't carry you forward. You do. We begin as observers, watching the world unfold around us, noticing, analyzing, separate, safe. There is the self, and there is everything else, objects, people, problems, patterns. But what happens when the line between observer and observed begins to blur? What happens when the one who watches becomes the one being watched? This is the paradox of the observer that became the observed. In the beginning, you see the world like a camera behind the lens. You study behavior. You reflect on your past. You notice your emotions. You tell yourself, I am aware. I am the one watching. This is the foundation of consciousness itself. The observer gives you space between stimulus and response. It allows you to step back, to gain perspective, to see yourself clearly. But the deeper your awareness grows, the more unsettling the realization becomes. You can observe a thought, so you are not your thoughts. You can observe a feeling, so you are not your feelings. You can observe your body, so you are not your body. So, what are you? The observer, right? But wait, if you can observe even the act of observing, who then is watching the observer? That's when the loop begins. The awareness that watches the self is also being watched. You turn inward and find another layer, and another, and another. Each time you think you've found the center, you realize you're just standing at the edge of another mirror. This is where the paradox comes alive. There is no final observer, only a cascade of awareness, watching awareness, a reflection within a reflection, and somewhere in that infinite hall of mirrors, you realize you are not just the one who sees, you are the one who is seen. You are not standing outside reality, observing it. You are part of what's being observed. The moment you think, I am aware, that thought itself becomes part of what's visible. You are not above your experience. You are inside it, enmeshed in the very thing you're trying to step back from, and yet, you can still observe. So what's happening? The paradox doesn't resolve by choosing one side. It reveals something deeper, that awareness is not a fixed point. It is a dance, a flow, a flickering between self and world, between seeing and being seen, between control and surrender. You are the observer, you are the observed, and you are the space in which both appear. This isn't a flaw in perception. It's the nature of consciousness itself. To be fluid, self-referencing, mysterious. So if you ever feel lost in reflection, like you don't know who's really watching who, that's not confusion. That's awakening. Because the more you look, the more you realize there is no final place to stand, only the infinite unfolding of awareness watching itself. Objects are supposed to be solid, physical, touchable. You can see them, move them, measure them. They exist in space. They take up room. They have weight. That's what makes them real. They don't rely on belief. They simply are. But what if there's an object so real, you can only imagine it? This is the paradox of the object you can only imagine. At first glance, it feels like fantasy, a contradiction. How can something be an object, a thing, and yet not exist in space? How can you believe in its form but never see it, never hold it, never verify it? But you do, all the time. You imagine love as a thing. You imagine the future as a place. You imagine justice as something you can build. You imagine the self as an object that persists through time. None of these are physical, but they have shape, texture, meaning. You carry them like objects inside your thoughts, and you treat them as real. This imagined object is powerful. It drives choices, shapes societies, builds identities. The object might be abstract, but its effects are concrete. Take freedom, for example. You can't hold it in your hand. You can't point to it on a map. But people live and die for it, build governments around it, sacrifice everything in its name. And yet, if you try to find its exact shape, it shifts. Ask 10 people to define it, and you'll get 10 different answers. Because it's not an object in space, it's an object in mind. And here's where the paradox intensifies. The more you believe in the imagined object, the more real it becomes. But the more you try to grasp it, the more it slips away. It's a truth that behaves like smoke. You can see it, feel it, follow it, but you can't hold it. You can only live it. And that's what makes the paradox so haunting. The most meaningful things in life may never exist outside your imagination. You believe in purpose, in soul, in hope, in healing, in something better just beyond this moment. These are not illusions, they're imagined objects, and yet they shape you more than the chair beneath you, more than the walls around you, because they move through you, and that's where the paradox transforms. The object you can only imagine is not false, it's invisible, not absent, internal. And just because it lives in the mind doesn't mean it's weak. It means it belongs to a different dimension of reality, a dimension not measured in inches or seconds, but in meaning. So the next time you catch yourself longing for something you can't quite describe, an object without edges, a place you've never been, a truth you can't prove, don't dismiss it. That's your imagination reaching into the unknown, trying to build something that can't yet be seen, but can already be felt. You've always been told the world is objective. It exists whether you're looking or not. Mountains stand tall without witnesses. Oceans crash whether or not you listen. The sun burns millions of miles away, indifferent to your presence. But what if the world needs you to exist? And what if it only comes into being if you don't? This is the paradox of the world that exists if you don't. It begins with a thought experiment. If a tree falls in a forest and no one is there to hear it, does it make a sound? At first, the answer feels obvious. Of course it does. But then you wonder, What is sound without a listener? What is color without an eye? What is meaning without a mind? What is existence without awareness? Science has its own version of this question. In quantum physics, the observer effect shows us that particles behave differently when they're being observed. At the subatomic level, reality doesn't settle into one form until it's measured, until there is a witness. So what then? Is this world that's supposedly out there independent of you? And here's where the paradox deepens. If your awareness creates your experience of the world, then does the world exist if you don't? Imagine you vanished, not just your body, but your awareness, your thoughts, your perceptions, your identity, your point of view, all of it gone. Does the world continue as it is, or does it revert to something incomprehensible, formless, undefined, potential without pattern? From your perspective, it doesn't exist at all, because without you, there is no you to perceive it. And yet strangely, this isn't a disappearance of the world. It's a shift in its relationship to being. The world doesn't stop. It returns to something deeper, something vast, unobserved, unshaped by any consciousness. And that's what the paradox whispers. The world exists without you, but the version of the world you know only exists because of you. You see the world through the lens of memory, belief, emotion, identity. You don't just see reality, you interpret it. And without that interpretation, the entire story collapses. So what then is more real? The world in itself, or the world as you experience it? And here's where it becomes intimate. There's a version of the world that would continue if you were gone, but it wouldn't be this world. It wouldn't contain your memories, your meaning, your connections, your voice. That version vanishes when you do. So maybe the paradox isn't saying the world depends on you completely. Maybe it's saying the world you know. The world that feels alive, vivid, personal, unfolding, only exists because you are here to see it. And that means your presence is not small, it's creative. You are not a passive observer of the world, you are its co-author. So the next time you feel like nothing you do matters, like the world would go on just fine without you, remember, the world you love, the one you see when you look at the sky, touch someone's hand, feel the wind. That world wouldn't exist the same way if you didn't. Paradoxes are supposed to be frustrating, logical puzzles, intellectual traps. They twist reason, defy resolution, and leave you staring at contradictions that can't be untangled. We approach them like problems, something to be solved, decoded, fixed. But what if a paradox didn't ask to be solved? What if, instead of resisting you, it laughed? This is the paradox of the paradox that laughs. At first it sounds absurd. Laughter from a contradiction? But think about it. Haven't you ever chased a question so far, so deeply, so obsessively, only to arrive at a place so simple, so unexpected, so ridiculous that you couldn't help but laugh? That laugh isn't confusion, it's recognition. You realize the paradox wasn't mocking you, it was playing with you. It let you tie yourself in knots, philosophically, emotionally, existentially, only to show you that the very effort to understand was part of the illusion, that your need to resolve the paradox was the thing keeping you trapped in it. You laugh because something in you finally lets go. The mind that needed certainty softens. The ego that wanted control loosens its grip. The seeker stops running in circles, and suddenly, standing still feels like freedom. And here's where the paradox reveals its truth. Not all contradictions need resolution. Some are invitations. Some are mirrors. Some are cosmic jokes, pointing to a truth so big that logic alone can't hold it. Take the classic. Can God create a rock so heavy that even he cannot lift it? It sounds serious, but sit with it long enough, and it starts to sound silly, not because it's meaningless, but because it's showing you the limits of meaning. It's not asking for a theological answer. It's pulling you into a dance where language collapses and all that's left is wonder. The paradox that laughs isn't dismissive. It's wise. It knows that the deepest truths aren't always behind locked doors. Sometimes they're hiding, in plain sight, right behind the assumptions you didn't know you were making. And laughter becomes the sound of something breaking open, the sound of release, the sound of understanding without needing to understand. It's the sound of the soul remembering that not everything has to make sense to be sacred. So what do you do with a paradox that laughs? You stop trying to conquer it. You sit beside it. You listen. You smile back. Because maybe the paradox isn't laughing at you. Maybe it's laughing with you. At the beautiful absurdity of being human. At the mind trying to map what can't be mapped. At the cosmic joke that you are the riddle and the answer, all at once, and in that laughter, something opens. Something that doesn't need to be named, only felt. Because sometimes, when reason has done all it can, the next step is to laugh. Philosophers are seekers, thinkers, architects of ideas. They ask questions that others fear to voice, wrestle with truths no one can pin down. Philosophy begins with wonder and lives in thought. To be a philosopher is to think constantly, critically, deeply. But what if the very act of thinking becomes the obstacle? What if the philosopher forgets to think? This is the paradox of the philosopher that forgot to think. At first, it sounds like failure, a contradiction in terms. What is a philosopher without thought? Like a painter without paint, a musician without sound. Thinking is the tool, the method, the identity. But pause. What if the forgetting isn't accidental? What if it's essential? Because the longer a philosopher thinks, the more tangled things become. Every answer births a new question. Every conclusion splits in two. The more you reflect, the more reflection itself becomes the prison. You don't see the sky. You see the idea of the sky. You don't feel love. You analyze the mechanisms of attachment. You no longer live life. You dissect it. And then one day, the philosopher sits in silence and forgets to think. Not because they're lazy, but because thought has led them as far as it can. This isn't the absence of intelligence, it's the presence of something deeper. Stillness. A moment when the mind, exhausted from chasing itself in circles, lays down its tools and simply is. The philosopher forgets to think and begins to see. Not the idea of reality. Reality itself. Tree no longer needs to be defined. A moment no longer needs to be explained. A breath is enough, without commentary. This is not anti-thought. This is thought fulfilled, because all true thinking, if followed long enough, leads not to more thinking, but to silence, to the edge of language, to the place where insight arises not from reasoning, but from presence. And here's where the paradox crystallizes. The philosopher does not become less by forgetting to think. They become more, because they remember that wisdom does not only live in the mind, it lives in the body, in the now, in the wordless space between thoughts. Philosophy, at its core, isn't just about thoughts. It's about seeing clearly. And sometimes, clarity comes not from thinking more, but from thinking less. So the philosopher who forgets to think, they haven't failed, they've arrived. And in that arrival, they finally touch the truth they spent their whole life trying to name. Not by thinking it, but by being it. We seek meaning in words, in ideas, in symbols and stories. Meaning is something we believe we make, through speech, through thought, through expression. As long as we're speaking, writing, sharing, meaning lives. But what happens when there are no more words? What if, in the quietest moment, meaning vanishes? This is the paradox of the meaning that disappeared in silence. It begins in stillness, a room with no sound, a gaze held without words, a thought that halts, not because it ended, but because something else arrived, and suddenly, nothing makes sense, not in a terrifying way, but in a strange, beautiful emptiness. The ideas that once defined you feel distant. The goals you chased seem quiet. Even your beliefs, once so vivid, become shadows on a wall. You haven't lost them. They've simply fallen away in the presence of something deeper, something the mind can't grasp. This is where meaning slips from your fingers, not because it's broken, but because it's been transcended. Silence has a power we rarely respect. We feel it, escape it, fear it, but silence is not emptiness. It's depth. It's the place where meaning should appear, but sometimes doesn't. And that absence is profound. You expect clarity, but instead you meet a void, not because something is wrong, but because the tools you've used to understand the world have reached their limit. In silence, language dissolves, and with it, the scaffolding of your mind. You are not thinking anymore. You are being. And in that being, meaning as you once knew it, disappears. Because meaning, by definition, implies contrast. This means that. That represents this. But silence doesn't contrast. It absorbs. It is not a symbol. It is the space where symbols vanish. And here's where the paradox glows. The disappearance of meaning isn't loss. It's freedom. You're not stripped of understanding. You're relieved of the burden to understand everything. You no longer need to explain, define, interpret. You simply rest in the mystery, and in that mystery, something else is born. Not a new idea, not a better theory, but a feeling, a presence, a truth that doesn't mean anything, because it is everything. The silence doesn't remove meaning. It reveals that the thing beneath meaning doesn't need words at all. It was never an answer. It was you. So when the noise falls away and your mind reaches for something to hold on to, let it go. Let meaning disappear and watch what rises when nothing has to mean anything, to be completely real. We live our lives facing forward. Time moves ahead and we move with it, toward goals, toward plans, toward versions of ourselves we haven't yet become. The future, we're told, is where everything will finally make sense, where we'll be ready, where we'll be free. But what if the future never shows up? What if the future refuses to arrive? This is the paradox of the future that refused to arrive. You've felt it before. You say, I'll feel better when I'll start living once things will make sense after, and the moment comes, the milestone, the promotion, the relationship, the healing. But it doesn't feel like arrival. You're still waiting. Because the finish line moved. Again. And here's the twist. You didn't just miss the future. The future never existed the way you imagined it. It was a projection. An idea wrapped in hope and fear. A mental construct that gave you something to chase, so you didn't have to face what was here. The future is seductive because it's clean, undefined, pure potential. It hasn't disappointed you yet. It hasn't complicated itself with reality. But that's the paradox. The future feels perfect only because it doesn't exist yet. And it never arrives in the way you think it will. Because when tomorrow becomes today, it loses its magic cloak. Now it's just now, with all its flaws, uncertainties, and messy truths. And your mind quickly reassigns your hopes to the next future. So you chase, and wait, and build your life on a horizon you can never touch. The future becomes a mirage that keeps you walking, but never arriving. And here's where the paradox gets painful. You may live your entire life waiting for a moment that never comes. You may die with the feeling that something was always about to begin, unless you stop and turn and face the place you've been avoiding all along. The present, not the concept, the actual now. This breath, this sensation, this moment. It's not as shiny, it's not as clean. It demands your full attention, without promises. But it's real, and that's what the future can never be, because the future is always imagined. The present is always here, and maybe that's why the future never arrived. Not to punish you, but to invite you to wake up, to stop living in delay, to stop believing life is something that starts later, to remember that the only place anything has ever happened is now. So the next time your mind tells you, just a little further, almost there, smile and whisper back, I'm already here. Time is supposed to move in a line. Past leads to present. Present flows into future. One moment after another, each building on the last. Forward motion, clear direction, linear order. But what if time didn't stretch ahead? What if time folded back on itself? This is the paradox of the timeline that curled inward. You felt it, not just in theory, but in experience. A memory that suddenly feels more real than the present. A future you imagined so vividly that it shaped your decisions in the now. A recurring emotion you thought was gone, only to find it circling back again and again. Linear time says those moments are behind you, but something deeper whispers, they're still happening. Because time is not a straight road, it's a spiral, and sometimes that spiral folds in so tightly, it feels like you're walking in circles. You thought you were moving forward, but the same patterns reappear, the same wounds, the same questions. You keep thinking you've grown out of something, only to return to it with new eyes. And that's where the paradox deepens. Maybe time isn't repeating. Maybe you are revisiting on a higher floor, like climbing a spiral, staircase, and seeing the same window again, but from a different height. Same view, new vantage. You haven't gone backward, you've gone deeper. The timeline didn't break, it curled inward, and when it does, it brings with it strange gifts. You meet your younger self in the present moment. You heal something old through a new choice. You see how a past heartbreak gave shape to a future strength. Time folds, and within that fold, the past and future touch. This is where intuition lives, where déjà vu flickers, where cycles end not by escaping them, but by recognizing them. You don't break the pattern by leaping ahead. you break it by turning inward. And here's the beauty. When you stop forcing life to be linear, you stop measuring progress by distance. You start seeing it in depth. You stop asking, why am I back here again? And start asking, what haven't I yet seen from this angle? Because growth doesn't always look like escape. Sometimes it looks like return, but this time with more clarity, with more tenderness, with more power. So the next time you feel stuck in a loop, consider that you're not stuck, you're spiraling. And somewhere along that curve, you're about to arrive at yourself. Infinity is supposed to be vast, endless, beyond comprehension. We imagine it as something stretching forever, into distant galaxies, eternal timelines, limitless expansion. It exists out there, far beyond human grasp. But what if infinity didn't need space? What if the infinite could fit inside a single moment? This is the paradox of the infinite that fits in a moment. It doesn't begin with numbers or physics. It begins with presence. A moment so still, so complete, that it feels like it holds everything. A moment when time stops moving and something vast opens inside the now. You're not going anywhere. You're not doing anything extraordinary. But something shifts, and you realize, this is everything. It could be a breath, a glance, a sudden wave of gratitude with no cause, the feeling of being truly seen or deeply alone. No countdown, no build-up, just a moment, ordinary and infinite. Because the infinite doesn't always look like more. Sometimes it looks like enough. In a world obsessed with scale, with bigger and faster and longer, this paradox challenges everything we believe about magnitude. It says, infinity is not about size, it's about depth. You don't need eternity to touch something eternal. You don't need the universe to feel boundless. You just need a moment that is fully alive. A moment where past and future dissolve. Where thought falls silent. Where being becomes complete in itself. And here's the paradox's secret. Infinity has nothing to do with time or distance. Infinity is presence without boundary. It's the fullness of now, unbroken, undivided, unreachable by language. You don't get there by counting seconds. You get there by stepping out of them. It happens when you stop waiting for life to begin, when you stop dividing the world into before and after, when you stop asking what's next, and suddenly, this is it. Not a part of it. Not a preparation for it. Not a shadow of something else. This, right now, complete. And the infinite settles into the moment like a galaxy into a raindrop. Because the soul doesn't need forever to awaken. It just needs this. And once it does, time may continue. But something in you never leaves that moment. You carry it, like a quiet song in your chest, like a door that never quite closes, because once you've touched the infinite, even in the smallest instant, you can never fully forget it. Space is supposed to be silent, empty, impersonal. We imagine it as a void, a backdrop to things that matter, between stars, between people, between thoughts. Space is the nothing that lets something happen. But what if space wasn't just passive? What if space could cry? This is the paradox of the space that cries. It begins not with the visible, but the invisible. We tend to focus on objects, what's spoken, what's done, what's defined. But what about the pauses, the gaps, the unsaid, the moments that hang in the air, waiting? That space feels like something. You walk into a room where someone just had an argument. No one's speaking anymore, but the space is heavy. You read a letter that ends with silence instead of closure. You don't hear a goodbye, but the absence hurts more than any word. And suddenly, you realize the space is feeling, the silence knows, and the paradox unfolds, because what appears empty carries more emotion than anything else. We don't always cry with tears. Sometimes the crying happens between words, in the breath someone doesn't take, in the goodbye that never comes, in the pause before truth, in the hallway between two decisions. Space absorbs everything we don't say. It holds the grief we can't express, the longing we've pushed down, the ache of presence, and the weight of absence. And here's the twist. Space doesn't just reflect emotion, it becomes it. It carries sorrow not as an echo, but as a presence of its own. You feel it when you return to a childhood home that no longer holds your voice. You feel it in a dream where someone who's gone is still alive. You feel it in the moment after someone leaves, when the room hasn't adjusted yet. The chair is empty, but the space around it is crying, and the paradox deepens. Sometimes the loudest pain is the one that makes no sound, and sometimes the most sacred healing is letting the space cry through you, not fixing, not explaining, just feeling, letting the silence grieve, letting the room remember, letting the space speak, because space is not void, it's vessel. And what it holds, when we are brave enough to listen, is often everything we've been too afraid to feel. So next time you feel like the silence is too much, that the stillness is unbearable, that the space is haunted, pause. It may not be haunted, it may just be hurting, and in that hurt is a tenderness that can only be heard by those who know how to sit still long enough to cry with it. Absence is supposed to be empty, a lack, a void where something used to be. We treat it like a gap, like silence, something that simply isn't there. No shape, no voice, no presence. But what if absence took up space? What if the thing that's missing becomes the thing you feel the most? This is the paradox of the absence that occupies. You feel it when someone you love is no longer there, but everything still reminds you of them. Their seat at the table, the sound of their laugh that echoes in memory. The spaces they filled now seem louder than when they were full. They're gone, but they've never been more present. Absence becomes a kind of presence, a shadow that stretches farther than the body ever did, a silence that speaks more loudly than words, a space that doesn't fade but fills. You expect the pain of loss to be emptiness, but the real surprise is its weight. It sits with you. It changes the shape of a room. It redefines time. It becomes part of your thinking, your rituals, your breathing. Absence, it turns out, isn't passive. It occupies, and not just in grief. You feel it in other places too. The father who was never there, yet whose absence shaped your choices. The apology you never got, yet its absence guides your every boundary. The dream you let go of, yet it still tugs at your sense of self. These absences are not nothing, they are something. Something you carry, something you live around, like a wall that was never built, but you keep walking around it anyway. And here's where the paradox expands. Sometimes what's missing defines you more than what's present. The absence becomes a character in your story, the role never played, the voice never heard, the version of you that almost was. You don't see it, but it moves with you. It informs your fears, shapes your attachments, guides your desires, not with presence, but with echo. And the strangest thing? You can grow to love the absence because it holds memory. It holds meaning. It holds everything that once was or could have been. And sometimes you don't want to let go of that. Because if you let go of the absence, it feels like letting go of the last thread to something that mattered. But here's the deeper truth. You don't have to let go. You just have to recognize what's occupying your heart. Name the absence, not to erase it, but to honor it. Because the paradox of absence isn't about emptiness. It's about acknowledging the shape something leaves behind when it's gone. That shape is real. That space matters. And when you stop pretending it's nothing, you begin to feel everything. We create concepts to help us understand justice, identity, time, love, consciousness. We invent definitions and frameworks, abstract thoughts to make sense of experience. A concept is supposed to be inert, a tool, a thing we think about. But what if a concept began to think? What if the idea you created started creating you? This is the paradox of the concept that thinks. At first, the mind is in control. You give shape to a concept, maybe a belief about who you are. I'm not good enough. I always mess things up. I need to be perfect to be loved. It seems like a thought you made, but over time, it starts to move on its own. It filters your experiences. It dictates your reactions. It silences certain possibilities before they can even form. You no longer question the concept. You live by it. You forget that it was born in your mind. And now, it's shaping your mind in return. This is when the concept begins to think, not consciously, not with intent, but through you. You think you're acting freely. But the concept is already at work, deciding what you're capable of, what you're allowed to feel, what you should avoid. You say you want connection, but the concept says you'll only get hurt. You try something new, but the concept whispers, you're not that kind of person. And you listen, not because you agree, but because you don't even notice it's a concept anymore. It's become the water you swim in. And here's the paradox's quiet truth. The more powerful a concept becomes, the less visible it is. It hides behind language, behind personality, behind patterns that feel like just the way things are. But deep down, something in you knows you're not thinking the concept anymore. The concept is thinking you. And the only way to reclaim your mind is to remember that concepts are not alive until you give them life. You can step back. You can observe. You can ask, where did this idea come from? Do I still believe it? Is it helping me or haunting me? Because once you see it for what it is, just a thought, just a shape in your awareness, you can let it go. You can choose a new one. Or better yet, live without needing to define everything at all. The mind will always create concepts. But you are not your concepts. You are the space in which they appear. And once you know that, no concept can think you into forgetting who you are. Mirrors are meant to reflect. Passive, silent, obedient. They show us what's already there. A mirror doesn't distort. It doesn't choose. It just gives back the image in front of it. Or so we believe. But what if a mirror did more than reflect? What if the mirror swallowed reality? This is the paradox of the mirror that swallowed reality. It begins subtly. You look into the mirror and you see a version of yourself, a face, a form, a familiar pattern. You think, that's me. But over time, that reflection becomes more than just a reference. It becomes a filter. You start to judge yourself based on what appears there, how you look, how others might perceive you, what's acceptable to reflect, and what should be hidden. Soon, the image in the mirror isn't just what you see, it's what you believe. And the more you believe it, the more everything else, everything that isn't in that reflection, fades. Who you are inside, what you feel, what you haven't shown anyone yet, all of it disappears behind the mirror's surface until the mirror is no longer a tool. It's a threshold, a place where reality is no longer shaped from within, but from outside. You curate your life to match the image. You smile when you don't want to. You chase approval, validation, perfection, hoping your reflection will look more whole, but it never does, because mirrors can only reflect surfaces, and you are not a surface, you are depth. The paradox is this: the more you rely on the mirror to show you who you are, the less of yourself remains outside the mirror. The more real the image becomes, the less real you feel. It swallows your presence, your spontaneity, your soul. And yet, we keep looking, not because we're vain, but because we're lost. We're trying to find ourselves in the echo of appearance, but the self has no image. It has essence, and essence doesn't reflect. It radiates. To step back from the mirror is to remember that what matters most is what cannot be seen. The courage behind the silence, the wounds behind the strength, the joy that isn't performative. So how do you escape a mirror that swallows reality? You turn away. Not in shame, but in remembrance. You remember that a reflection is never the full picture. It can't hold your contradictions, your nuance, your becoming. It's flat. You are not. So stand in front of the mirror, yes. See yourself. Smile if you want. But never confuse the image with the infinite. Because mirrors only reflect what light reaches them, and the deepest parts of you, they shine where light doesn't reach. Language is how we bring thoughts into form. It lets us share, explain, question, declare. It builds worlds. It carries civilizations. Language gives shape to the invisible, translating inner experience into outer reality. But what if language, in trying to express truth, ends up undoing itself? This is the paradox of the language that erases itself. We trust words. We live inside them. We use them to define love, identity, purpose, time, even silence. But sometimes, the more we speak, the farther we get from what we truly mean. You say, "I'm fine," when you're breaking. You say, "It's nothing," when it's everything. You explain, elaborate, and describe, yet feel no closer to being understood. Because words can circle the truth without touching it. They can protect and distance just as easily as they connect. Language allows us to say, "I love you," but also to manipulate, distort, perform. It gives us poetry and propaganda, revelation and illusion. And here's where the paradox begins. Sometimes, the moment you try to put something into words, it loses its truth. The feeling fades. The meaning warps. What was sacred becomes simplified. What was intimate becomes exposed. Language, in trying to name the experience, diminishes it. Like trying to hold water in your hands. It slips through your fingers the moment you clutch too tightly. And yet, we keep speaking because without words, we're afraid of disappearing. but the paradox deepens. Sometimes to be fully known, you must stop trying to explain. Sometimes silence speaks louder than any phrase. Sometimes your presence is the message, not your vocabulary. Language has its limits. It cannot contain everything. And the closer you get to something truly eternal, love, death, divinity, selfhood, the more words begin to collapse. Try to describe the color of longing, the shape of grief, the texture of forgiveness. The moment you begin, you feel the impossibility of it. Because the most important things in life aren't spoken, they're felt. And so language, ironically, leads us to its own edge, to a point where the only honest thing left to say is nothing. This is not failure. This is sacred. Language, in its truest form, doesn't just inform, it points. And sometimes what it points to is beyond it. So let your words serve, let them guide, let them shape. But when they begin to collapse, when they unravel into silence, when they erase themselves, don't panic. That's how you know you're getting close to something real. Distance is supposed to separate, to divide, to mark the space between you and something else, another person, another place, another version of yourself. We measure it in miles, in years, in silence. But what if distance didn't mean far? What if distance was always right here? This is the paradox of the distance that is always here. It starts with longing, the ache for something or someone not present, a home you can't return to, a person who's left, a future that won't come fast enough. You stretch toward it. You replay memories. You plan for someday. You reach. But no matter how close you get, something still feels far away. You can be in the same room as someone and still feel worlds apart. You can hold their hand and still miss them. You can look in the mirror and not recognize who you see. This is not physical distance, it's existential. And here's where the paradox deepens. Sometimes, the closer you try to get to something, the more distant it feels, because the mind doesn't just measure proximity in space, it measures it in connection. And connection isn't just about nearness, it's about presence. And presence, we've learned to fake. We show up physically, but we're checked out. We listen, but we don't hear. We smile, but the soul doesn't follow. We are here, and somehow, still very far. This paradox whispers a truth we often ignore. Distance isn't always out there. Sometimes, it's within. Within, the disconnection from ourselves, within the quiet parts of us we haven't visited in years. Within the conversations that never truly land. So what do you do when the distance lives here? You don't chase. You return, not to a place, but to attention. You return to the moment, to the body, to the breath, to the truth of what you feel, even if it's uncomfortable. You stop trying to bridge the distance through effort and start closing it through awareness. Because presence collapses space when you are fully with yourself. The distance softens. When you are fully with another, the miles vanish. When you are truly here, you find that what you were seeking was never far. It was just waiting for you to arrive. Paradoxes are meant to twist the mind, to reveal contradiction, to pull you into a question with no clear answer. They are puzzles, riddles, philosophical traps, forcing you to sit in discomfort, to wrestle with logic until logic lets go. But what if you encountered a paradox and found nothing? No contradiction, no puzzle, no twist, just silence. This is the paradox of the paradox that has no paradox. At first, It feels like a trick, a blank page where you expected a labyrinth, a still pond where you were promised a storm. You approach with anticipation, ready to think your way through, and instead you find nothing to untangle, and that nothing becomes the paradox. Because in its absence of contradiction, your mind spins harder. It asks, wait, am I missing something? Is this a deeper paradox disguised as simplicity? Is the lack of a paradox the paradox? And that's when it hits you. You've been conditioned to expect complexity, to equate confusion with depth, to believe that value lies in mental struggle. But some truths don't come dressed in riddles. Some truths don't twist. They stand still. They don't invite dissection. They invite presence. You keep waiting for the paradox to reveal itself, but the silence is the reveal. It says, there is no contradiction here, only your need for one. And that's the paradox that has no paradox, because your search for paradox creates one where none exists. You add layers, you create tension, you question the simplicity. Not because it's false, but because simplicity makes you feel vulnerable. It strips away your mental armor. It asks nothing. It gives nothing to push against. And yet, it remains unmoving, unimpressed, unwilling to perform for your intellect. And perhaps that's its deepest teaching. Not all mysteries arrive wrapped in paradox. Some arrive quietly, with no drama, no conflict, just presence. And if you can sit with that stillness, not rush past it, not explain it away, not demand complexity, you discover a kind of peace that no paradox can deliver, a truth that doesn't need a twist to be true. Willpower is what we associate with control. The force behind decisions, the push that turns thought into action. Will is the engine of choice, the symbol of agency. To have a will is to be able to choose your path, your values, your future. But what happens when your will stalls? What happens when the part of you meant to choose can't? This is the paradox of the will that can't choose. You stand at a fork in the road, 2 options, maybe 10. You weigh the outcomes, you analyze the pros and cons, you reflect, revisit, reconsider, and then you freeze. No matter how much you want to decide, you can't. It's not that you don't care, it's not that you're indecisive, it's that your will, the thing that is supposed to move, won't. And the more pressure you place on it, the more it retreats. You say, just choose. It says, I don't know how. And here's the twist. The will isn't broken. It's overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by the weight of the decision, by the imagined consequences, by the fear of being wrong. And so the will, once powerful and clear, collapses beneath the burden of too much knowing. It no longer chooses, because it fears what choosing means. It fears the loss of all other lives not lived. It fears the version of you that might not emerge. It fears the moment after the choice, when regret might arrive, and so it waits, paralyzed not by confusion, but by possibility. This is the strange irony of the human mind. The more aware you are, the more complex your choices become. Not simpler, because each choice contains infinite consequences, infinite versions of the self, infinite futures now locked or unlocked depending on what you do next. And the will, feeling that infinite pressure, can't move. So what do? You don't force it. You listen to it, because sometimes the will isn't failing. It's asking for trust, not in logic, not in perfection, but in the willingness to act without knowing everything, to step forward, not with certainty, but with courage. You remind the will, no choice is final. No path is wasted, and no regret is greater than the regret of never choosing at all. Because sometimes the most powerful movement is the willingness to move, even when the will is unsure. And that's how the paradox softens. When you allow the will to be human, to pause, to tremble, to hesitate, but not to give up. Because in the end, your will doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to show up and choose. A clock runs on seconds, minutes, hours. A steady tick marking the movement of time, always forward, always precise. Time, as we understand it, is objective, mechanical, external. But what if time wasn't driven by motion? What if the clock ran on memory? This is the paradox of the clock that runs on memory. You wake up one day and realize 10 years have passed. Another day, an hour feels like a lifetime. Some moments stretch endlessly, while others collapse into a blur. According to the clock, time is equal, but according to you, it never is. And here's where the paradox begins. The more emotionally rich a moment is, the longer it seems to last. Not while it's happening, but after. You remember the heartbreak in vivid detail, the first kiss, the loss, the laugh that changed everything. Those memories hold weight, and that weight shapes your experience of time. It's not the minutes that make your life feel long or short. It's the memories that fill them. And in that sense, your inner clock isn't measuring seconds. It's measuring significance. Some years fly by because they're empty of meaning. Others crawl because every day left a mark. And so your life, your sense of age, of identity, of narrative, isn't built on the passing of time, but on the collection of what you remember. The past is not dead. It's the fuel. Every decision you make, every fear, every dream is influenced by memory. Memories run you. They tell you how long you've been hurt, how much you've grown, how much time you think you have left. But here's the paradoxical twist. Memory isn't fixed. It rewrites itself. You remember differently as you change, and as memory changes, so does your sense of time. A childhood once filled with pain begins to feel like softness. A year of loss becomes a chapter of growth. A single afternoon, once overlooked, becomes sacred in hindsight. Time, therefore, isn't anchored by clocks. It's reshaped by memory. And your clock, the one inside you, doesn't tick with seconds. It ticks with meaning. And sometimes that's why you feel older than you are, or younger than you should. Why decades feel like dreams, and dreams feel like decades. Because your clock doesn't count time. It feels it. So what does this mean? It means your life isn't defined by how much time has passed, but by how much of it you've claimed. Not by the calendar, but by the memories that gave your time a name. So choose moments you want to remember, not because they last forever, but because you do. And the clock you carry inside will keep ticking. On memory alone, silence is usually seen as the absence of something. No words, no noise, no movement. A gap, an empty pause between the moments that matter. We fill it, avoid it, talk over it. But what if silence wasn't empty at all? What if silence contained everything? This is the paradox of the silence that contains everything. At first, silence feels like nothingness. You sit in a quiet room and grow restless. You think, this is empty, boring, void of meaning. But if you wait long enough for the mind to stop trying to fill the space, you start to notice something else. Beneath the absence is presence. You hear your breath. You feel your thoughts rise and fall like waves. you become aware of things too subtle to speak of. The tension in your body, the memory that stirs, the feeling without a name. The silence was never empty. It was simply full of things you hadn't been still enough to feel. And that's when the paradox awakens. Silence isn't the absence of content. It's the container of it all. Words divide. Silence unites. Language separates experience into parts. But silence holds everything at once. Grief, joy, longing, wonder, all present, all real, all allowed. That's why the deepest conversations often end in silence. Not because nothing's left to say, but because everything has been said. And now, what remains can only be felt. In that silence, you and the other dissolve into presence. No need to define, defend, or explain. The mind rests. The soul listens. And, in that space, something sacred opens. But here's the paradox's power. Silence doesn't show up as an escape. It's not where you hide from life. It's where life finally enters you fully. It's where meaning isn't manufactured. It emerges. That's why ancient mystics, monks, and philosophers all turn to silence, because words can only point to truth. Silence contains it. And yet, we run from it. Because silence doesn't just reveal beauty, it reveals everything. The joy you've been ignoring, the sadness you haven't processed, the questions you've buried. To sit in silence is to sit with your entire self. No mask, no story, no noise to drown out the truth. Just you. And the paradox is this: only in silence, where nothing seems to exist, can you touch the things that are most real. So the next time you find yourself in silence, don't rush to fill it. Let it fill you, because what feels like nothing may be the very place where everything finally lives. A room is supposed to be a physical space. 4 walls, a door, a ceiling, maybe a window. It's where you live, sleep, think, exist. A structure, a boundary, something you can walk into or out of. But what if the room wasn't made of wood or brick? What if the room was an idea? This is the paradox of the room that is an idea. You've been in rooms like this before, though not always with walls. A belief you were raised in, a relationship that defined your worth, a role you thought you had to play, a thought you lived inside so long, it became your world. It wasn't physical, but it enclosed you. It gave you shape. It gave you structure. And eventually, it gave you limits. You walked freely inside, but couldn't imagine leaving. Not because there were locks, but because you forgot there was an outside. That's what ideas can do. They become rooms. Rooms that tell you what's possible, who you are, where you belong, and what you are not allowed to become. These rooms feel safe at first, but safety isn't the same as freedom, and eventually the idea that held you begins to shrink you. It says, this is who you are. It says, this is where you stop. It says, you can look out the window, but don't go further. And yet, a part of you begins to question. You feel the walls without touching them. You sense the air thinning. You realize you're living in a space that no longer reflects who you've become, and that's where the paradox deepens. The room isn't real in the physical sense, it's made entirely of thought, and yet, it's one of the hardest prisons to leave, because to escape, you don't walk out, you unthink your way out. You must dismantle the belief that built the room, that says you must always be strong, that you're too much, that you'll never be enough, that your voice isn't needed. To leave this room is not to move your body, it's to reclaim your mind. And here's the strange, freeing twist. The room never had a door, because it never needed one. The moment you realize the room was an idea is the moment it begins to vanish, and in its place, space, real, terrifying, beautiful space, where there are no walls, where you get to decide what to build next, or whether to build anything at all. So ask yourself, what room have I mistaken for reality? And what if that room was only ever a thought I forgot to question? A smile seems simple, fleeting, a curve of the lips, a passing gesture. It comes and goes, a ripple on the surface of something deeper. We rarely assign it weight, certainly not the power to bend time. But what if a smile didn't just mark a moment? What if it shattered the moment entirely? This is the paradox of the smile that broke time. You've seen it before, maybe in a film, or a memory, or in the mirror. A smile not born of politeness or performance, but something older, deeper. A smile that appears not because something happened, but because something opened. And when it does, time slips. For a second, you forget the past. You stop anticipating the future. You drop the burden of becoming. Everything contracts into now, and now expands into forever. The paradox begins here. How can something so brief, so weightless, break the flow of time? Because it's not the smile itself. It's what the smile contains: a knowing, a forgiveness, a surrender, a flicker of truth so complete that the machinery of thought halts in its presence. You're not smiling at anything. You're smiling with everything. Time, which normally marches forward with demands and deadlines, doesn't know what to do with that. It stutters, it bends, it pauses, because time can track seconds, but it cannot measure eternity. And a true smile is a flash of eternity. In that one curve of the mouth, a life can be remembered, a love can be returned, a war can end inside the heart. You may be in the same room, with the same people, under the same sky, but everything is different because your awareness has stepped outside of time, just for a moment. And then, like all things, the smile fades. Time resumes. The second hand ticks forward. You return to what needs to be done, but something lingers, because once you've seen time break, even gently, you don't forget. You begin to recognize the spaces in between time, the cracks in the flow, the still points inside the motion, and you realize time doesn't rule you. Presence does, and presence, unlike time, doesn't move. It waits for you to return, to remember, to smile again. Not because anything changed, but because in that moment, you no longer needed time to feel alive. A theory begins as an idea, abstract, clean, detached. It lives in books, in minds, in late-night conversations. A theory doesn't bleed, it doesn't break. It's a model, a framework, a lens. But what happens when the theory steps off the page? What if the theory becomes flesh? This is the paradox of the theory that became flesh. We often treat ideas as distant. We speak of love as a concept, freedom as a value, justice as a system. We build entire philosophies around these words, stacking logic upon logic, dissecting meaning from the safety of detachment. And then something happens. You fall in love. You experience injustice. You hold someone who's grieving. Suddenly, The theory isn't theory anymore, it's real. It hurts. It breathes. And everything you thought you knew collapses under the weight of experience. The theory was supposed to explain reality, but now reality is explaining the theory through your skin, through your heart, through your trembling voice. You read about grief once, you understood it, you even thought you were prepared for it. But then someone leaves, and now grief isn't a word, it's a force. It changes how time feels, how food tastes, how you sleep. The theory didn't prepare you, it became you. And here's where the paradox deepens. Theories are meant to describe the world, but the moment they become real, they stop being clean. They mess with your routines. They demand something of you. They break your detachment, because now you can't just think it, you live it. And living an idea is far messier than discussing one. You say you believe in compassion until you're asked to forgive someone who doesn't deserve it. You say you believe in freedom until someone uses their freedom to hurt you. You say you believe in truth until the truth costs you everything. When the theory becomes flesh, your values stop being intellectual preferences. They become tests, and those tests shape you, sometimes painfully, sometimes beautifully, but always honestly. Because when you embody a theory, you learn what it really asks of you, and often it asks for more than you expected. So what do? You let the theory crack. You let it bleed. You let it evolve in the light of lived experience. You let the idea be reborn inside your being, not just your brain, because that's where it belongs. Not on paper, not on stages, but in your decisions, your relationships, your presence. And maybe that's what wisdom really is. Not having the perfect theory, but being willing to let your theories transform. Once they meet real life, a void is supposed to be empty, hollow, a space where nothing lives. No sound, no light, no form. It's the absence of everything, the background to existence. We fear it, avoid it, fill it with distractions. The void, we assume, is lack. But what if the void wasn't empty? What if the void felt full? This is the paradox of the void that feels full. It begins when something ends. A relationship collapses, a dream dissolves, a belief unravels. Suddenly, you're standing in a place where something used to be, and now there's nothing. Just silence, just space. At first, it's terrifying. You reach for noise, you crave meaning, you want to build something now, anything to not feel the ache. But if you sit long enough, if you don't run, you begin to notice something strange. The void isn't quiet because it's dead. It's quiet because it's holding something. It holds the echo of what was, the memory of what mattered, the possibility of what could be. It holds you, the real you, beneath the layers of roles and striving. And in that stillness, there's a weight, not of sorrow, but of presence. You realize the void doesn't need to be filled. It is full, full of meaning not yet formed, full of emotion you couldn't feel until everything else fell away, full of raw awareness, untouched by narrative, and that's where the paradox unfolds. Emptiness is not the opposite of fullness. It's the condition for it. You don't feel most alive when everything is certain. You feel most alive in the unknown, in the breath between endings and beginnings, in the sacred pause when identity slips away and truth stirs beneath. The void is not absence, it's potential, and that potential feels deep, real, electric. Not because it tells you who to be, but because it reminds you that you are, before being anything. It's the fullness of possibility, of space, of awareness uncluttered by expectation. You don't need to run from the void. You don't need to fix it. You need to feel it, because within it, you'll find the part of you that's been waiting, not to be filled, but to be found. The soul is often imagined as something deep inside, a hidden center, a core beneath the noise. It lives within us, we believe, quiet, steady, private. When we search for it, we turn inward, close our eyes, retreat from the world. But what if the soul isn't hiding within? What if the soul waits in the wind? This is the paradox of the soul that waits in the wind. You felt it, though you may not have called it that. A moment when everything pauses. The sound of trees swaying, a gust of air brushing against your skin, and suddenly you feel seen. Not by a person, not by a thought, but by something. Something that moves with the wind, yet knows you intimately. Something that cannot be owned, but always finds its way to you when you stop trying. You try to define the soul. Is it consciousness? Essence? Spirit? But the moment you describe it, it slips through the words. Because the soul doesn't sit still long enough to be captured. It drifts. It waits. And sometimes, it waits outside of you, in the rustle of leaves, in a whisper that has no speaker, in a breeze that carries a feeling you haven't felt in years. And this is where the paradox unfolds. The thing you've been searching for inside yourself may be moving all around you. Maybe the soul is not only something you are, but something you meet. In the spaces where logic loosens, where control fades, where presence returns. The soul doesn't demand your attention, it invites it. And it waits, not in silence alone, but in movement, in air, in what cannot be held, but can always be felt. You don't find the soul by chasing it, you find it by noticing. When you stop thinking for just a moment, when the wind passes over your skin, and you don't label it, when a tear comes for no reason and you let it fall, that's the soul, not hiding, hovering, not locked inside your chest, but woven into the world, waiting for you to stop searching so hard. And listen, not with your ears, with your being, because maybe the soul doesn't belong to you. Maybe you belong to it, and it's been waiting in the wind the whole time. Knowledge is supposed to build. One idea stacked upon another. We accumulate facts, experiences, lessons, brick by brick, shaping our understanding of the world. Knowing feels like progress, like forward motion, like light in the dark. But what if true knowing requires forgetting? What if the highest form of wisdom is not in what you learn, but in what you unlearn? This is the paradox of the knowing that unlearns. You begin life open, curious, without categories. You feel before you name. You trust before you doubt. The world is not understood. It's experienced. Then comes knowledge. You learn the names of things. You learn what's right, what's wrong, what's safe, what's dangerous, who you are allowed to be. And slowly, the mind fills. Your questions become quieter. Your wonder becomes structured. Your possibilities become narrow. And yet, you're praised for it. You've become smart. You have answers. You speak with confidence. But inside, something feels smaller, less alive. Because sometimes knowledge doesn't expand your world. It walls it in. You begin to believe that the way you see things is the way they are. You trade mystery for certainty, presence for control, depth for definition. And then something cracks. A loss, a contradiction, a moment that doesn't fit into the system you've built. And suddenly, the knowledge that once held you no longer makes sense. You're not failing, you're unlearning. You begin to loosen your grip, to let go of the stories that were never fully true, the ideas that kept you safe, but also kept you small. You realize that not all knowing is clarity. Some knowing is clutter. Some truth is untruth told with confidence, and some wisdom only comes after everything you thought you understood falls away. This is not ignorance, it's return to something deeper, older, more honest. It's remembering that knowing isn't about collecting answers. It's about learning how to live with questions. It's about staying open to change, to contradiction, to not knowing. And in that openness, something strange happens. You feel lighter, more grounded, more real, because you're no longer trying to know everything. You're trying to be everything. And that kind of knowing doesn't come from learning. It comes from letting go. Every story wants a conclusion. Every journey, a destination. We seek closure, resolution, the satisfaction of a full circle. And when we reach the end, we expect rest, a final point where nothing more needs to be asked or answered. But what if the final paradox never ends? This is the paradox of the final paradox that never ends. You've made it this far, through 100 contradictions, mysteries, loops, and revelations. Surely this is the end, the last insight, the final twist. But something in you knows it isn't, because the very act of arriving here awakens something else. Not an answer, but another question. It's as if every resolution gives birth to more curiosity. Every insight opens new terrain. Every conclusion whispers, and yet, you finish a thought, only to realize it's a doorway. You find meaning, only for that meaning to dissolve in silence. And here's where the paradox lives. The final paradox doesn't conclude the journey. It extends it, infinitely. It reveals that there is no final truth, no last thought, no final version of you, because to be alive is not to arrive, it's to continue unfolding. The final paradox isn't a statement, it's a rhythm. It pulses in your breath, in the way the sky never repeats itself, in the way you keep becoming, despite thinking you've already become. And the more you seek to end the mystery, the more you find yourself in it. This doesn't mean life is meaningless. It means meaning is alive. It evolves. It disappears. It returns in new forms. And that's what makes the final paradox so beautiful. It's not final. It's not a paradox to be solved. It's a reminder that the journey itself is the answer. That the moment you stop seeking is the moment everything begins again. So don't try to wrap this up. Don't try to name it. Just stand in the quiet wonder of it all. A single paradox that stretches across time, space, thought, and soul. It doesn't need to end because you've already arrived in a story that never needed to close. And now we arrive where we began. But as you've seen, arriving is never really the end. It's just a pause in the rhythm, a breath between paradoxes, a space where stillness meets thought, and something deeper begins to stir. You've just traveled through 100 strange mirrors. Each one bent reality, twisted logic, or held a silence too big to speak. Some made sense until they didn't. Others never made sense at all, but still felt true. Why? Because paradox is not a flaw in the system. It is the system. We are contradictions in motion, dreamers built from logic and longing, souls that doubt and believe in the same breath. And maybe that's the secret each paradox whispered in its own way. You were never meant to figure it all out. You were meant to feel it, to carry the tension, to live the question. Because some truths aren't found in clarity, they're found in confusion held with grace. So as you drift now into rest, into silence, into whatever place your mind calls home, know this: not every loop needs closing, not every door needs opening, not every paradox needs solving. Some just need witnessing, and you, simply by listening, have done that. So thank you for walking this impossible path, for wondering when it would have been easier to know, for resting in the mystery rather than running from it. And if you ever find yourself lost in the strange corners of thought again, remember, you are not alone in the questions. You are the space that holds them. And sometimes the most powerful thing a mind can do is sit in the dark and smile,